The correct application of the Marxist-Leninist dialectic in the field of political leadership of economic and cultural construction made it possible for the Leninist Party to win world historic values, by successfully building the foundation of a socialist economy, carrying out a plan for complete collectivization and on its basis eliminating the kulaks as a class. Struggling on two fronts, with right and left opportunism, the party at each main stage determines the main danger. At the same time, the party is guided in determining the nature of biases by striving to reveal the class essence of these biases. For example, the left deviation of the Trotskyists and the Trotsky-Zinoviev opposition was the main danger in the transition to the reconstructive period, at the beginning of it, before the 15-party Congress. With the unfolding of the socialist offensive, the main danger for the party is the right deviation. Any attempt at a double-dealing policy, an attempt to occupy a position of undermining the dictatorship of the proletariat, for example, by representatives of the right-left bloc, always received a crushing blow from our party. The path of opportunism is the path of departure of unstable communists from the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist line, from the general line of the party. The path of abandoning party ideology is the process of shaping a hostile and alien ideology. The path of opportunism is a transition to the positions of class forces hostile to the proletariat, a movement that objectively reflects the pressure of the bourgeoisie and its ideology. The deviationists objectively become the channel through which the party penetrates, into its unstable links, the influence of the petty bourgeois element and the capitalist elements emerging on its basis. The draft evaders become the mouthpiece of the anti-proletarian class forces in our country. Such are the class roots of right and left opportunism in the transitional period. But the ideology, politically hostile to the proletariat, is also reflected in the field of theory. In methodology, the indicated types of opportunism differ from each other not only in their social nature, but also in their general theoretical roots, in their philosophical basis. And this is despite some common features of their methodology, as indicated by Lenin, their perversion of materialistic dialectics, eclecticism, etc. Modern right-wing opportunism is based mainly on mechanistic methodology. It is characterized by the fact that it does not see the new content, the qualitative uniqueness of the proletarian dictatorship, denies the inconsistency of development, stands for a peaceful evolution, denies the class struggle, etc. Left opportunism and left bends are sent from the methodological setting that is inclined to deny certain old forms, does not see the paths and stages in development, does not take into account the material foundations of progress, jumps over unfinished developmental stages, which leads to adventurism in politics, replaces reality with what is desired, confuses possibility and reality, etc. The main methodological basis for this kind of opportunism is Menshevist idealism. The struggle for the general line of the party demands Bolshevik party definition, an irreconcilable principled struggle against right opportunism, the main danger at this stage, against left opportunism, against counter-revolutionary Trotskyism. But this struggle for the general line of the party requires a struggle on two fronts, both in theory and in philosophy, against the Mechanists, the main danger in this period, against Menshevist idealism, against reconciliation to both, as well as against open bourgeois influences on the proletariat, requires struggle with consistent Marxist-Leninist positions on the basis of the inseparable connection between theory and the practice of socialist construction. The Trotskyists and the left Zajebiks could not understand the essence of the struggle on two fronts. They called the struggle that our party fought centrism. They slandered the party, believing that two extreme wings are created in the party, and that the general line of the party is created as a result of the balance of both currents. In the same vein, the Debrenites interpreted the problem of struggle on two fronts in philosophy, when the party raised the question of turning the philosophical front to the tasks of socialist construction and the development of self-criticism. Under the guise of combating centrism and eclecticism and Trotskyism, and Menshevist idealism rejected the task of fighting on two fronts. In fact, the struggle of the party on two fronts involves the struggle with centrism, this concealed opportunism, conciliation to opportunism. The party's consistent struggle for the fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist theory went through several stages during the transition period. After the October Revolution, the overthrown exploiting classes were deprived of ideological influence within the country, and the world bourgeoisie and its social democratic agents in the person of Koskay and van der Velde, outside the country and in the face of the Russian Menshevism and social emanation, turned out to be the spokesman for their bestial hatred of revolutionary Marxism-Leninism outside and inside the country. Bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, especially Menshevism, whose social characteristic, as Lenin repeatedly emphasized, is an amazing adaptability, began to penetrate into Marxism under all sorts of signs of Marxist science. The frankly Menshevik theories of Sukhanov and co. proved the untimely proletarian revolution in Russia, which, did not reach the necessary height of the productive forces. Not understanding the uniqueness of the situation in the epoch of imperialism and the peculiarities of Russia's historical development, they mechanically transferred here the general forms of capitalist development. In the early period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Marxism again turned out to be a more veiled form of bourgeois attack on dialectical materialism, which was originally combined with mechanism and was expressed in a number of Bogdanov's works during this period. Bogdanov carefully disguised his idealism, speaking under the banner of proletarian culture, socialism of science, organizational science, etc. He allegedly refused any philosophy, but in fact, under Marxist phrases he dragged idealism in political economy, in the theory of historical materialism, in literary criticism. Bogdanov substituted the materialist dialectic with the idealistic theory of the organizational process and the mechanistic theory of equilibrium, the theory of reconciliation of contradictions. As the main form of the movement towards socialism, he advanced cultural work, denoting his theories with the loud name of proletarian culture, opposing them to a revolutionary political struggle. Objectively reactionary philosophy of Bogdanov reflected the deep defeatist and decadent moods of the cowardly petty bourgeois hiding from the revolution, trying to escape from it by returning to peaceful organizational work in the normal framework of the renowned bourgeois democracy. The rotten philosophy of Bogdanov was reflected among a portion of the university youth, among the workers of proletkult, in the group of the so-called workers' opposition, in the views of some theorists, the left communists. She said in particular her influence on the theoretical views of Comrade Bukharin. The idealistic leftist mistakes of Comrade Bukharin in his Economy in Transition were substantiated by Bogdanov idealism and mechanism. During this period, Lenin gave a sharp rebuff to the Menshevik ideology of the Sukhanovs. But Lenin is also leading a decisive struggle against left communism and its methodological errors, its subjectivism and abstractness. In particular, Lenin responded to Bogdanovism with the second edition of Materialism and Empirio-Criticism with the application of the article by V.I. Nevsky, where a critical analysis of the latest Bogdanov's works was given. In the preface to this book, Lenin pointed out that under the guise of proletarian culture, A. Bogdanov conducted bourgeois and reactionary views. With the introduction of NEP and the known growth of capitalist relations in the town and country, the bourgeoisie began to count on a peaceful return to capitalism through the gradual rebirth of Soviet power. Part of the bourgeois professorship, attracted to work in Soviet institutions, took an openly hostile position in relation to Soviet power. From university departments, from the pages of journals, she led counter-revolutionary work and acted as an open enemy of dialectical materialism along the whole line of science, opposing it with idealism and reactionary views. Another part of the bourgeois intelligentsia proclaimed a change of milestones, but Smenovikhovstvo also meant nothing more than proclaiming the need for cooperation with the Soviet authorities in order to facilitate the latter a peaceful return to capitalism. In order to fight against idealism and religion, to fight against vulgar empiricism and mechanism, to expose the scholars of feudalists and graduate lackeys of the priesthood, an organ militant of materialism, the magazine under the banner of Marxism, the tasks of which were formulated by Lenin in the famous article on the meaning of militant materialism. For a number of years, leftist opportunism continued to remain the main danger for the party. Counter-revolutionary Trotskyism begins its subversive work, first as a faction of communism as an inter-party opposition. In all areas of the theory, we have various forms of the Menshevik theories of the Second International that have penetrated under every possible disguise, the methodology of left opportunism, Trotskyism, and the bourgeois groups conciliatory to it, which is characterized by a combination of idealism and mechanism, the Menshevik-Kovsky idealist theory of Rubin in political economy, the Menshevik development of the history of Marxism by Ryazanov, pulling and further deepening of Plekhanov's mistakes in Marxist philosophy by his students Axelrod and Deborin both through the positivist Kantian and mechanistic revision of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and Menshevist idealism, the revival of subjective idealistic and Kantian concepts in philosophy, Menshevik idealistic theories in literary criticism. In the field of party politics, the struggle of the party led by Comrade Stalin against counter-revolutionary Trotskyism is developing. The main danger in the theory was the idealistic revision of Marxism, which, being smashed to pieces in politics as a methodology of Trotskyism and left opportunism, was still not fully exposed in theory and philosophy. But in the recovery period, along with the idealistic danger, various forms of mechanism and vulgar empiricism also arose. The most vivid expression of creeping empiricism and the bourgeois form of the revision of Marxism were Mininskina and Enchmanism. Minin threw out the slogan, "Philosophy overboard," and Enchman, following him, began to propagate confused biological theory among young students, opposing it to the supposedly outdated Marxism. The mechanistic danger was most vividly expressed in the revision of dialectical materialism by Bukharin, precisely in the application and further development of Bogdanov's scholasticism in the theory of historical materialism and in political economy. Despite the warning of V.I. Lenin, Comrade Bukharin and his students stubbornly continued to develop the Bogdanov theory of equilibrium, opposing it to the materialist dialectic. In addition to the Bukharin theoretical school, a significant group of naturalists and partly anti-religious propagandists was outlined, trying to respond in this vulgar empirical form to the rising head of clericalism. They replaced the open attack on Marxism with a struggle that was covered up under the slogan of defending science from philosophical scholasticism, identifying dialectical materialism with the latest conclusions of natural science. By the beginning of the reconstructive period, mechanism became a mouthpiece for various trends hostile to Marxism-Leninism. He joined up with the Menshevik Kantian group Axelrod and the Bukharin-Bogdanovsky sociological school. Mechanists, naturalists and anti-religious scholars became hawkers of the Bukharin-Bogdanov equilibrium theory. The transition from the Reconstruction period to the Reconstructive was a transition to new forms of class struggle of the proletariat, to the solution of the most difficult and supreme tasks of the proletarian dictatorship: 1. Building the foundation of a socialist economy, 2. The complete transfer of small-scale peasant farming to the socialist rails of large-scale machine-driven collective production, 3. On this basis to the task of destroying the kulaks as a class and then destroying classes in general. The world historical task of building socialism could not be solved using Trotskyist or Bukharin-Bogdanov, essentially bourgeois, formulas. The questions posed by the party about the ways of further development required their resolution using the method of Marxist-Leninist dialectics, the class struggle method of the proletariat. Development has been going on with us and continues to go beyond the formula of Comrade Bukharin. The development went on and continued to go according to the formula of Lenin, who is whom. Whether we will exploit them, exploiters, suppress them, or they will crush and crush us, the workers and peasants of the USSR. So the question is organization of the offensive of socialism along the whole front. That's what the task confronted us in developing the reconstruction of the entire national economy. The party understood its mission in this way. The party, starting with the 14 Congress, mobilized all the material resources of the state and the strength of the proletariat to accelerate the pace of industrialization of the country in every way, and from the 15 Congress began to resolutely carry out a plan for state and collective farm construction. by increasingly implementing the policy of restricting the kulaks and stepping on it closely. By the summer of 1929 she had achieved a radical change in the development of agriculture from small, individual to large, to collective. At the same time, a decisive breakthrough in the area of labor productivity came, the development of mass socialist competition and shock training. This moment was a leap, a transition to an accelerated movement forward, a decisive and radical turn in our policy from restricting the kulaks to a policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class, the transition to socialism's onset of capitalism along the whole front. In the reconstructive period, the general line of the party develops under the sign of an organized offensive against capitalism. Such is the course of the proletariat's class struggle for the completion of the foundation of a socialist economy. This is also the way of the development of the Marxist-Leninist dialectic developed by the Central Committee of the party and its leader, Comrade Stalin. The forms of class struggle in the reconstructive period are different from the forms of class struggle at the last stage. The transition of socialism into a general and unfolded offensive could not but cause desperate resistance of the old world and the aggravation of class contradictions. Carefully disguised malicious sabotage of the tops of the bourgeois intelligentsia in all sectors of our industry, the brutal struggle of the kulaks against collective forms of farming in the countryside, sabotage of the measures of Soviet power by the bureaucratic elements of the apparatus, which are the agents of the class enemy, are still the main forms of resistance of the outdated classes of our country. The struggle against the wrecking bourgeois theories of Kondratiev, Chayanov, Groman, with the Menshevik ideology of Bazarov, Rubin, Sukhanov gained purely practical and political significance in the conditions of the reconstructive period. Without an irreconcilable struggle against bourgeois theories based on Marxist-Leninist theory, it is impossible to achieve complete victory over class enemies. The aggravation of the class struggle and the revival of petty bourgeois elements in the country were reflected in the form of right and left deviations from the general line of the party, which threatened the party with the breakdown of the socialist offensive policy. At the same time, the right deviation as a kulak agents within the party was the main danger at this stage. Only in a merciless struggle with deviations the party could achieve the results that we now have. Marxist philosophy was faced with the task of theoretically crushing the philosophical foundations of both these biases and the frankly hostile wrecking methodology. Meanwhile, the philosophical leadership led by Deborin divorced philosophy from party politics, from the practice of socialist construction, from concrete knowledge. Not only did it not cope with the exposure of hostile methodologies, but it itself was captured by the wrecking concept of Ruby. For a number of years it peacefully coexisted with it, and at a crucial moment, during the economic discussion, it took up the position of active defense of Rubin, placing his articles in the magazine under the banner of Marxism and praising him as a deepener of Marxist political economy. The pressure of hostile ideologies reflected on the further intensification of the mechanistic and idealistic dangers in various fields of Marxist-Leninist theory, in philosophy, science, political economy, literary criticism, history, etc. This danger was revealed by the party in a number of discussions held in various areas of theory. The mechanistic revision of the Marxist dialectic in the field of historical materialism, political economy, etc. in the new situation, in the drastically changed conditions of the class struggle in the country, took on a particularly pressing, political character, becoming the theoretical banner of the right-leaning party. In order to crush right-wing opportunism as the main danger in the party, it was also necessary to crush Bukharin's entire system of philosophical mechanistic views, with which he substantiated his opportunism in politics. Under these conditions, the mechanism turned out to be the main danger. The revision of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of classes and class struggle and its underlying Bukharin-Bogdanov mechanistic concept were taken up along with the Menshevik-Groman-Bazarov-Sukhanov group, which fully shared the Bogdanov theory of organizational process, that is, equilibrium theory, and tried to carry it out in their practical work in the field of planning, procurement, etc. Thus, at the new stage, mechanismism became not only the philosophical basis of the right deviation, but also the theoretical knowledge Menshevik sabotage Bazarab Gromanovskoy Group banner of capitalist restoration. Tov. In his speech at the Conference of Marxist Agrarians, Stalin pointed out the inadmissible lagging of theoretical work from the practical successes of socialist construction and the need to quickly eliminate this gap in certain areas of Marxist theory. It must be admitted, said Comrade Stalin, that theoretical thought has not kept pace with our practical successes, that we have a certain gap between practical successes and the development of theoretical thought. Meanwhile, it is necessary that theoretical work not only keep up with practical work, but also be ahead of it, arming our practitioners in their struggle for the victory of socialism. Tov. Stalin severely criticized a number of opportunist and bourgeois sabotage theories that had circulated in our literature, and set before the theoretical front the task of both uprooting these theories and developing new questions put forward by practice. But none of these tasks, the Pre-Berin's philosophical leadership could not put in front of the available philosophical cadres, failed to mobilize these cadres to help the party to overcome the difficulties of the reconstructive period. The Dvorinska group continued to ignore the task of eliminating the separation of theory from practice, and after the slogan put forward by Comrade Stalin on the theoretical front. The stubborn unwillingness of this group to understand the tasks of the party line in philosophy at the new stage, the well-known political and theoretical blindness of this group had deep roots in the class struggle in the country. Even during the struggle against the Trotsky opposition, the active part of this group had a close connection with Trotskyism, sharing Trotsky anti-party attitudes in politics. By systematically evading the theoretical criticism of Trotskyism and the left bends, while continuing to defend a number of Trotskyist attitudes in theory, it thereby continued to feed the Trotskyist sentiments in theory. At the same time, the group of Comrade Dvorin did not render timely assistance to the party in exposing the ideology of the rightist opportunism. Only after the right deviation was shattered by the party, the Dvorino group tried to link abstract criticism of mechanism with criticism of right-wing opportunism in politics, but could not carry it out completely due to its revisionist attitude to Marxism-Leninism. Nothing was done by the Dvorinsky group to expose the bourgeois and Menshevik sabotage methodologies of the Gromans, the Kondratievs, the Chayanovs and other ideologues of hostile classes. On the contrary, as we have already indicated, the Dvorinsky group itself found itself in captivity of the idealistic theory of the Ruby in political economy. The party organization of the IKP of philosophy and natural history correctly understood the instructions of Comrade Stalin, managed to expand the discussion with the Babarin group and correctly identify the main lines of disagreement, as a new stage in the development of dialectic materialism, about the need for an expanded struggle on two fronts in philosophy and natural science, about new tasks of Marxist-Leninist philosophy in connection with the socialist construction, etc. As a result of the discussion under the leadership of the Central Committee of the party and so on, Stalin managed to expose the Menshevist idealistic anti-party essence of the views of the Dvorinsky group. The course and results of the philosophical discussion once again revealed the closest link that exists between philosophy and politics, between science and the class struggle, and the inadmissibility of any gap, especially in conditions of heightened class struggle, the elimination of the kulaks as a class and the offensive the whole front. The discussion once again found that the slightest deviations from the correct Marxist-Leninist positions, even in the most abstract questions of theory, now acquire important political significance and express a certain class conditionality, ultimately directed against the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Central Committee of our party, in its resolution on the journal under the banner of Marxism, put forward in the Marxist-Leninist philosophy the slogan to wage a steady struggle on two fronts, with the mechanistic revision of Marxism, both the main danger of the modern period and the idealistic distortion of Marxism by the group T.T. Dvorin, Karev, Stan and et al. Set the task of Marxist philosophy and the magazine under the Marxism, to wage a resolute struggle for the general line of the party, against any deviations from it, conducting consistently throughout his work the Leninist principle of partisan philosophy. Taking philosophy away from politics, says the decision of the Central Committee, not spending the partisanship of philosophy and natural science in all of its work, which led the magazine under the banner of Marxism. The group resurrected one of the most harmful traditions and dogmas of the Second International, the gap between theory and practice, rolling down in a number of critical questions on the position of Menshevist idealism. The party paid serious attention to the theoretical section, including it as an integral link in the general chain of the socialism's unfolding offensive against capitalism along the whole front. Life put on the order of the day the task of carrying out the strictest conduct of the Leninist principle of the partisanship of science, the subordination of science to the tasks of the party policy in the building of socialism. The party demanded an implacable struggle on two fronts in theory and the eradication of all hostile influences in science. 5.3. Mechanistic revision of dialectical materialism and right-wing opportunism. As we have already seen, modern mechanists represent an unprincipled block of revisionist groups. Here we have mechanistic naturalists and the Bogdanov mechanistic group of Bukharin, and Menshevik Kantians, and mechanistic Freudian, and positivists, sliding down to subjective idealism. Despite the existing shades in philosophical views, despite all the differences in the political views of N. I. Bukharin and L. Axelrod, they are all united in the revision of the foundations of dialectical materialism, the replacement of materialistic dialectics by a mechanistic methodology. They are all united in the lack of understanding of the partisanship of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and the class roots of mechanism, all of which are characterized by the rejection of Marxist-Leninist dialectics as a science. A common feature for all mechanists, inextricably linked with their misunderstanding of the revolutionary dialectics, is the lack of historicism, the lack of understanding of partisanship theory and unity of theory with revolutionary practice. Borrowing from the old revisionists the worn-out, battered arguments and sophisms against materialistic dialectics, the mechanists forget and revise the basic position of dialectical materialism, that every theory is determined by revolutionary practice. Mechanists, like Menshevist idealists, having debated for a number of years, have never asked themselves the question, what kind of socio-political trends, what ideology of classes did mechanical materialism have in the historical past, what classes does it have in the present? If the mechanists were able to ask themselves this question, they would immediately expose themselves as ideologists of the petty bourgeoisie. Until the proletariat entered the arena of the historical struggle, old mechanical materialism was a revolutionary theory. Despite his shortcomings, he was the revolutionary weapon of the French advanced bourgeoisie in the struggle against feudalism and religion as a stronghold of medieval reaction. It was a revolutionary theoretical basis for the first socialist and communist doctrines, which arose long before the independent movement of the proletariat. Feuerbach's materialism, opposed by the radical German bourgeoisie to the former idealism, was also revolutionary at a certain historical stage. But already with the rise of the dialectical, the materialism of Marx and Engels, and with the very first battles of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie, the old, metaphysical materialism began to turn its reactionary side against Marxism, turning more and more into a refuge of indecisive cripples and writing industrialists. On the philosophical basis of Feuerbach's limited materialism, grasping its idealism above and its contemplative, metaphysical character, reactionary petty bourgeois true socialism of Grun in Germany flourished, with which Marx and Engels made a decisive struggle before the 1848 revolution, which reflected indecision, passivity, inconsistency of the petty bourgeoisie. Marx and Engels had to wage a stubborn struggle for decades, because these forms of inconsistent materialism served as the theoretical basis of numerous petty bourgeois movements in socialism. Only in a tireless struggle against the reactionary petty bourgeois currents did Marxism become the dominant teaching in the ranks of the proletariat. The whole struggle of Marx and Engels with the inconsistent materialist Dühring, who at every step stumbled into idealism, and his supporters, the left phrase most and the opportunists Vollmer, Bernstein, etc., also shows that inconsistent mechanical materialism is alien to Marxism ideology. But mechanism was not only a bourgeois methodology in the past. Mechanismism, combined with idealism, continues to play a significant role in bourgeois theory. The mechanical theory of equilibrium serves as a theoretical justification for the bourgeois evolutionary theory of slow and quiet progressive development, the teachings on the need to maintain the capitalist system in the equilibrium. Social fascism also substantiates the theory of social equilibrium and the need to adapt society in its development to the natural environment, its hatred for the proletarian revolution. The reflection of this bourgeois ideology in Soviet conditions was the views of our Mechanists. Modern Mechanists continue to call themselves dialectical materialists. In words, both Bukharin and Axelrod, and Sarabianov, and Variash, and others recognized and defended dialectics. In fact, they defended mechanism from the materialistic dialectic, from revolutionary Marxism-Leninism. Is this not a direct mockery of Marxism, when Bukharin asserted that the general trend of his innovations in Marxist philosophy goes along the line of the development of the orthodox, revolutionary understanding of Marx? In fact, N.I. Bukharin has been propagandizing bourgeois equilibrium theory for more than a decade. Is it not strange that even now, when these theories have been shattered by the practice of socialist construction, Comrade Bukharin does not abandon his erroneous mechanistic philosophy? The same applies to the rest of the Mechanists, Timur Yazef, Axelrod, and others who had fought for a number of years with Marxist-Leninist philosophy, expelling it from the field of theoretical natural science, again with an oath of loyalty to dialectical materialism. What arguments have Mechanists opposed to materialist dialectics and in favor of the mechanistic worldview? First of all, following their revisionist predecessors Bogdanov and other fighters of dialectical materialism, modern Mechanists again put forward as the main argument against dialectics the identification of dialectical materialism with the latest conclusions of modern natural science and positive science, which, ostensibly, require a revision of Marx's views, Engels, and Lenin. As another argument, they advanced a naked phrase about the presence of elements of mysticism and teleology in dialectics. At the same time, Hegel's idealistic dialectics substituted them for Marxist dialectics. This hackneyed, haggard technique, which the revisionists invariably enjoyed throughout the whole history of Marxism, for some reason fell in love with N.I. Bukharin. In order to more easily defeat the dialectic of Marx, he invariably fights with Hegel's triad, believing in this the essence of Marxist dialectics and imitating Mikhailovsky, Bogdanov, and other Machist positivists, social fascists Bauer, Adler, etc. in this case. They fought with the Marxist-Leninist dialectic under the flag of the struggle against the Dvorsky scholasticism. The third argument of the Mechanists is an appeal to empiricism. In this respect, the Mechanists completely followed the old vulgar materialists, whom Engels had called pathetic, insignificant croffers, who had not made a single step forward in the development of the theory. They considered it possible to replace Marxist theory with narrow-mindedness, vulgar empiricism, revealing a complete lack of understanding of the meaning of revolutionary theory. These are the main arguments of the Mechanists, who in general do not represent anything new for Marxism and the party. And the Mechanists' perceptions of the mechanistic perversion of Marxism remain the same as those of all revisionists. Constant dodging of the subject matter, silence and detour of the main, basic in the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, snatching of separate quotations, their deliberate distortion in order to bring Marxism under the mechanism and Marx, Engels, and Lenin under the Mechanists, sophistry and eclecticism in all writings. The Mechanists are the old revisionist methods by which the Mechanists were engaged in systematically perverting Marxism-Leninism for a number of years. This is also the attitude of Bukharin to the philosophical foundations of the theory of historical materialism and Marxist political economy. The dialectical laws of historical development and the capitalist economic formation Bukharin turns into metaphysical laws of equilibrium, replacing Marxism with bourgeois sociology, dialectics with flat evolutionism. Timur Yazef and other Mechanists have the same attitude towards Engels. They carry out the mechanistic perversion of Engels's dialectics of nature and the rejection of Engels' dialectics under the guise of the need to revise Engels's supposedly outdated form of materialism. What is the attitude of Mechanists to the philosophical legacy of Lenin? On the part of the Mechanists, we had a complete disregard for Lenin's works on dialectics and on natural science. With regard to Bukharin, the words of T. Stalin on the hypertrophied pretentiousness of the underlearned theorist are fully justified. Leninism as a new stage in the development of dialectical materialism for Comrade Bukharin did not exist. As for Axelrod, she has long led a systematic struggle against Leninist revolutionary dialectics. Other mechanics, such as Variash, in their work try to turn Lenin into an apologist for mechanism and Menshevism, in unscrupulous way try to slip Lenin's mechanistic formulations, carefully avoiding the question of the struggle of Lenin and our party with Menshevism and with Menshevik distortions of materialistic dialectics, politics, tactics. The blindness of our Mechanists in relation to the Menshevik danger, the desire to gloss over this danger reveals the petty bourgeois nature of modern mechanism. This is even more confirmed by the fact that the Mechanists do not wish to learn Leninist revolutionary dialectics, fight with it, distort it. They ignore the task of developing the theory of dialectics, put forward by Lenin, and the problem of studying the dialectic of Marx and Engels. But Mechanists in every possible way resurrect and deepen the theoretical errors of Plekhanov. In confirmation of their mechanistic worldview, and to refute Engels' materialism, Axelrod, Timur Yazef, Perov, and others, and at one time, and so, Stepanov referred to Plekhanov, erecting his mistakes into a whole system of anti-Marxist views. In short, the revisionist attitudes of the Mechanists are as follows: 1. Identification of dialectical materialism with the modern mechanistic worldview, the identification of philosophical materialism as the worldview of the proletariat with modern natural science and the latest conclusions of positive science. Hence the elimination of materialistic dialectics as a philosophical science. Hence, positivism, vulgar empiricism, the separation of practice from theory, and disregard for the development of revolutionary theory. 2. Revision of the materialist theory of reflection and the slide to agnosticism, positivism, Kantianism, idealism. 3. The denial of dialectics as a theory of knowledge. Contrasting theory of knowledge dialectic. Revision of dialectics as the science of the universal laws of the development of nature, society, and thinking. Replacing dialectics with mechanics, flat evolutionism, and equilibrium theory. The Mechanists did not understand the law of the unity of opposites and replace it with a theory of reconciliation of contradictions, collisions of variously directed forces. Hence, the denial of the objective nature of quality and thus the denial of qualitative, abrupt development. Reduction of dialectical causality to mechanical. The denial of the dialectical unity of chance and necessity. Hence the fatalism, the theory of gravity, tailism, the failure to understand the active revolutionary role of the proletariat, the revolutionary practice. In the field of historical materialism, a revision of the Marxist doctrine of class struggle. 4. Replacing dialectical logic with formal logic, eclecticism, and scholasticism. The result is an unprincipled surrender of the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist positions and the dissolution of Marxism in the petty bourgeois ideology. Such is the essence of modern mechanics. Undoubtedly, mechanism has nothing to do with the revolutionary theory of the proletariat. The party has repeatedly fought off vicious assaults on Marxism-Leninism by petty bourgeois agents in its ranks, trying to replace consistent materialism with some old theoretical waste paper. The same historical rubbish is the mechanistic methodology, which at the first practical test turned out to be the weapon of Kulak agents against the party, against socialist construction. The mechanistic methodology of the right has already been broken by the revolutionary practice of the proletariat's class struggle. In the fire of the revolutionary struggle of the masses, in the fire of living practice, mechanism did not stand the critical test. The main point of the Marxist doctrine that the revolutionary theory finally develops only in close connection with practice a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement, the theorists of modern rotten mechanism cowardly bypassed this point, they forgot it. What kind of classically alien influences in the ranks of the party is a reflection of mechanism, with which ideological and political currents is it associated with in the past, of which classes and class groupings is it in our era? Without a comprehensive clarification of these issues, without clarifying the political consequences of their theoretical mistakes, without this the criticism of the Mechanists would have been halfway, one-sided. The Duborinsky group criticized the Mechanists in an abstract professorial manner, criticized them from the standpoint of idealistic dialectics, without linking their criticism with revolutionary practice and party politics. Therefore, their criticism, having some positive significance, could not fully expose the Mechanists, because it itself was conducted from anti-Leninist positions. Moreover, in a number of issues, the Duborinsky converged with the Mechanists. Now let's take a closer look at the basic theoretical errors of the Mechanists. 5.3.1 Positivism of Mechanists and their rejection of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism without understanding the class character of revolutionary practice. The Mechanists also do not understand the role and significance of revolutionary theory. They slide to vulgar empiricism, to the rejection of philosophy, to the rejection of the theory of materialist dialectics. Is there a dialectic as a special science or is it a method? Ask the truly metaphysical heads from the mechanistic camp. They give a monstrously illiterate revisionist answer to this, that talking about dialectics as a science and even less talking about some kind of dialectics, for example, in natural science there is scholasticism, logistics, mysticism, lack of thought, etc. Science is a philosophy to itself, the Mechanists say, trailing behind the vulgar empiricists. For Marxists, there is no area of some kind of philosophizing, separate from science. Materialistic philosophy for Marxists is the last and most general conclusions of modern science, wrote T. Stepanov, having fallen for the bait of bourgeois professors who banish the dialectic from science. Axelrod, Bukharin, and other Mechanists tried in one way or another to reduce the philosophy of Marxism to modern science, modern conclusions of natural science, eliminate Marxist dialectics as a philosophical science, declared it obsolete scholasticism. In this regard, the Mechanists are definitely following in the footsteps of the previous revisionists and are lagging behind the Menshevism of the Second International. Marxism does not have its own philosophy, says the modern social fascist M. Adler. Marxism is compatible with any philosophy, the social fascist Koski is now preaching. Marxism is fully compatible with Kantianism, Struve, Bernstein, Forlander and other bourgeois theorists said earlier. Now our Mechanists have added to this gallery of the fighters of the dialectic. Their slogan is, there is the liquidationism of Marxist philosophy. It means the rejection of the revolutionary materialist dialectic, that is, of Marxism. When in the early years of M B Mitin threw out the slogan, philosophy overboard, then his performance in the ranks of the party was given a decisive rebuff as a hostile outing. Mininchkina was a manifestation of petty bourgeois vacillation on the part of theoretically unstable elements in the party. The same empty petty bourgeois claim to overcome Marxist philosophy, that is, to reject it, which Minin sounded at one time, is heard in the slogan of modern Mechanists. Minin openly proposed to throw overboard the philosophy of Marxism, and our Mechanists propose to replace it with the conclusions of modern science. But the essence remains the same, the desire to eliminate Marxist philosophy as a science. For naturalistic Mechanists, this desire means a direct refusal to defend Marxism, to pursue a consistently materialistic line in the natural sciences. The rejection of dialectics means the weakening of the materialist front in the fight against idealism, the cession of materialist positions to the class enemy. Of course, Mechanists can free themselves from philosophy only in imagination. In fact, no science has ever managed and could not do without a philosophical basis, without a clear answer to elementary questions about what to take as a starting point, matter or thinking without a clear answer to the question that we are learning, is it real? Irrespective of consciousness, the existing world and its objective laws, as materialism teaches, or the fantastic world of illusions, sensations and its laws invented by people, is based on, as idealists think. No science is possible without the theory of scientific thinking. For without thinking, it is impossible to connect two simplest natural science facts, not to mention studying the natural connections in nature and in society. In the same way, no science can do without a clear answer to the question of the knowability of the world. No matter how much the mechanists shout against philosophy, they still cannot do without it. And since in a class society there are only two fundamental directions in philosophy, materialism and idealism, they thereby take the side of some particular direction, for the despicable, cowardly party of an imaginary middle, called positivism, agnosticism, etc. There is also an expression of one of the main directions, only littered with garbage of petty bourgeois prejudices. Naturalists, says Engels, imagine that they are freed from philosophy when they ignore it or scold it. But since they cannot move even a step without thinking, logical definitions are necessary for thinking. In the end, they are still captured by philosophy, but unfortunately for the most part, the worst, and here people, especially diligently scolding philosophy, become slaves of the nastiest, vulgarized remnants of the nastiest philosophical systems. Engels considers the transition from metaphysical to dialectical thinking to be the only way out of the impasse to which flat naturalism and empiricism in the field of natural science leads. For vulgar empiricism, Engels criticized the vulgar materialists Buchner, Fichte, and others for the fact that they, like our mechanists, arrogantly criticized the dialectic, neglected philosophy and, having no vocation for the further development of the theory, did not go beyond their teachers, the French materialists. Our mechanists, as if in mockery of Engels, are now trying again to drag us into the vulgar empirical swamp of Buchner's. The names of Molschott, Fichte, and Buchner, sings Boris Borichevsky, the mechanist, are still the embodiment of vulgar materialism. Meanwhile, after actually studying these half-forgotten thinkers, we come to a completely different conclusion. We have very respectable scientists who stand at the level of the then positive knowledge, with all its virtues and with some problems. Such speeches, directed against Engels and Lenin, are commonplace with other modern mechanists who have lost the remnants of the party theoretical sense. They are ready to raise from the graves of all the old mechanists, as well as creeping empiricists, if only to slay the consistent dialectical materialism of Marx and Lenin. The mechanists completely ignore Lenin's position, which is clear and obligatory for every party member engaged in the natural sciences, that without a solid philosophical foundation, no natural sciences, no materialism can withstand the struggle against the onslaught of bourgeois ideas and the restoration of bourgeois worldview. In order to withstand this struggle and to carry it through to the end with complete success, Lenin says, the naturalist must be a modern materialist, a conscious supporter of the materialism that is represented by Marx, that is, must be a dialectical materialist. Lenin, like Engels, insists on the further development of materialist dialectics. Without the full development of the theory of dialectics, Lenin says, materialism cannot be militant materialism. He remains, to use an expression of Shchedrin, not so much fighting, how to fight. Without this, the major scientists as often as before will be helpless in their philosophical conclusions and generalizations. With the Leninist instructions on the development of the theory of dialectics, which are now the directive of the party, the mechanists are not at all considered. Speaking against Leninist philosophy, they abandon the consistently materialistic theory of knowledge, slipping straight into bourgeois positivism. What is positivism, with which modern bourgeois science is now infected, and which is confessed by the certified lackeys of clericalism, modern learned feudalists, reactionaries? Positivism is evolved since the second half of the 19th century. The current in bourgeois science, which in words does not want to know anything except positive science, which in words rejects any philosophy as scholasticism. But in fact, under the mantle of scientific positivity, reactionary and idealistic views and clericalism are dragged in and out. Positivism believes that the theory of knowledge is generally superfluous. The main question of any philosophy, the question of the relationship between consciousness and matter, positivists consider unscientific, scholastic, intractable. Consequently, in fact, positivism is also a kind of philosophical doctrine, dragging the philosophy of Kant, Hume, Mach, or another idealist under the banner of scientificness. Positivists are in fact either agnostic or outright idealists. Positivism is especially dangerous now, when, under the influence of the deepest crisis and decay of capitalism, on the one hand, the tremendous successes of the natural sciences, confirming dialectical materialism, on the other, there is a stratification among modern bourgeois scientists. Some of them are beginning to switch to the positions of dialectical materialism, while a significant part of scientists, especially in capitalist countries, has swung toward open reaction, leaves the positions of shy materialism and goes into the camp of reaction, hitting mysticism, clericalism. The largest modern scholars, Planck and others, who earlier under the flag of positivism to some degree shyly defended materialism, now in their scientific works try to take the path of compromise with religion. Modern largest physicists, Millikan and Eddington, are arguing about how the God could create the world. Eddington preaches that the world was created by a single act, and Millikan uses all his scientific erudition to prove that the Creator tirelessly at work. Such is the modern scientific positivism, which is the direct agent of fideism, mysticism, clericalism, modern imperialist reaction. And all this shame is accomplished under the banner of a positive science. From this it is clear that the rejection of philosophy and the preaching of positivism is a complete rejection of Marxism. However, until now, mechanists continue to stand on the view that Marxist philosophy does not exist as a science and that it is replaced by modern science, modern mechanistic natural science. 5.3.2 Revision of the dialectic and the materialist theory of reflection. Modern mechanists did not understand the core of materialism, abandoning the materialist theory of reflection in its form, which was developed by Marx and Engels and raised to a new level by Lenin. Even in the controversy with the metaphysical materialist Dühring, Engels ridiculed Dühring's manner of throwing eternal truths of last resort and his lack of understanding of the relationship between absolute and relative truths. In contrast to Dühring's metaphysics, Engels showed that concepts, logical categories, all scientific, experimentally obtained knowledge are not frozen, unchanging, but developing relative historical products, reflections objective laws of the historical development of nature and society. For lack of understanding of dialectics, Marx Proudhon criticized in his time poverty of philosophy and classics of bourgeois political economy and vulgar economists, showing and proving the transitory and relative nature of economic categories, which are merely reflective reflections of objective, historically transient material production capitalist relations in capital public formation. In their time Bogdanov, Bazarov, and other Marxists could not understand the dialectical doctrine of relative and absolute truth. Lenin wrote about the Marxists that they did not understand anything about Engels's application of dialectics to gnoseology. Acknowledging the relative nature of the concepts of physics, the Marxists slid toward relativism. They could not understand their objective values, refused to recognize them as reflections of the objective, regardless of the humanity of the existing material world. As we have already pointed out, Plekhanov, in his criticism of the Marxists, did not pay enough attention to this side of the matter. A characteristic feature of Plekhanov's criticism of Kantians, agnostics, Marxists, Lenin finds that this criticism was conducted more from a vulgar materialistic than from a dialectical, materialistic point of view. In connection with this, Lenin's words that Plekhanov, in his remarks against Marxism, did not care much about the refutation of Mach, but about inflicting factional damage to Bolshevism, have a deep meaning. Criticizing the Marxists, Plekhanov made a number of unacceptable concessions to Marxism, overlooking the need for a dialectical view of the nature of knowledge. He himself was of the opinion that we would never know how our consciousness arises. This was undoubtedly a tribute to agnosticism. Plekhanov's hieroglyphic theory of knowledge was also in the hands of the Marxists, because it ultimately led to subjectivism, to the denial of objective reality and objective truth, that is, it led to the Marxist subjectivist swamp. With his hieroglyphic theory, Plekhanov made a clear mistake in presenting materialism. Plekhanov made a concession to Marxism with his incorrect theory of experience and a number of other mistakes. Lenin's criticism of Marxism, and along the way of Plekhanov's mistakes, helps us to reveal the epistemological roots of the modern positivism of the Mechanists. The main gnosiological mistake of the Mechanists is that they incorrectly, non-dialectically raise and resolve the basic philosophical question about the relation of thinking to being, the question of the relation of the subjective and objective, relative and absolute. And they cannot be correctly scientifically understood without recognizing the Marxist-Leninist theory of reflection, without the doctrine of absolute and relative truth, that is, without applying dialectics to the theory of reflection. From a consistently materialistic position, Lenin reveals the epistemological roots of Comrade Bukharin's mistakes in his notes on the economy of the transition period and in other works. The error of the Bogdanovian terminology in Bukharin stands out: subjectivism, solipsism. It is not the case of who considers, to whom it is interesting, but that it is independent of human consciousness. Where Bukharin speaks of the cognitive value of Marx's method, Lenin writes in the margins, "Only cognitive value? And not the objective world reflecting? Bashful, agnosticism." In another place, where Bukharin, instead of talking about the disclosure of the objective dialectic of the transitional era, again subjectivistly argues only about the dialectical historical point of view, Lenin writes, "The dialectical point of view is only one of many equal points of view." And Lenin, in the final review of the book of Bukharin, reproaches the latter for the fact that he uncritically borrows the terminology of Machist Bogdanov, does not ponder its content, agnostic, Humovsky-Kantian, according to philosophical foundations, into idealism outside the consciousness of their production from matter, from objective reality, etc. Unwillingness to correctly, dialectically understand the derivative character of sensations and logical categories, their dependence on matter, on objective reality, the constant silence about the objective content of concepts is generally characteristic of revisionists, both Mechanists and Menschevists idealists. Bukharin in Words for Philosophy, he even spoke in the defense of philosophy, as for example in his criticism of Enchman, but in this defense he does not have an understanding of the dialectical theory of knowledge. Nowhere did Bukharin raise or examine the question of the relation of subjective and objective, relative and absolute moments in the knowledge of objective reality, of the dialectical character of the process of knowledge. There is nothing accidental about this for Bukharin. He was never consistent, that is, a dialectical materialist. He hesitated before, in his younger years, and after the revolution he continued to oscillate between materialism and positivism. In his younger years, Bukharin eclectically combined Marxist views with the philosophy of Machiavellius. It was not for nothing that V.I. Lenin, when he had to reveal these or other mistakes of Bukharin, concentrates every time the fire of his criticism on Bukharin's epistemological untidiness, which points to the unacceptable ignoring of the materialist theory of knowledge. His theoretical views, Lenin wrote about him, can be very doubtfully attributed to quite Marxist, because there is something scholastic in him. As can be seen from this cited commentary on Bukharin, Lenin puts the anti-dialectic, scholastic errors of the latter in direct connection with the lack of understanding of dialectics as a theory of knowledge and the negation of the theory of reflection. Other Mechanists' philosophical materialism is openly replaced by vulgar materialism. The problem of the relation of thinking to matter is solved metaphysically, not dialectically. Mechanists Axelrod and Sarabianov do not trust human knowledge at all. Their views are close to Kantianism and Marxism. In his polemic with the Marxists, Lenin asked them the question, is a person given when he sees red, feels solid, etc., is objective reality or not? The Marxists gave a negative answer to this question. They denied an objective source of sensations. Axelrod and Sarabianov gave the same approximate answer. In their opinion, the sensations of red, solid, etc., i.e., in general, the sensations of man are devoid of objective content. They do not reflect the objective world that is independent of sensation. In their opinion, sensations, concepts are conventional signs, hieroglyphs. They do not reflect objective reality. The philosophical mistakes of Plekhanov, following the line of the well-known departure from consistent materialism to vulgar materialism and Kantian agnosticism, are now being repeated by Lee Axelrod, defending them and deepening them further. Axelrod aggressively defends Plekhanov's agnosticism and hieroglyphism. It stands on that essentially Kantian point of view, that sensations caused by the action of various forms of motion of matter are not similar to the objective processes that generate them. She especially emphasizes this dissimilarity of forms of knowledge to the forms of the material world. Thus she has, like Kant, knowledge does not connect, does not bring people closer to nature, but only separates. The hieroglyphism of Lee Axelrod is in glaring contradiction with the Marxist-Leninist consistent materialist theory of reflection. At Axelrod, we actually have a gap between knowledge and the material world. Axelrod's dialectics turns into subjectivism and sophistry and is not a reflection of the dialectics of the objective world. The agnostic theory of Axelrod inevitably follows the denial of dialectics as a science and the transformation of dialectics into a system of formal principles, which do not reflect anything objective, but serve only as some purely subjective conventional cognitive means known as point of view for the approach to the subject of knowledge. Mechanical materialists of the 18th century, they did not suffer from such an ugly one-sidedness as modern mechanists, distinguished by exceptional stiffness and ossification of thought. The old materialists and in sensations were able to understand and find the subjective image of the objective, material world. They were able to reflect the objective in the subjective. And with modern mechanists, the subjective is only subjective. Mechanists do not understand that the question of the objective content of sensations and concepts is at the same time a question of recognizing their objective source, that is, matter as the only and last objective reality independent of human consciousness. The knowledge that the material world exists outside of us is given as a result of historical, social, sensual human practice. Nature is reflected, that is, it makes itself known, is copied in the sensations and concepts of man, and this existence of an objective reality independent of man and mankind, confirmed in life at every step, is objective truth. To regard our sensations as images of the external world, to recognize objective truth, to stand on the point of view of the materialistic theory of knowledge, they are the same. This is the truth for any consistent materialist, both for Marx and Lenin, and for Feuerbach and the French materialists. When Sarabianov and Axelrod refuse to recognize the objectivity of the content of our sensations, this suggests that they have completely abandoned materialism. Mechanists agree with old materialists only in their inability to apply dialectics to the process of cognition. Marxism-Leninism teaches that dialectics also includes what is now called theory of knowledge, gnoseology, which should consider its subject equally historically, studying and generalizing the origin and development of knowledge, the transition from not knowledge to knowledge. This is absolutely not able to understand the mechanists. And yet it is impossible to correctly understand the theory of reflection, if we consider it metaphysically, anti-dialectically, as Feuerbach and the old materialists considered it. The Marxist theory of reflection considers knowledge as a process, as a transition from ignorance to knowledge, as a historical process of more and more profound reflection in the heads of people of the ever-evolving nature and society. What kind of scholasticism Lee Axelrod held, to what extent she has a vulgar idea of the theory of reflection, can be seen at least from her polemic on this issue with Lenin. If sensations were images or copies of things, she wrote, what devil, one wonders, would we need things that in this case would actually turn out to be things in themselves, in the absolute sense of the word. To recognize sensations as images or copies of objects means again to create an impassable dualistic gulf between the object and the subject. As can be seen from the above quotation, Axelrod did not understand dialectics at all. She was treading around Feuerbach's extra-historical man, abstract non-historic categories, subject and object. Moreover, it goes back from Feuerbach, who recognized, in sensations, concepts, an image or a copy of the objective material world, to Kant's metaphysics and idealism, which, as we know, could not link reflection with the reflected in itself, that is, tore the sensation from matter. Axelrod's anti-historicism is Feuerbach and Kant's anti-history in the theory of knowledge, ugly folded together. The metaphysical, anti-dialectical view of the relation of thinking to matter, inherent in general to all mechanists, has nothing in common with Marxism. Marx, Engels, and Lenin enriched the theory of reflection with dialectics, the doctrine of relative and absolute truth. They were taught to consider the process of reflecting the material world in the consciousness of man historically, in the course of the historical practice of work, in the course of class battles of humanity. Just as consciousness reflects matter in general, and the concrete historical social consciousness reflects the historical material process of the production of social life, this is the basic premise of the theory of knowledge of Marxism. The revisionist, formal logical views of mechanists on knowledge have nothing in common with the Marxist dialectic. Mechanists do not understand the objective meaning of dialectical materialist logic, do not understand its derivatives from the material world, from the historical development of the world and society. Therefore, they turn logical categories into empty abstractions, mystic, scholasticism, without being able to specifically apply them in practice. Mechanists, as we have seen, forget the role of a revolutionary, world-transforming practice, confirming that objective truth, absolute content, reflecting objective reality, is in relative truth. Therefore, they do not understand that human thinking is by its nature capable of giving and giving us absolute truth, which is made up of a sum of relative truths. Modern mechanists, not understanding the doctrine of absolute and relative truth, are slipping into Kant's agnosticism, Hume, subjectivism, relativism, and sophistry. The agnostic theory of hieroglyphs after Axelrod stubbornly defended himself, and so Sarabianov. He came to the recognition of truth only as something subjective and to the negation of objective truth, that is, not only to the Kantian direct denial of the knowability of the objective world, but also to the subjective idealistic denial of the existence of the world outside of consciousness. With the denial of objective truth, Sarabianov also agreed to the denial of objective qualities, etc. Sarabianov thus assumed the position of subjective idealism. He had only a materialistic phrase, one appearance of materialism. Why, says Sarabianov, I call all truth subjective. Yes, because truth is not objective being, that truth is our understanding of the world, things, processes. So Comrade Sarabianov signed in his subjectivism. To put relativism into the basis of the theory of knowledge, wrote Lenin, means inevitably to condemn oneself either to absolute skepticism, agnosticism, and sophistry, or to subjectivism. The relativism of Sarabianov and the Kantian skepticism of Axelrod have nothing in common with the Marxist theory of knowledge. The difference between subjectivism from dialectics, writes Lenin, among other things, that in dialectics is relatively and the difference between relative and absolute. For objective dialectics and in the relative there is absolute. For subjectivism and sophistry, the relative is only relative and excludes the absolute. The distinction between the ideal and the material is also not unconditional, not excessive, and historical practice at every step confirms to us how human concepts, thoughts, knowledge, being derived from matter, entirely conditioned by it, turn back, mastering the masses, into practical action, into material force. For the vulgarizers of Marxism, these truths are incomprehensible, for they are trying to resolve the relation of thinking to matter in an abstract scholastic, contemplative, and not dialectical way. Subjective, subjective, objective, objective, relative, not absolute, not objective, etc. The Mechanists have a whole series of other idealistic, Kantian, and Hume-Ryan mistakes. Axelrod defends the Menshevik Kantian non-class theory of morality, merging with Koski in this matter. Sarabianov, for example, supported Berg's idealist in biology and opposed Darwin. He considered, for example, wrong that we in the mass still stand unconditionally on the positions of Darwinism. Variash still has his Freudian, idealistic mistakes. All these idealistic waverings of the Mechanists are by no means accidental. They inevitably derive from the false positivist position taken by the Mechanists in relation to Marxist philosophy, from their revision of the Marxist-Leninist theory of reflection, from the revision of materialist dialectics as a philosophical science. No matter how much the Mechanists would like to be materialists, Marxists, a departure from the position of inconsistent mechanical materialism against their will and desire leads to idealistic vacillation, to open revisionism. The mechanical, inconsistent, vulgar materialism of the Mechanists could not withstand the onslaught of bourgeois ideas. A number of the most important combat points of materialism, the Mechanists surrendered to Kantianism, Humism, subjective idealism. In other words, the Mechanists did not withstand the pressure of the petty bourgeois elements during the period of heightened class struggle in the country, succumbed to the ideologies of bourgeois Menshevik positivism. 5.3.3 Contrasting the theory of knowledge dialectic. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine of dialectics as a theory of knowledge and logic is the only consistent doctrine from which one cannot retreat a single step in order not to fall into the swamp of revisionism and bourgeois reaction. For a number of years, the modern mechanistic camp has been systematically combating dialectics as a theory of knowledge, developing positivistic empirical philosophy hostile to revolutionary Marxism, or, as Axelrod calls it, philosophy of scientific experience, as opposed to dialectics as a theory of knowledge. The systematic development of the philosophy of dialectical materialism still does not exist, says Axelrod, although she still believes that only Marxism can provide a genuinely scientific theory of knowledge, or a theory of experience, and the general philosophical outlook, scientifically grounded. The materialistic dialectic of Marx and Engels and its development by Lenin, is this really not a genuinely scientific theory of knowledge? Obviously, Lenin and his party, on the one hand, and Axelrod, and behind it the whole mechanistic camp, on the other, speak different languages. Following Marx and Engels, Lenin understood Marxist theory as a materialistic dialectic, which sets the task of changing the world. Following Kant, Axelrod understands philosophy, the theory of knowledge, the theory of experience, gnoseology, which deals with questions about conditions and prerequisites of experience, the possibility of justifying experience, the possibility of justifying causality, etc. Dialectics, in the opinion Axelrod, cannot be a theory of experience, gnoseology, because she understands dialectics metaphysically only as a method or teaching about purely formal principles of thinking, and not as a philosophical science about the universal laws of the development of nature, society, and thinking. What should be the theory of knowledge according to Axelrod? Following the revisionist and bourgeois philosophers, Axelrod believes that the theory of experience must be based on experience data, that experience in turn requires its justification. Her positivist philosophy of experience should, in her opinion, address serious problems, including the important problem of the primary prerequisites of experience, the problem of reality, as it manifests itself in experience, the problem of causality, the problem of the criterion of truth, the question in which ontological premises necessary from the point of view of dialectical materialism are permissible, etc. What is experience? How is experience possible? What are the conditions and prerequisites of experience? This is what, in its opinion, revolutionary Marxism-Leninism should do under the dictatorship of the proletariat. In other words, the Bolsheviks should deal with the old chewing problems of Kantianism. However, the party has to expose this old rot, as the Mechanists stubbornly continue to defend this theory of experience, directing it against Marxist-Leninist dialectics. None of the Mechanists spoke out against the Menshevik Kantian prostitution of the Marxist dialectic. On the contrary, they are doing the same thing in their philosophical works. Veryash, in his special book devoted to Lenin's dialectic, circumvented the central position of Marxist-Leninist philosophy that dialectics is the theory of knowledge and the logic of Marxism. He attributed to Lenin his own Axelrod-Plekhanov views on dialectics only as a method, and not as a theory of knowledge and the logic of Marxism. Therefore, the first question in the section devoted to Lenin's dialectical materialist theory of knowledge, Veryash has the question, what is experience? Lenin's criticism of the word experience as a cover for both the materialist and idealistic line in philosophy, as well as a sharp Leninist criticism of the Plekhanov error on about experience, all this is forgotten and circumvented by Veryash in favor of Menshevik positivism. The concept of experience on Veryash, which he attributes to Lenin, there is a supposedly important category of the materialist theory of knowledge. Analyzing the rationale of Kant's experience, Veryash notes, an explanation of Kant's experience, comes down essentially if not to the complete abolition of experience, then in any case to a radical reworking of this important concept, and the trouble is that Kant's experience means not that for us. To save the theory of experience, according to Veryash, is still possible by introducing materialistic corrections, which he makes in his book in full agreement with the program of developing the theory of experience, which is outlined in Axelrod. None of the Marxists so harshly and mercilessly attacked the uncritical borrowing of the notion of experience alien to Marxism, worn out by the whole philosophical reaction of the notion of experience, like Lenin. At the present time, wrote Lenin, the professorial philosophy of all shades puts its reactionary nature on the outfits of the recitation about experience. Idealists, empiricists, all empirio-critics, all Marxists, and the subjective idealist Fichte connected their philosophy only with experience, were sent from experience. I declare solemnly, Fichte wrote, the inner meaning, the soul of my philosophy, is that man has nothing at all but experience, a person comes to everything he comes to, only through experience. Under the same word experience mechanists revise the dialectic. All our knowledge comes from experience and rests on experience. Dialectic materialism is empirical from beginning to end, echoes Axelrod, echoing the common choir of Marxist enemies. At the same time, Axelrod understands experience in one case idealistically, in the other case materialistically. When she writes that Kant's whole mistake was that he separated the form of experience from the content of experience, a priori forms from sensuality, she identifies experience here with consciousness, that is, interprets experience idealistically. When she says that experience is a process of interaction between the subject and independent from his object, she understands him materialistically. But even in this case, it does not go beyond the Feuerbach contemplative understanding of experience. In addition, she later surrenders her materialistic position to Kantianism. The sensations arising in the course of this interaction are, according to Axelrod, not images of the real world, but hieroglyphs, conventional signs. In other words, the philosophy of experience Axelrod should serve as the basis for the theory of hieroglyphs, a cover for the old Feuerbach contemplative materialism and Kantian agnosticism. Such is the objective class political content of the latest Marxist theory of knowledge developed by the Menshevik empiricists in opposition to the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist dialectic. The struggle of the mechanists against the dialectic as a theory of knowledge is clearly essentially the struggle of Menshevism with Bolshevism in philosophy. The theory of knowledge of Marxism has nothing in common with the Menshevik half-Kantian declamation about experimental, empirical knowledge. In materialist dialectics, the source of knowledge is matter independent of consciousness, moving. Living, sensory knowledge, determined by practical, revolutionary critical activity, is the most important moment of a single dialectical process of knowledge, which is only a reflection of the dialectics of the objective world. What kind of empiricism the Mechanists are talking about, it can be seen at least from the following thesis of Sarabianov: not only the senses deceive us, wrote Sarabianov, but also nature itself misleads us. According to the theory of Sarabianov, all sensory knowledge turns into a continuous deception, and therefore all actions of people should also turn into a complete mistake, that is, some kind of eternal, fundamental discrepancy between perceptions and the material world is legalized. It is impossible to build a scientific revolutionary theory on the empiricism of Mechanists, which would make it possible to foresee the course of concrete historical reality and put words into action in a revolutionary way, that is, you cannot build bold, revolutionary, decisive Bolshevik tactics. Against such a rotten empiricism, the main position of Lenin is directed. Our Mechanists talk about empiricism not at all in order to seriously study the role and significance of empirical, sensory cognition to substantiate revolutionary theory and successful practical action. On the contrary, with cries about empiricism, they want to cover up their rejection of dialectics, of revolutionary theory, in order to oppose empirical knowledge to theoretical, in order to oppose semi-Canadian, agnostic epistemology to dialectics as theories of knowledge. The Marxist dialectic is revolutionary and concrete, it is not divorced from sensual, lively historical practice and sensual empirical knowledge. Mechanists are trying to isolate it. Tear away from empirical knowledge, expel the dialectic from its positive theory of knowledge, turn it into objectless, reflecting nothing of the forms of thinking. By this they show only their complete ignorance about the dialectical nature of the most empirical sensory knowledge, as well as a lack of understanding of the connection between empirical and theoretical knowledge. After science has proven the historical development of nature, the historical origin and development of the organic world and human society, it is completely absurd to return to the old metaphysical theories about nature, boundaries, and abilities of knowledge and isolate the doctrine of the method from gnoseology, logic, etc., as Mechanists try to do. Metaphysical view on the essence of knowledge is a long past historical stage. Meanwhile, the Mechanists' arguments are thoroughly metaphysical. They have absolutely no dialectical understanding of the relationship between sensual and theoretical knowledge. They take a separate perception of an individual without a historical approach to it, select individual cases of erroneous perceptions, whether damage to any sense organ, incompleteness of conditions for correct perception, etc., are selected and, on the basis of this experience, Sarabianov, because the feelings are deceiving us. Or, they argue, the sensitivity of the senses all the time changes depending on the training and the state of the body, and therefore one cannot trust the senses. One asks, how can we still know the world, if feelings are deceiving and nature leads us by the nose? Only by means of an instrument and an experiment, answers Comrade Sarabianov, we can know things and their processes, with the tools we correct our senses. A truly miserable theory of experience of the Mechanists. It turns out that the sense organs deceive us only with respect to the subjects being studied, but they never deceive a person who knows with the help of tools. Meanwhile, in reality, the situation is just the opposite: experiment, practice, technology, the same tools prove that in the end, in sum, the human senses faithfully reflect objects and processes of nature. If they were deceiving us, there would be no equipment or tools, effective historical practice would be impossible. Of course, the senses of a single person, just like no single instrument, will give us absolute accuracy and never able to completely and accurately reflect nature. But humanity in its historical development can endlessly develop and refine its knowledge. It is impossible on the basis of varying degrees of limitedness of our individual perceptions to draw conclusions that feelings generally deceive us. The experiment does not refute, but confirms the ability of perceptions to reflect things correctly. The experiment does not undermine confidence in sensory cognition, but expands, enriches spheres of sensory cognition, transforming the forms of material movement that are not perceived or difficult to be perceived by the senses into movements that are accessible to our perception. Artificial instruments of knowledge do not oppose the senses, but complement them, helping to better understand the phenomena and relationships of nature. Engels, objecting to Helmholtz-type agnostics, provides detailed evidence that perceptions correctly reflect nature. He developed a dialectic view of the nature of sensory cognition, pointing to his active and historical character, to the dialectical connection of sensual thinking and practice. In the article on the role of labor in the process of humanizing the monkey, Engels gave a consistently materialistic, that is, dialectical substantiation of the origin and development of human cognition. Unlike modern mechanists, scholastics who still question Kant, the origin and development of sensory knowledge and thinking according to Engels cannot be understood apart from historical practice, apart from active labor activity and class struggle. Marx, Engels, and Lenin set before us the task of substantiating and developing further dialectics as a theory of knowledge based on the development of technology, the history of all sciences and in particular the development of the organic world, the history of the development of a child. Darwin's theory of development, Engels says, was given not only an explanation of the existing representatives of organic life, but also laid the foundation for the prehistory of the human spirit, for studying various stages of its development, starting from simple, structureless, but experiencing irritation of the lower organisms to the thinking human the brain. Without this prehistory, adds Engels, thanks to the theory of development, thinking is explained by natural causes. That is, scientifically grounded and explained. Not to take into account, like the mechanists, the dialectic active character of human knowledge as a whole and its direct dependence on practical activities aimed at changing the nature and transformation of society, means engaging in empty scholasticism. Therefore, the mechanists attempt to isolate dialectics as a theory of thinking from sensual, empirical knowledge and from objective dialectics is a reactionary venture that has nothing to do with Marxism, with Marxist science in general. 5.3.4 Replacing the dialectic of mechanics. Equilibrium theory. The misunderstanding of materialistic dialectics as a theory of knowledge is combined among mechanists with a one-sided mechanistic view of nature and society, with the restoration of old mechanistic materialism. The materialism of the past century, wrote Engels, was mostly mechanical, because of all natural sciences, by that time only mechanics had reached certain completeness, and it was only mechanics of solid bodies, in short, gravity mechanics. Chemistry still had a childlike appearance, it still adhered to the phlogiston theory. Biology was still in diapers, the plant and animal organism was studied only in rough, it was explained by purely mechanical reasons. In the eyes of the materialists of the 18th century, man was a machine, like animals in the eyes of Descartes. The exceptional application of the measure of mechanics to chemical and organic processes, in the field of which the mechanical laws, although they continue to operate, but recede into the background before other higher laws, is the first, peculiar. The greatest merit of Marx and Engels is overcoming the shortcomings of the old, contemplative anti-dialectical materialism, enriching materialism with dialectics. Materialistic dialectics, as a comprehensive doctrine of the universal laws of the development of nature, society, and thinking, is the only consistent materialistic theory of knowledge and the method of revolutionary action. The universal character of dialectics as the science of the laws of nature and society has been repeatedly revised by bourgeois fellow travelers of Marxism. Lenin criticized the bourgeois apologists strove for the primordial ignorance of dialectics. The most severe criticism has subjected Lenin to contemporary naturalists for their inability to rise from elemental materialism to dialectical, for their descent from materialism to Marxism. Similarly, modern mechanism is associated with primordial ignorance of dialectics among a number of comrades who are engaged in Marxist theory. The universal character of the laws of materialist dialectics is subject to revision by the entire modern mechanistic course. Naturalists are trying to replace the dialectic with the mechanics of the natural sciences. A considerable part of the mechanistic camp, mainly in the person of Bukharin and his school, replaced the dialectics with the mechanistic theory of equilibrium in the field of history, political economy, strategy, and tactics of the class struggle of the proletariat, i.e. in the field of social cognition and action. Thus, the aspirations of the mechanistic camp are aimed at undermining the dialectical materialist basis of revolutionary Marxism as an integral and unified worldview and replacing it with a mechanistic worldview. True, expelling the dialectic from nature and society, the mechanists continue to talk about the dialectical method of Marx. But this is only a phrase. In fact, the dialectical method of thinking turns into a formal logic, eclecticism, sophistry, into a dead scholasticism. The mechanists consider Marxist dialectics insufficiently materialistic. They are trying to supplement, deepen, concretize and, under the guise of development of concretization, dialectics revise Marxism-Leninism along the whole line. An attempt to replace the revolutionary dialectic with mechanics, an attempt to narrow down, curse the Marxist dialectic and reduce it to an empty verbal trinket and characterizes the revisionist essence of modern mechanism. This striving is expressed primarily by N. I. Bukharin. Back in 1922, Bukharin wrote that Marx and Engels freed the dialectic from its mystical husk in action, but allegedly did not substantiate it theoretically and never gave a theoretical and systematic presentation of it. Bukharin reproaches Marx and Engels for abandoning to the proletariat a worldview that is not liberated from the teleological taste, inevitably associated with the Hegelian formulation, which rests on the self-development of the spirit. And therefore, instead of mystical Marxist dialectics, he proposes to base Marxism on a mechanistic equilibrium theory, which supposedly is both more general and purified from idealistic elements' formulation of the laws of moving material systems. We consider it quite possible, says Bukharin, to shift the mystical, as Marx called it, the language of Hegelian dialectics into the language of modern mechanics. Following bourgeois professors, Bukharin does not hesitate to reproach the Marxist dialectic with Hegelian mystic 1,000 times for the first time, point out that in the Marxist worldview there is a teleological flavor, idealistic elements hint at the narrowness of Marxist dialectics and look for more common formula of the laws of motion of matter. But this also means, to lead a new campaign against Marxism in favor of the more general bourgeois point of view. Bukharin realizes that revision of the dialectic inevitably entails a revision of the whole of Marxism, and the corresponding revision of the whole of Marxist science, the theory of historical materialism, political economy, Marxist-Leninist politics, and tactics must also be carried out with bringing the theory of equilibrium to Marxism. Theoretical work, however, reproaching Marx and Engels for mystification, Bukharin bypassed their main statements about dialectics. Marx and Engels knew well that the bourgeoisie and its theoretical minions would muddy their revolutionary doctrine, calling it Hegelian sophistry. Marx replied to bourgeois criticism with the following words: "I criticized the hemispheric side of Hegelian dialectics almost 30 years ago, while it was still in fashion. My dialectical method," Marx said, "is not only radically different from Hegel's, but represents its direct opposite." Bukharin did not understand the revolutionary significance of the materialist dialectic. And he said nothing new. He repeated only the old Bogdanov machist slander of Marxism. The basic concept of dialectics in Marx, like in Hegel, did not reach full clarity and completeness, and because of this, the very use of the dialectical method is made inaccurate and vague, arbitrariness is mixed in its schemes, and not only the boundaries of the dialectic remain uncertain, but sometimes its very meaning is distorted. Bukharin also repeated Bogdanov's thought, word for word, on the narrowness and historical limitations of dialectics and the need to move to a broader and common point of view. Organizational processes in nature, wrote Bogdanov, are accomplished not only through the struggle of opposites, but also in other ways. The dialectic is therefore a special case, and its scheme cannot become a universal method. The resulting new point of view is formulated by empirio-monism. This point of view of Bogdanov's empirio-monism, about which Bukharin is silent, is Bogdanov's mechanistic, organizational science, with its notorious equilibrium theory, for which Bukharin grasped, ignoring Lenin's warnings about the idealistic, reactionary basis of Bogdanov's organizational science, his techtology. Bogdanov deceived you by changing, and trying to move the old argument. And you give in, wrote Vladimir Ilyich to Bukharin. In response to this warning, Bukharin discovered a complete unwillingness to understand Lenin. But this is precisely what needs to be proved, he replied to Lenin. In my opinion, in essence, there really is no philosophy here, and techtology is something other than empirio-monism. It's not so easy to inflate me in such things. This pretentious response of Bukharin, the unlearned theorist, very vividly characterizes his attitude towards Lenin as a theorist and towards the Lenin stage of development of Marxist philosophy in particular. To this day, Bukharin has not refused this Bogdanov scholastic methodology, despite its clearly idealistic, reactionary character, completely hostile to Marxism-Leninism. In fact, let us see how, according to Bogdanov, his mechanistic, or as he calls it, techtological point of view from the Marxist critical revolutionary dialectics should differ. First of all, the techtological point of view of Bogdanov, in accordance with his subjectivism, should be a universally broad scheme, completely indifferent to its content. Before techtology, as well as before mathematics, all phenomena are equal, all elements are indifferent. This is the basic principle of Bogdanov's methodological scholastics. The mechanistic methodology should drown all life, the concrete in the abstract, give universal, empty, formal symbolic schemes according to all the rules of formal logic, separating the general from the particular and the individual. Its generalizations, like mathematical symbols, should be distracted from the concreteness of the elements, the organizational link of which they express, should hide this concreteness under the indifferent symbols. Thus, the concrete materialistic dialectic, for which there is no common outside the particular and the singular, no abstract outside the concrete, Bogdanov contrasts idealistic abstract scholastic, universal schematics, like the world schematics of the positivist Dühring. This dead scholasticism, capable of killing everything revolutionary in empty abstraction, covering it up with an empty phrase, lubricating everything, going around everything, is an invaluable methodology for bourgeois agents in the labor movement. This universal Bogdanov schematism of Bukharin was adopted entirely. The second subjective idealistic principle of Bogdanov's methodology, which was not noticed by Marxist Bukharin, states that for techtology the unity of experience is not found, but is created in an active organized way. According to Bogdanov, we must proceed not from the conditions of a concrete objective situation, not from the material external world and its unity, which for the idealist Bogdanov does not exist, but from our own mind, from mental elements we must create, organize, construct nature and society, create unity of experience. How is experience possible? How are the elements to add up their system? How to harmonize experience? This is the question that Kant pursued. He pursues both Bogdanov and Bukharin. The fewer contradictions between the elements, the easier it should flow the organizational process, the higher the better the system should be. Therefore, the task of practice and theory is reduced to a techtological question: how is it most expedient to organize a certain set of elements, real or ideal? Bukharin is trying to materialize this, essentially subjectively idealistic, method of a priori designing systems from elements. Anything, he says, whether it be a stone, or a living object, or a human society, or something else, we can consider as a whole, consisting of parts connected with each other. In other words, we can consider this whole as a system. Each system consists of component parts interconnected one way or another. Human society is made of people, the forest is made of trees and bushes, a heap of stones are made of these stones, a herd of animals is made of individual animals, etc. All the wisdom of Bukharin's organizational, i.e., mechanistic, dialectic is the formula: if you are such and such elements, then what should be the conditions under which it is possible to keep the balance of the system, which includes, or should include its elements? Bukharin has not advanced one step from the Kantian question, how is experience possible, how is unity of experience possible, how is equilibrium possible? Bukharin's answers are made like this: class societies exist, then there must be additional equilibrium conditions. There must be something that plays the role of a hoop that stiffens classes, which prevents society from disintegrating, falling apart, and finally breaking up. Such a hoop is the state, i.e. a condition for the unity of society, according to Bukharin, must be reconciling, connecting classes, smoothing the contradictions of the hoop, the state. This empty idealistic and reactionary scholasticism blurs the class essence of the state and leads to bourgeois lies about the extra-class nature of the state. Here Bukharin's classes are reduced to empty abstractions, elements, society to an equally deadly abstraction, a system. The state is reduced to an external hoop, an empty abstraction, which must bind elements, give unity, consistency, stability to the system. This Kantian method of constructing a system of elements, the method of finding the conditions, Bukharin tries to attribute to Marx and Engels. The method of finding the necessary conditions on the basis of the available facts was extremely often used by Marx and Engels, although so far very little attention has been paid to this. Meanwhile, in essence, the whole capital is built that way. The method of finding the necessary conditions has nothing to do with Marxism as a consistently materialistic doctrine. This method is imbued with anti-historicism. Meanwhile, the Marxist method consists in the historical approach, in the approach from the point of view of development to the question of grounds and conditions. This is what the whole capital of Marx is really saturated with. In theoretical constructions, Bogdanov and Bukharin proceed not from the material world, as the consecutive dialectical materialists Marx, Engels, and Lenin proceed, but from the initial, scattered, disconnected elements, parts, from which they then mechanically construct a whole, unity, looking for his conditions. Therefore, their elements and the systems made of them remain dead abstractions, and not reflections of the living, concrete, material world. The living material unity of the world, developing through the struggle of opposites, itself produces its parts. But for Bukharin and our other metaphysical mechanists, the parts exist before the whole, separately from the whole. Third, Bogdanov demands that his idealistic organizational mechanistic scholasticism not be confused with the harmful materialistic dialectics. Bogdanov is the sworn enemy of materialism. Bukharin did not understand this, an ardent opponent of the basic law of materialist dialectics, the unity of opposites. Materialism, the recognition of the external world, according to Bogdanov, is a mystic. Therefore, he does not want to have anything in common with the mystical, that is, the materialistic, Marxist dialectic, and in every possible way is denouncing it. However, he leads the attack on the dialectic of Marx not only by attacking materialism, but also uses another method, accusing Marx of Hegelianism. He believes that the Marxist dialectic is formal because it makes the concreteness of the study a prerequisite, takes the external material world as its starting point, objective reality. Bogdanov lumps together the materialistic dialectic of Marx and the idealistic dialectic of Hegel, on the grounds that both Marx and Hegel recognize development as a struggle of opposites. In the materialist dialectic as a doctrine of the self-development of matter, Bogdanov sees logism, mystic, and teleology in Marx and Marxists. Instead of criticizing the reactionary essence of Bogdanov's theory, Bukharin reconciles it with revolutionary Marxism. In the remarks on the economy of the transition period, Lenin noted Bukharin's fascination with Bogdanovism. The author gives valuable new facts, but worsens, verbalhornt Marx's theory of sociological scholasticism. The dialectic process, the author puts it next with Begriff scholastic Bogdanov. But it is impossible to put near, either, or. Bukharin connects the human language with the organizational gibberish of Bogdanov. To what slavishly, blindly Bukharin follows Bogdanov, it can be seen from the fact that among Bogdanov's identification of organic with mechanical is among the innovations that he brings to Marxism. Bukharin's entire argument is borrowed from Bogdanov, and he understands organic not in the biological sense, but in the specifically Bogdanov sense, in the sense of the organizational process. And for this purpose, Bukharin, following Bogdanov, refers to the electronic theory, which allegedly represents the organized system of elements as opposed to the old, isolated, single and now extinct element, the atom. There is nothing more shameful and disgraceful for a Marxist theorist than this reference to electronic theory for refuting Marxist dialectics and justifying the mechanism and Machist scholasticism. So the whole point of Bukharin's slogan of transcribing dialectics into the language of mechanics is to try to kill dialectics, the revolutionary soul of Marxism, and turn Marxism into bourgeois theory, to substitute Marxist theory for Machist, metaphysical scholasticism. The rest of the mechanists also replace dialectic with mechanics, although they do so in a much more hidden form. Tov Stpanov, for example, considered the dialectical understanding of nature as too general a name and tried to concretize dialectics as a mechanistic worldview. He believed that to understand any phenomenon of life for modern science means to reduce it to relatively simple chemical and physical processes. The main starting point and with it the crown of the whole methodology of the mechanists, in their striving to substitute dialectics for mechanics, is their perversion of the essence, the core of dialectics, the law of the unity of opposites, its replacement by the theory of equilibrium. The idealistic roots of this theory, in various forms appearing in the works of the bourgeois positivists and especially developed in our country by Bogdanov and Bukharin, reveal Bogdanov's organizational science. According to Bogdanov, the organizational process does not tolerate any internal contradictions in its elements and systems. Bogdanov's organizational dialectics expelled every living contradiction of the world. It is allowed only external inconsistency, external collision of elements, parts, which, however, in every system must be fully coordinated, so that these elements themselves mechanically, organizationally grow into the system. To do this, the system must be stable, be at rest, in balance. But since there is no absolute equilibrium in nature, in his organizational process Bogdanov is forced to allow an imbalance in order for the system to receive at least the appearance of movement. This organizational process must take the form of the Hegelian triad, first equilibrium, then its violation, then restoring equilibrium. This is the whole Bogdanov-Bukharin dialectic of the organizational process. The normal state of the system is declared to be consistency and balance of parts, elements. Any internal contradiction is an imbalance of the system, which entails a crash, destruction, as Bukharin says, the links between the elements burst. Therefore, an imbalance in both Bogdanov and Bukharin is an abnormal state in nature and society, and it cannot continue for a long time. The theory of equilibrium is most pronounced in Bukharin's The Theory of Historical Materialism. In the world, says Comrade Bukharin, there are differently acting forces directed against each other. Only in exceptional cases do they balance each other for a moment. Then we have a state of peace, i.e. their real struggle remains hidden. But one has only to change with one of the forces, as now internal contradictions are found, an imbalance occurs, and if a new equilibrium is established at the time, it will be established on a new basis, i.e., with a different combination of forces, etc. This implies. And it follows from this that struggle is contradictions, that is, antagonisms of variously directed forces and cause movement. Bukharin, as can be seen from the above extract, takes the state of equilibrium of forces directed against each other as the initial position. From here it is sent in order to explain how and thanks to what reason the object moves, develops. It turns out, in the opinion of Comrade Bukharin, that when a subject comes into motion, a phenomenon is derived from a state of equilibrium or, which is the same, from a state of rest, thanks to a change in one of the forces or in the phenomenon. The question is, for what reason does a change in one of the forces occur, and therefore, due to which the state of rest is disturbed? To this question, Bukharin answers definitely. It is absolutely clear that the internal structure of the system should change depending on the relationship that exists between the system and the environment. The relationship between the system and the environment is crucial. For all the positions of the system, the main forms of its movement are determined precisely by this attitude. If so, since the state of the object changes depending on the relationship between the object and the external environment, then one cannot speak of an internal contradiction inherent in the object itself. According to the materialist dialectic, the struggle of opposites is the internal source of self-movement of each object or phenomenon. Bukharin, like all mechanists, transfers the source of movement and development to the outside, portraying the external environment as the cause of the imbalance. Therefore, we can only talk about the contradiction between the system and the environment. As for the internal contradiction within the system, about which Bukharin sometimes tries to talk, his opposites peacefully coexist, forming a state of equilibrium and changing his position relative to each other only depending on the environmental conditions. For example, the relationship between classes in society is explained by the attitude of society to nature. Nature is the cause of the direction in which one of the classes will change, and therefore the class struggle will go. But if the development of society is explained by the impact on it from the side of nature, then, one wonders, where does the cause of the movement and the change of nature itself lie? On this, comrade Bukharin does not give a clear answer. And there can be no other answer, of course, if only to observe a logical sequence, as soon as the one that this cause is supercosmic force, which can be called whatever you like and which in the 17th, 18th centuries was called the first divine impulse, then just the creator. So equilibrium theory leads straight to the justification of religion. Equilibrium theory is primarily trying to eliminate self-movement, and therefore the self-development of phenomena. This is one of the basic principles of materialist dialectics. In the very concept of self-movement, Comrade Bukharin sees a bad, teleological aftertaste. Secondly, the opposite sides of the object are understood by Comrade Bukharin as external to each other, which are mechanically in contact with each other. And, thirdly, that follows from all the previous, the contradiction is understood only as antagonism of forces. Bukharin states so directly, the struggle of contradiction, that is, antagonism. But contradiction and antagonism are not the same thing. Antagonism is only a special case of contradiction. The antagonistic form of contradiction alone is not obligatory. For example, the antagonism of classes of capitalist society will disappear along with the classes, and the contradictions that internally condition the movement and development of society will remain under socialism. Thus, the mechanists reject the dialectical law of the unity of opposites, replacing it with a purely mechanical law of equilibrium. To verify this, it suffices to compare Bukharin's statement of the theory of equilibrium with the basic formulations of the laws of mechanics. The laws of mechanics, according to the first law, each body retains its state of rest or uniform rectilinear motion, if it is not forced by the forces acting on it to change the state. The second law says, the change in motion is proportional to the impact of the driving force and occurs in the direction of the straight line in which this force acts. Finally, according to the third law, action is always equal to opposition, or the actions of two bodies against each other are always equal and directed in the opposite way. Equilibrium theory. The relationship between the environment and the system is the value that ultimately determines the movement of any system. In the world there are differently acting forces directed against each other. Only in exceptional cases do they balance each other for a moment. Then we have a state of peace, i.e. their real struggle remains hidden. But one has only to change with one of the forces, as now internal contradictions are found, an imbalance occurs, and if a new equilibrium is established at the time, it will be established on a new basis, i.e., with another combination of power, etc. After this, it is not difficult to notice all the inconsistency of the theory of equilibrium. The theory of equilibrium is distracted from the absolute, universal character of motion, without which, as we have shown before, neither the existence of matter nor its knowledge is possible. This is the mechanistic and metaphysical character of the theory of equilibrium. But the recognition that the movement of objects does not occur due to internal contradictions, as materialistic dialectics teaches, but due to external interaction of phenomena, things, and the world around us, is essentially a denial of their actual movement and development. It inevitably entails a denial of their historical development, i.e., changes in their quality. It is not surprising that the mechanistic theory of equilibrium negates the objectivity of qualities and the uniqueness of various forms of motion. It reduces all types and forms of movement to movement. Mechanists consider it quite possible to shift mystical, as Marx called it, the language of Hegelian dialectics into the language of modern mechanics. It is known that mechanists reduce the whole essence of materialist dialectics to the theory of evolution. The most outspoken of them, Comrade Spinov, wrote, "The evolutionary point of view, the point of view of development, is one of the characteristic features of modern science." Moreover, under the modern science M. Spinov implied dialectical materialism. The mechanistic theory of equilibrium is therefore inextricably linked with the denial by the mechanists of objectivity of qualities, with their return to Locke on the question of qualities. Only the primary qualities of things that are studied by mechanics are recognized by them as objectively existing. Mechanism therefore requires the reduction of all other qualities to the mechanics under study, the reduction of all higher forms of motion to its lower, mechanical forms. The mechanists' perversion of the law of the unity of opposites entails their failure to understand the unity of the internal and external, content and form, necessity and chance, in particular, the mechanists' denial of randomness as a special form of manifestation of necessity. Equilibrium theory is a necessary component of the bourgeois worldview. It is inextricably linked with bourgeois philosophy with its positivism and empiricism, with their denial of the significance of theory and philosophy. It is one of the whales of bourgeois science in the matter of scattering and overthrowing Marxism with its dialectical materialism, revolutionary dialectics. Equilibrium theory is inextricably linked with the political views of the bourgeoisie, which seeks to portray the existing capitalist order as the harmonious cooperation of classes, with all its forces trying to maintain the balance of capitalist society. The mechanistic theory of equilibrium helps bourgeois scientists to scientifically substantiate class goals and tasks that are directly and frankly advanced by bourgeois sociology. In the future, we will have the opportunity to show how the theory of equilibrium fully reveals to us the goals and objectives of modern sociology as a bourgeois science of society. It is not surprising that the theory of equilibrium enjoys great honor among the theorists of social fascism. Bogdanov is much more outspoken than Bukharin. He contrasted his theory of equilibrium with the dialectic of Marx. He directly wrote that in the Marxist dialectic the inevitably associated with its Hegelian and pre-Hegelian terminology remnants of logism can be harmful in an organizational, that is, mechanistic, analysis. Tov. Bukharin, literally repeating Bogdanov's slander against Marxism, entirely borrowing his theory of equilibrium, however, is silent about the fact that Bogdanov openly calls materialist dialectics harmful to the theory of equilibrium. Instead of understanding the bourgeois class, reactionary essence of the theory of equilibrium, Bukharin tries to give her a Marxist, dialectical rationale, tries to reconcile it with the revolutionary dialectics of Marxism-Leninism. An extremely flat understanding of dialectics, above which the mechanists in their theory of equilibrium cannot rise in any way, is a direct result of the influence of bourgeois ideology. This direct revision of the materialist dialectic served as the theoretical prerequisites for a right-wing agonist understanding of the issues of transition and the world revolution. 5.4. Menshevist idealism 5.4.1. Misunderstanding of partisanship theory. Denial of Lenin's stage in philosophy. The Marxist-Leninist principle of partisan philosophy is the most important principle of materialist dialectics. Marx, Engels, Lenin in all his activities were led by him, developing it on the most diverse material of the natural and social sciences. Lenin always emphasized that materialism includes partisanship, obliged at any assessment of an event to directly and openly take the point of view of a certain social group. Bourgeois theorists and social fascists are trying to challenge the scientific nature of Marxism-Leninism precisely because of its partisanship, which makes it truly scientific, to the end of a revolutionary theory. All revisionist groups and trends, and in the first place, seek to discredit the principle of partisanship that pervades the theory of Marxism. Ignoring the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the partisanship of philosophy is also a characteristic feature in the activities of Menshevist idealists. Menshevist idealists ignore the axiom of Marxism, which is that in a class society, the theory in all its forms is nothing more than a kind of weapon of the class struggle. It was not by chance that the Menshevist idealists bypassed this Marx-Lenin doctrine, since all their theoretical work proceeded along a different line, was conducted from other fundamental principles, and expressed an ideology hostile to the proletariat. The Menshevist idealists ignored the Marxist-Leninist principle of partisanship of philosophy, expressed primarily in the fact that they divorced philosophy from the practice of socialist construction, from the core tasks of the proletarian revolution, from the tasks of active struggle for the general line of the party. In the works of Menshevist idealists one can find quite a few general declarative statements on the topic that the theory is partisan. But there was absolutely no genuine scientific analysis and substantiation of this position, much less holding partisanship in theoretical work. The practice of their activities showed that these declarations served for them only as a cover for the idealistic revision of materialistic dialectics. The social fascist henchmen of the bourgeoisie in the ranks of the labor movement, powerless to throw the Marxist theory overboard, strive to dogmatize it, emasculate its revolutionary content and, tearing it away from the class struggle of the proletariat, into a set of empty abstract categories and thereby discredit its value as an effective, essential weapon of the revolutionary struggle. In the same direction, a revision of the philosophy of Marxism was conducted by the Menshevist idealists. In contrast to the Mechanists with their slogan "Overboard Philosophy," the Menshevist idealists conducted a revision of Marxist philosophy under flag of its development. In fact, instead of developing categories of materialist dialectics based on the material of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, materialistic processing of Hegelian philosophy based on history, science, and technology, they uncritically retell Hegelian philosophy, completely ignoring the need to comprehend those fundamental, specific tasks that face the party and the country for the last period. The general line of the party over the years has been subjected to revision by both the Trotskyists and the right and left opportunists. The party mobilized all forces in order to defend Lenin's work, the ways outlined by him for strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat. Menshevist idealists have passed this struggle. Moreover, some of them actively came out with Trotskyist theoretical principles, Karev, with his theory of one main class in the transition period, Stan, who taught the Komsomol members to personally verify the correctness of the general line of the party, etc. Instead of being guided by the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the partisanship of philosophy, put philosophy at the service of the general line of the party to actively fight against its deviations, Menshevist idealists themselves played the role of suppliers of methodology for various deviationist and counter-revolutionary movements. Separating philosophy from the practice of socialist construction and the class struggle of the proletariat, the de Borino group simultaneously audited almost all problems of Marxist philosophy. Ignoring de Borin's group of partisanship of the theory was vividly expressed in the fact that Menshevist idealists did not recognize in Leninism a new, higher stage in the development of Marxism. They denied the Leninist stage in philosophy, they considered Lenin only a practitioner, a conductor of Marx's teachings in the revolutionary movement. Tov. Stalin classically illuminated and developed the main issues of Leninism, described Leninism as Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, characterized and showed on concrete material the role of Lenin as the most brilliant theorist who developed Marxism comprehensively and raised it to a new, highest level. Menshevist idealists denied this role of Lenin. Karev in the magazine PZM for 1924 made a description of Lenin, which is different from the installations of the party. Lenin, Karev wrote, stands entirely on the basis of Marxism, applying it to our present situation, the period of decay of capitalism. He brings Marx's theory, cleared of the debates of the Second International, into action. Leninism is Marxism of the epoch of the collapse of capitalism, the transitional period from capitalism to socialism. This is Marxism in the practice of the proletarian revolution, for which there were not yet sufficient material prerequisites in the Marxist International. Most of all, Lenin would have been surprised if he had been told that he was opening a new era in Marxism. So the Menshevist idealists, contrary to the facts, tried to deny Leninism. They fought against the characteristics of Leninism as a new, higher stage in the development of Marxist theory and practice. Denying the Leninist stage in the development of the theory of Marxism, they thereby revealed their misunderstanding of the main thing in Marxism, its teachings on the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the revolutionary soul of Marxism, materialistic. Dialectics, describing Marxism as a fixed dogma, objectively in common with similar theories of social fascist theorists. The epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, with its enormous scope and intensification of the class struggle, the greatest discoveries in all areas of science and technology, the complication of old and the emergence of new forms of class struggle, sharp differentiation and exacerbation of the class struggle in various forms of ideology, gave the richest material for further comprehensive development of the theory of Marxism. Lenin, being at the head of the Bolshevik Party, in its revolutionary experience of unparalleled in the world, based on the generalization of the practice of the class struggle of the international proletariat and the achievements of world science, comprehensively developed Marxism, raised it to the highest level. The revolutionary essence of Marxism in the works of Lenin found its brilliant development. Naturally, the theorists of social fascism, seeking to undermine the influence of Marxism among the masses, under the conditions of the USSR, the Menshevist idealists could not openly preach such views. But in unison with the Trotskyists and the right, they also characterized Lenin as a practice, only successfully applying Marx's teachings in the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. This touching unity of the Menshevik idealists with the right and the Trotskyists in assessing the greatest leader and theorist of the world communist movement once again indicates that, in the person of Menshevist idealists, we have peculiar suppliers of methodology for various counter-revolutionary and anti-party groups and movements. Denying Leninism as a new, highest stage in the development of Marxism, the Menshevist idealists quite logically rejected the Leninist stage in philosophy. After the release of Lenin's Abstracts of Philosophy, representing the richest treasury of thoughts and ideas, highlighting many of the most important problems of philosophy in a new way, Deborin wrote in the preface to the 9 Lenin collection, "There is no doubt that if he were able to bring the work begun to the end, he would give a serious impetus to the further development of dialectical materialism, raising it to a higher level." Here the essence of the views of the Menshevist idealists on the question of the Lenin stage in the philosophy of Marxism is formulated in a concise form. Deborin denies Lenin's greatest achievements in the further development of materialist dialectics. This is entirely linked to his assessment of Lenin only as a practice. Deborin argues that Lenin could give a serious impetus to the development of the philosophy of Marxism. What kind of Leninist stage in dialectical materialism can be discussed from the standpoint of Menshevist idealists, if, in their opinion, Lenin did not even have time to give an impetus for the development of dialectical materialism? Thus, while rejecting Lenin's role in the development of philosophy, Menshevist idealists objectively carried out the social order of various camps hostile to Marxism, merged on a number of issues with the theorists of the Second International. The refusal by the Menshevist idealists of the Leninist stage in philosophy is accompanied by their completely uncritical, Apologetic attitude to the works of Plekhanov. In previous chapters we have already dwelt in some detail on Lenin's criticism of Plekhanov's philosophical errors. Now let us just remind once again that Lenin, criticizing Plekhanov, emphasized Plekhanov's misunderstanding that dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism, its vulgar interpretation of the laws of dialectics as the sum of examples. Lenin noted that Plekhanov inconsistently criticizes Kantianism, he himself makes a number of concessions to agnosticism, that he leads the struggle against Marxism more from the vulgar materialist positions than from the dialectical materialist. Plekhanov's mistakes, as is already known, exist on such issues as reassessing Feuerbach's philosophy, incorrect characterization of Marx's philosophical development process, reappraisal and incorrect characterization of the role of the geographical environment in the development of productive forces, wrong Feuerbachian understanding of the problem of unity of subject and object, separation elements logical from the historical in matters of the history of philosophy. The presence of such erroneous views indicates the need for critical work on the works of Plekhanov, enjoying, and rightly, great popularity among the wide circles of the proletariat of the USSR and foreign countries. It is necessary to clear the valuable in Plekhanov's works from everything non-Marxist, opportunist, especially since at present these mistakes are used by social fascists, and in the conditions of the USSR Mechanists and Menshevist idealists give these ideas the last word Marxist philosophy. The question of the role of Lenin and Plekhanov in the development of philosophy did not accidentally attract the attention of the party and the workers of the philosophical segment of the theoretical front. In connection with the development of the Leninist stage in philosophy, the depth of Plekhanov's philosophical errors, their connection with Plekhanov's Menshevik position in the revolutionary movement, were particularly pronounced. The struggle against the mechanistic and Menshevik idealistic revision of Marxism personally showed that the mistakes and organic flaws in Plekhanov's works are used by them to revise the most important problems of the philosophy of Marxism. With the stubbornness worthy of better application, the Mechanists continue to uphold and develop further the erroneous views of Plekhanov that follow the line of Kantian agnosticism. Apologetics of everything written by Plekhanov on philosophical problems, trying to obscure his mistakes. Contrary to the precise, brilliant characterization of Comrade Stalin's role of Lenin in the development of philosophy, Menshevik idealists came forward with their theory of Plekhanov as a theorist who supplemented Lenin's practice. In his pamphlet Lenin as a Thinker, Deborin wrote, "Both these thinkers complement each other in a certain sense. Plekhanov is primarily a theorist, Lenin is primarily a practitioner, a politician, a leader." Thus, Plekhanov, the leader of Russian Menshevism, was transformed by the will of Deborin into a theoretical mentor of Lenin. It is characteristic that this completely false, non-Marxist theory Menshevist idealists still until very recently sought to defend with the help of various sophisms. In the preface to the 9 Lenin collection, Deborin attempted to lay the historical basis for this thoroughly false concept. Between Plekhanov and Lenin, writes Deborin, there is a distinction reflecting the peculiarities of the historical phases in the development of the revolutionary movement and the class struggle of the proletariat. This theory of Deborin is nothing more than an attempt to weaken the need to criticize Plekhanov's mistakes, reduce the significance of these mistakes and obscure their connection with the Menshevik line of Plekhanov in the revolutionary movement. Undoubtedly, as a Marxist, Plekhanov spoke on the arena of political struggle several years before Lenin, and his first works were of great importance for the propaganda of Marxism. But all the most important Leninist basic theoretical works refer to the same period in which the works of Plekhanov Marxist were published. Moreover, the Leninist Friends of the People were written a little earlier than even the monist view by Plekhanov. The political activities of Plekhanov and Lenin mainly proceeded in the period of the imperialist stage of development of capitalism. Methodological failures in the philosophical works of Plekhanov and his mistakes in the interpretation of many of the problems of philosophy are connected with its opportunistic, Menshevik, liberal stance in the revolutionary movement. Back in 1908 Lenin emphasized in a letter to Gorky that Plekhanov harmed this philosophy, linking here struggle with factional strife, but because the present Plekhanov, not a single Russian social democrat, must not be confused with the old Plekhanov. Lenin and Plekhanov are not representatives of different eras, but the spokesmen of the ideology of various social classes. Plekhanov, who wrote brilliant pages in the history of the revolutionary movement in general and of the proletariat in particular, in the first decades of its activity, since the early 900s, has more and more become the spokesman for the petty bourgeois ideology in the labor movement, and during the war is completely bourgeois. This Menshevik line in the revolutionary movement explains the causes of theoretical errors and in its specifically philosophical works. Deborin's attempt to treat Lenin and Plekhanov as people of different periods in the development of the revolutionary movement is nothing but a means to belittle and conceal those major fundamental methodological errors of Plekhanov that Lenin repeatedly criticized, revealing their class and logical background. It is characteristic that this installation of the Menshevist idealists, which was too crudely formulated by Deborin, under the fire of unfolding criticism, was tried to fix by another prominent representative of this group, Karev. In an article in the PZM, he writes that in this respect, Plekhanov and Lenin represented not different epochs in the labor movement, but different jets in him, in Marxism, different depths of his understanding. Karev, faithful to his Menshevik idealistic methodology, ignores the simple truth for the Marxist that explaining the difference between Plekhanov, the greatest theoretician of the Second International, and Lenin, the depth of understanding, this means not explaining anything. The difference in depth of understanding itself needs a class explanation. No matter how personally talented any ideologue of the bourgeoisie is at present, in the era of decay of capitalism, his creative activity, his ability to penetrate into the laws of development are constrained by his class nature, conservatism of the class he represents. The inability of the bourgeoisie to look into the future determines, narrows the boundaries and reduces the depth of its understanding by theorists of the phenomena of social development. The ideologists of the classes descending from the historical arena, despite all their talents, are not able to give truly profound scientific generalizations and discoveries. This truth of Marxism is confirmed by the entire history of the development of science and philosophy. As Plekhanov became clearer and more frank in his position of Menshevism, the depth of his understanding of the problems of the philosophy of Marxism decreased. Menshevist idealists ignore the simple truth that it is impossible to talk about the existence of various jets in Marxism without changing the essence of the teachings of Marx, Lenin. Only from the standpoint of Menshevism can Plekhanov's mistakes and his misunderstanding on a number of critical issues of the essence of the materialist dialectics of a certain stream located within Marxism be characterized. This means to identify with the social fascist characterization of Marxism as a conglomerate of various currents, jets and inclinations in the interpretation of theoretical issues. The Menshevik idealists embarked on this path, wishing, by all means, to defend their typically revisionist attitude. The Menshevist idealists completely ignored Lenin's criticism of the theoretical mistakes of Plekhanov. On this issue, the revisionist groups in the USSR, the Mechanists and the Menshevist idealists largely converged. At least the Menshevist idealists, perverting themselves and not understanding the theory of Lenin's reflection, could not lead the struggle against the mechanistic revision of the Marxist-Leninist theory of reflection. Contrary to Lenin, they characterized the questions of criticism of the theory of hieroglyphs as unworthy. There is such a theory of hieroglyphs, said Deborin during the discussion, that she died a long time, does not care for anyone, who was finally criticized by Lenin. In this thesis of Deborin, not only is the lack of understanding of the danger posed by the Machist and Kantian revisions at the present stage, especially in the conditions of the crisis of capitalism, but also the desire to divert the attention of criticism from the Kantian jet, which takes place in the works of Deborin himself. In such articles by Deborin as Dialectics in Kant, in the works of Asmus, etc., Kant's agnosticism is obscured, his philosophy under their pen becomes for the present time almost a dialectical and revolutionary philosophy. The linkage along this line with the social fascist views largely explains the solidarity of the Menshevik idealists with the neo-Kantian revision of Marx's political economy, conducted by the Menshevik Pest Rubin. 5.4.2 Hegelian revision of the materialist dialectic. Until recently, the Menshevik revision of Marxism in capitalist countries proceeded mainly under the slogan of Kantianizing Marxist philosophy. The social fascist theorists, trying to substantiate their revision, tried to characterize Marxism as a one-sided teaching, which needs to be supplemented by its theory of knowledge of Kant. Exfoliating the revolutionary content of Marxism, they led the line on the addition of his Kantianism by bringing this reactionary theoretical base under its counter-revolutionary practice in the ranks of the labor movement. At the present stage, as the bourgeoisie is fascized and its attack on the working class increases, the bourgeoisie is trying to use Hegel's idealistic dialectic in a perversion and reactionary form for a philosophical foundation of its activity. This new trend of bourgeois thought, as mentioned, is also reflected in social fascism. In the USSR, where Marxism is the dominant ideology, taking advantage of the interest shown by the broad masses to Hegel, a group of philosophers led by Deborin revised the philosophy of Marxism under the guise of the need to supplement it with Hegelianism. The fascination with Hegel, the dialectician, writes Karev, was a completely legitimate and necessary reaction to the opportunist disdain of the majority of theoreticians of the Second International. But at the same time as the revolutionary Marxists headed by Lenin in Hegel were looking for additions to Marx, the Mensheviks in Hegel were looking for an antidote to Marx's state theory, and bourgeois apologists were an instrument against Marxism at its very foundation. In this thesis of Karev, dating back to 1924, the essence of the Menshevist idealistic revision of the philosophy of Marxism by the Deborin group is formulated. Marxism is incomplete, one-sided, needs to be supplemented, especially in its philosophical part. This is the attitude of the Menshevik idealists. Therefore, in contrast to the empiricists, the mechanists who simply threw philosophy overboard, the Menshevist idealists took the line to eliminate the philosophy of Marxism by separating it from the practice of class struggle, by complementing it with Hegelian philosophy, ultimately fulfilling the same task by using more subtle means. The elimination of the philosophy of Marxism, as the mechanists. Karev is against the essence of Marxism-Leninism, against Lenin's instructions that the doctrine of Marx is omnipotent because it is true, it is complete and harmonious, giving people a worldview irreconcilable with no superstition, no reaction, no defense of bourgeois oppression. This doctrine does not need any addition from the bourgeois idealistic teachings of the dying capitalist world, just as the philosophy of Marxism does not need any additions like complete philosophical materialism that gave humanity great tools of knowledge, and the working class in particular. The attempt to revise the philosophy of Marxism under the guise of its complement is not new and represents one of the methods of covering up the revisionist activities of various anti-Marxist groups, including the Menshevist idealists. Let us turn to a concrete consideration of those questions on which, complementing Hegel, the Menshevist idealists, who revisited the philosophy of Marxism, revisited. Lenin in 1922, set the task of materialistic processing rational content of Hegel's philosophy, at the same time pointing out that Hegel's method is radically opposed to Marx's method, as he thoroughly idealistic, that it cannot be used without processing or materialistic, especially connected with materialism. Other views are held by Menshevist idealists. In Hegel's teaching, they see, on the one hand, idealism, personified in the system, on the other hand, materialism expressed in the method of Hegel. According to the definition of Engels and Lenin, writes Karev, Hegelian philosophy was put on the head by materialism. The method was materialistic in it. Thus, under the pen of Menshevist idealists, the method of the classical idealist Hegel receives a characteristic as a materialistic method. The apologetic attitude of the Menshevist idealists to Hegel's philosophy, its uncritical acceptance, are expressed in this position by Karev with exhaustive completeness. Conducting their line on the Hegelianization of Marxism, the Menshevist idealists, as a rule, sought to back up their revelations with references to Marx, Engels, Lenin. Meanwhile, the classics of Marxism never approached the consideration of Hegel's method in isolation from his whole teaching, from his philosophical system. They always took them in unity, describing Hegel's philosophy as a philosophy in its content, structure, and idealistic method. "My dialectical method," wrote Marx, "is not only radically different from Hegel's, but represents its exact opposite. For Hegel, the process of thought, which he, under the name of an idea, turns even into an independent subject, is a demiurge of reality, representing only its external manifestation. For me, on the contrary, the ideal is nothing but." Marx with exceptional clarity emphasizes here the opposite of his method to the method of Hegel. The Menschevist idealists ignored Engels' direct, completely clear statements that a method which, by its own admission from nothing through nothing came to nothing was, completely inappropriate, that the Hegelian method in its existing the form was completely unsuitable. He was essentially idealistic. Engels puts this systematic criticism of the Hegelian method, the discovery and development by Marx of the method of materialist dialectics, on a par with the discovery of the basic materialistic view of the world. The classics of Marxism always emphasized that the most important task in overcoming Hegelian philosophy, in its criticism, is the task of reworking its dialectical idealistic method. The same task set before the philosophy and Lenin. Therefore, it is impossible to talk about any synthesis, about any combination of Hegel's method with materialism, without changing Marxism, just as you cannot talk about the combination or addition of Marxism with Kantianism. Nevertheless, this theory of combination, synthesis of the Hegelian method with the materialism of Marx and Lenin, is developed by Menschevist idealists on various issues of materialist dialectics and the history of philosophy. Dialectical materialism, in their opinion, is a synthesis of Hegel's dialectical method with a materialistic understanding of nature and history. Following the methodological attitudes of de Boron, his followers came out with the assertions that dialectical materialism is nothing more than Feuerbach's materialism plus Hegel's method, etc. So in the most vulgar form, the most complicated process of historical genesis and the formation of Marxism was presented. Conducting the theory that dialectical materialism is nothing more than a materialistic view of the world plus Hegel's method, Menschevist idealists confused this idealistic, eclectic confusion as a materialistic reworking of Hegelian philosophy, while opposing and tearing apart not only Hegel's method and system, but also the proletarian world outlook, promoting the idea of the possibility of synthesizing an idealistic method with a materialistic worldview. Leading the struggle against the Marxist-Leninist principle of partisan theory, tearing philosophy away from the concrete tasks of the class struggle, the Menschevist idealists in their works gave a theoretical non-Marxist interpretation of practice and theory. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the specific socio-historical practice of transforming the world according to the role of theory as an instrument of changing the world, Lenin's teaching about the unity of theory and practice, based on practice, Lenin's specific instructions that the point of view of the life of practice should be the first and main point view of the theory of knowledge, the Menshevik idealists, as a rule, replace Hegelian Feuerbach's understanding of practice. The main idea of Hegel in criticizing them of criticism and any theory of knowledge comes down to, writes de Boron, that criticism thoughts, that is, the study of her abilities, must go hand in hand with the activity of thought. Hegel solves the problem of knowledge in the light of the world historical practice of mankind. The dualism of the subject and object, knowledge and the subject is overcome not through contemplation, so to speak, of these opposites, but as a result of the subject's struggle with the object, their mutual comparison and comparison in the process of the historical life of mankind. Thus, de Boron interprets Kant's so extensive Hegelian criticism that he almost identifies it with Marxist criticism. De Boron does not understand that Hegel in this criticism of Kant does not go beyond the limits of his idealism and that therefore there is no question of how Hegel resolves these problems, and even in the light of the actual world historical practice of mankind. And this is for the simple reason that the practice in the understanding of Hegel is by no means a concrete historical, sensual practice of humanity, not the practice of discovering the laws of the objective world and its transformation, but only a practical idea, a category that completely fits into the Hegelian theory of the identity of being and thinking. Thus, de Boron's assertion that Hegel, in his criticism of Kant, solves the problems of knowledge in the light of the world historical practice of mankind, contradicts the facts, is further proof of the completely uncritical understanding of Hegel's views by the Menschevist idealists and their identification with the Marxists. Ignoring the Marxist-Leninist theory of practice takes place in de Boron's interpretation of the understanding of practice and theory by Feuerbach. All the literary activity of Feuerbach, writes de Boron, since the break with Hegel, represents a relentless struggle against the theoretical, contemplative point of view of previous philosophy and the defense of point of view and practical. In this thesis, eclecticism once again affects de Boron and his misunderstanding of the essence of the Marxist-Leninist interpretation of the problem of practice. In fact, neither Hegel nor Feuerbach reached the true understanding of the essence of the social concrete historical practice of mankind, being the spokesman for the ideology of the bourgeoisie. The first is mainly due to its idealism, the second is due to the metaphysical nature of its materialism and idealistic views in explaining social phenomena. The philosophy of Feuerbach is a vivid example of philosophy, which sought only to explain the world. Nature and man, writes Feuerbach, both constitute something inseparable. Contemplate nature, contemplate man. Here before your eyes you have all the secrets of nature. In this thesis, Feuerbach most clearly formulated the essence of his philosophy and its passive, contemplative nature. Feuerbach's weak side is his lack of understanding of the revolutionary, transformative role of practice and the role of theory as an instrument for changing the world. Through all his works, the thought passes that only contemplation of things and creatures in their objective reality frees a person completely from all prejudices. The philosophy of Feuerbach did not go beyond the task of explaining the world, while the task of philosophy, according to Marx, was not only to explain the world, but to change it. With all the great significance of his philosophy, Feuerbach was and remained a preacher from a purely theoretical, contemplative point of view, and not a fighter against it, as de Boron tries to present, contrary to the facts. Hegelian Feuerbachian, non-Marxist interpretation of practice and theory by Menschevist idealists is entirely linked with the line of separation of theory from the practice of socialist construction, the separation of the logical from the historical in explaining the problems of the history of philosophy. Menschevist idealists ignored Lenin's direct instructions that a revolutionary, truly scientific theory can only be developed on the basis of practice, in the most immediate, closest connection with her. They then recognized the theory of equal importance with practice, then in Hegelian they dissolved practice in theory. Marxism is not a dogma, but a guide to action. Losing sight of this, we take out his living soul from it, we undermine its fundamental theoretical foundations. Dialectics, the study of comprehensive and complete contradictions of historical development, we are undermining its connection with certain practical tasks of the era, which may change with each new turn of history. This gap in the connection of philosophy with the practical tasks of socialist construction was carried out by the Menschevist idealists on the philosophical part of the theoretical front, turning the development of the theory of materialist dialectics into empty literature, into abstract arguments about the logical ordering of categories, not even moving it forward. Idealism in the interpretation of the major issues of materialist dialectics is not an accidental phenomenon in the concept of Menschevist idealists, but an expression of the idealistic essence of their revision. That this is so shows the nature of their interpretation of the main problem of philosophy. In his book Lenin as a Thinker, de Boron, first giving the correct definition of matter, concludes, in a broader sense, matter is the entire infinite concrete set of mediations, that is, relationships and connections. This is a typical idealistic definition, for that which characterizes matter has not been reflected in it. Matter as an objective reality that exists independently of our consciousness, as the source of our sensations, etc. For some reason, all this has completely disappeared from the characterization of de Boron of matter in the broad sense. Is this an idealistic interpretation of matter in the works of Deborin and his group? Far from it. This definition stems from the entire revisionist line of this group and is far from being single. Idealism was especially strongly reflected in the interpretation of this fundamental, most important issue in the works of Deborin's students, in particular, in Hessen's book The Basic Principles of the Theory of Relativity. In it, Hessen, following the general line of Menschevist idealists, declares that dialectical materialism considers matter as a synthesis of space and time. This characteristic is basically identical with the above-mentioned Deborin characteristic. It also left only one connection, only the forms of existence of matter, without matter itself. Forms of existence of matter, time, and space are identified by Hesse with matter itself. This has nothing to do with the interpretation of matter in the philosophy of Marxism and represents a kind of characteristic of matter by modern philosophers and idealist physicists. These views on matter, thanks to the widespread attitudes of the Deborinsky group, made themselves felt in the most diverse areas of the theory, and in philosophy they led to frank idealism, to the statement that such an attribute of matter as stretching is not an attribute in itself, is not important for characterizing matter, etc. What then remains of matter from the interpretation of Menschevist idealists and from their oaths of loyalty to Marxist-Leninist philosophy? In this way, the Menschevist idealists revisited all the main problems of the philosophy of Marxism, so under the guise of developing dialectical materialism and Hegel's critics presented idealistic scholasticism of the worst sense. In his collection of articles Dialectics and Natural Science, Deborin, describing the philosophy of Marxism, wrote, "Materialistic dialectics as a universal methodology must penetrate all concrete and empirical sciences, because it is, so to speak, an algebra of sciences, introducing an internal connection to specific content." In this formulation of the essence of the materialist dialectic, Deborin completely reproduced the following characteristic of idealistic dialectics by Hegel. The dialectic is, therefore, a living soul in the movement of science. This beginning alone brings necessity and internal connection to the content of science. Here is a sample of the materialistic processing of Hegelian philosophy by Menschevist idealists. The idealistic definition of dialectics is not an accident, but a kind of system in the work of Menschevist idealists. Having characterized dialectic as an instrument for making connections, Deborin in other articles continues to develop this idealistic concept. It is necessary to be aware of the fact, he writes, that the basis of all scientific knowledge lies in basic concepts that have the character of a category. They are equally inherent in being, as well as thinking. According to the Marxist-Leninist theory of reflection, concepts are nothing more than images in human thinking patterns of the objective world. The categories of logic are a conclusion from the history of man's knowledge of the laws of the development of nature and society. Marxism connects the development of science and certain philosophical categories with the development of human society and human thinking, for they are the product of practical human activity and the result of human knowledge of the laws of the world. Deborin, arguing that concepts are inherent in being and thinking, gives them an ontological meaning, the meaning of some primary entities, and in this interpretation makes a bias towards Hegelianism. This type of position is very often repeated in the works of Deborin. So he writes, each separate area of reality, nature and society, is based on general laws and forms of movement, having their own foundation, at the same time rests on specific categories specific to this area. Here, Deborin carried out typical Hegelian installations. As we already know, Hegel, guided by his teaching about the identity of being and thinking, builds his own logic, starting with an empty identity, pure being, which goes into its opposite, pure nothing, seeing their unity in becoming passes to the concept of what has become, existing being, quality, and then goes on to the categories of quantity and measure, and finally, in the second part of logic, considering the categories of essence, reveals the concepts of identity, difference, opposites, etc. Formation of these categories for Hegel becomes SIE objective world. The process of knowledge Hegel identifies with the process of the development of the world. The self-development of the concept for him is identical with the self-development of reality. Contradictions in Hegel appear after the concepts of differences and opposites, that is, in other words, they appear at the next stage of development. From the point of view of materialistic dialectics, this does not hold water. Matter, eternally existing, objective reality, is internally contradictory at all levels of its existence and development. There can be no matter without motion, and the motion of matter is nothing but a constantly ongoing contradiction. To accept the Hegelian scheme of development of concepts and their interpretation of identity, differences, opposites, and contradictions as stages of the development of the world means to accept his teaching on the identity of being and thinking. It means to propagate pure idealism. On this idealistic way of interpreting the differences, opposites, and contradictions, de Boron becomes the opposite, he writes, goes further into contradiction, which constitutes a new step in the process of knowledge and development of the world. Here, de Boron describes the opposition and contradiction as different stages not only in the development of knowledge, but also in the development of the world, uncritically reproducing Hegelian views on this issue. De Boron objectively opposes here Marx's doctrine of internal contradictions of matter, as the basis of its self-movement, against the doctrine that difference and opposition are only forms of expression of contradictions of the material world. De Boron views the contradiction only as a later product of the development of the objective world. The contradiction in his interpretation appears only at the end of development. When, says de Boron, all the necessary stages of development from simple identity through differences and opposites to exclusive contradiction are passed, then the era of resolving contradictions comes. Here the stages of development of our knowledge of objective laws de Boron identifies with the stages of development of the objective world itself. A similar type of idealistic line is pursued by Menschevist idealists and throughout their interpretation of the general problem of the relationship between the logical and the historical in scientific knowledge. The classics of Marxism consider the logical as reproduced in thought, cleansed of historical accidents. In Capital, Marx gave a brilliant model for solving this cognitive problem. In the movement of concepts, he showed the historical process of development of capitalism, starting from simple commodity economy and ending with developed capitalism, gave a logical analysis of forms of exchange, ranging from a random form to a monetary form, and the course of Marx's logical analysis only reflects the course of historical development. Real public relations expressed by these forms. Marx, Engels, Lenin never dissolved the historical process of the development of society in a logical process, did not identify them, but always actively fought against the substitution of the historical for the logical. Meanwhile, in the works of Menschevist idealists, who readily refer to the classics of Marxism, pervasive logicism is the red thread. So they are characterized by complete oblivion of the class struggle in the study of the historical development of philosophical thought, the desire to present the history of the development of philosophical systems as a purely immanent, logical process of development. To explain the origin and essence of this or that philosophical system, for them it means analyzing from the logical side the content of the previous philosophical system and, finding in it similar elements with elements of the subsequent system, present them as causes and conditions that gave rise to further development of philosophy. In other words, as a rule, they took only the purely logical side, and the concrete historical basis for the development of philosophical systems was completely ignored. Class struggle, the fundamental driving force of historical development in a class society, completely fell out. At best, de Boron puts forward the needs of society or the level of culture as the main reason for the emergence of new philosophical theories, i.e., Hegel does not go further in solving this issue. Thus, writes de Boron, 2 points that determine philosophy: the needs of society in a given era or degree of culture form, as it were, the basis on which the philosophical system is built. Here we have which defines philosophy: the needs of society in a given epoch or the degree of culture form, as it were, the basis on which the philosophical system is built. here we have which defines philosophy, the needs of society in a given epoch or the degree of culture form, as it were, the basis on which the philosophical system is built. Here we have historical continuity, which goes hand in hand with the historical development of the various and diverse interests of society. The second point is logical continuity, which consists in the fact that philosophical teachings logically develop from each other and define each other logically. It is not by chance, therefore, that in our time, the development of materialist dialectics has been attempting to conduct Menshevist idealists out of touch with the practice of class struggle and socialist construction, without having developed any of the pressing problems of materialist dialectics. 5.4.3 Contrasting the dialectic of the theory of knowledge and the distortion of its revolutionary essence. Menshevist, idealistic revision of philosophy in the USSR was carried out in a highly veiled form, in subtle and complex forms, being basically an idealistic revision of the Hegelian type. But the Menshevik essence of this revision, its kinship with international Menshevism, apart from the points previously noted by us, found its expression also in the Kantian interpretation of a number of major issues of materialist dialectics. In particular, on this line, Deborin inspected and such an important question of the philosophy of Marxism as the question of dialectics as a theory of knowledge. On this occasion, Lenin wrote that dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism. That was the side of the case that Plekhanov did not pay attention to, let alone other Marxists. To these other Marxists we can rightfully rank Menshevist idealists in our time. Contrary to the characterization of materialistic dialectics as a theory of Marxist cognition given by Lenin, Deborin and his students absolutely uncritically followed Plekhanov, deepening his mistakes in this question and opposing the theory of knowledge to dialectics, as if only methodology. Deborin in the article Marx and Hegel writes that the significance of dialectics as a methodology opposed to the theory of knowledge, was fully recognized by the founders of Marxism and its largest representatives. Deborin argues that the theory of knowledge is no longer needed, that the theory of knowledge has fulfilled its historical task, thus identifying the theory of knowledge of Marxism with the Kantian theory of knowledge. By this, Deborin turns dialectics into some pure, abstract methodology. Deborin does not understand that materialistic dialectics is a genuinely scientific, to the end revolutionary theory of knowledge of Marxism, representing the unity of the scientific worldview and method. Deborin's reference to the founders of Marxism does not hold water. Marx, Engels, Lenin in their works never opposed, and could not oppose the materialist dialectic of the theory of knowledge. Dialectics is the science of the universal laws of the development of nature, society, and thinking. The laws of being and thinking are identical in content and different in form. These propositions of Engels give the key to understanding Lenin's instructions that dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism. Ways, methods of knowledge, therefore, cannot be established outside the specific, socio-historical practice of a person, outside the process of his cognitive activity. Dialectics, the social fascists oppose the theory of knowledge of Marxism to the dialectic. And this is entirely linked to their disregard for the role of practice, their rejection of the partisanship of philosophy and the understanding of Marxism as dogma, with their neo-Kantian complement and correction of Marxism. In contrasting the dialectic of the theory of knowledge, the political Menshevism of Plekhanov and the insufficiently one-sided understanding of dialectics by him undeniably affected the political Menshevism. Menshevist idealists, contrary to the doctrine of Marxism and Lenin's direct guidance, in spite of Lenin's criticism of Plekhanov specifically on this issue, continued to be carried out in the conditions of the USSR to restore their revisionist installation. Plekhanov, taking thus the theory of knowledge of the dialectic, method from worldview, theory from practice. Denying the role of the theory of knowledge behind dialectics, the Menshevist idealists thus bypass the basic question of philosophy about the relationship between being and consciousness and turn the dialectic into some kind of pure, not including worldview issues, but essentially an idealistic methodology. Such attempts to oppose, break the dialectic and the theory of knowledge, or dissolve the theory of knowledge in some abstract methodology, inevitably lead to agnosticism and idealism, to undermine the scientific significance of materialistic dialectics as the only scientific methodology and theory of knowledge. Materialistic dialectics is essentially a revolutionary science, so revisionists of all kinds, striving to undermine the effectiveness of Marxism, to blunt its revolutionary essence, first of all direct their weapons against the essence, the core of materialistic dialectics, the law of the unity of opposites. Some of the revisionists simply reject the study of the contradictions of the real world, calling the Marxian dialectic Hegelianism. Others seek to replace it with the vulgar mechanistic theory of equilibrium. Others interpret the basic laws of dialectics in an idealistic, Kantian understanding and try to discredit the laws of materialist dialectics in this way. Their truly materialistic and scientific revolutionary value. The latter is characteristic of the revisionist activity of Menshevist idealists. In his description of the law of the unity of opposites, Deborin essentially conducts social fascist attitudes. Guided by the law of the unity of opposites in our knowledge, it means to understand that internal contradictions are the basis for development, that in every phenomenon we have to reveal internal, essential contradictions behind external relations, reveal the causes leading to its self-denial. In the phenomenon itself, remember that in each subject there are conflicting trends, the struggle which is the cause of its development. Lenin, specifying the law of unity of opposites, developing it further on the material of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, describing this law, wrote, "The unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, as absolutely development, movement." Contrary to this classical characteristic of Lenin's law, Menshevist Vuyashchi idealists give a fundamentally opposite interpretation, describe it not as a law of struggle, not as a law of development, but as a law of synthesis, reconciliation of opposites. For example, one of Deborin's typical interpretations of this question. Speaking of the antinomies of Kant, Deborin writes, Kant contrasts the thesis with the antithesis, wanting to prove that the thesis excludes the antithesis and that therefore they cannot be reconciled, they cannot be resolved. The positive dialectic in the thesis and antithesis sees not mutually exclusive, but mutually reconciling opposites. Thus, the Leninist formulation of this law, a formulation that most fully and comprehensively expresses the essence of the development of the world, the essence of the class struggle, Deborin contrasts his Menshevik type with the interpretation of this law. This interpretation of the laws of materialist dialectics, characteristic of revisionists in general, is essentially the theoretical expression of their treacherous line in the ranks of the labor movement. Tove. Speaking about the law of the unity of opposites, Kaganovich stressed that to understand the unity of opposites in reality means not to be afraid of difficulties. It means not being afraid of the contradictions of life that arise on our way, but overcoming them with Bolshevik energy and perseverance. It is this understanding of the law that is truly scientific, Marxist-Leninist understanding of it. Proceeding from this scientific revolutionary understanding of the laws of dialectics, the laws of the development of class struggle, and guided by them, our party has always led the way not to reconciliation and to obscure fundamental differences, but to their opening and revolutionary overcoming. On the contrary, the social fascists are characterized by a line of reconciliation, the blunting of contradictions, the glossing over of fundamental differences, and they are characterized by the desire to hide differences, blunt, reconcile them. Menshevist idealists also followed this path. 5.4.4 Menshevik Trotskyist understanding of the class struggle. Interlocking with mechanism, historical materialism as a theory of the class struggle of the proletariat plays the largest role in the modern revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, in the practice of socialist construction in particular. The tasks of developing the problems of historical materialism, of studying new forms of class struggle and of the laws of the transition period are now acquiring exceptional importance. Historical materialism as the only scientific theory of knowledge and changes in the laws of social development must be put at the service of the practice of socialist construction. Without the closest connection with the practice of class struggle, without generalizing the experience of the struggle of the proletariat for socialism, theory cannot fruitfully develop and fulfill the tasks assigned to it to combat bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, to remake public consciousness, on the elimination of class remnants in the minds of people. Meanwhile, a group of philosophers headed by Deborin, divorcing theory from practice, philosophy from politics, is completely ignored the task of developing questions of historical materialism, and if it concerned them, it interpreted them in a Trotskyist or right opportunist, Menshevik idealistic or mechanistic sense. In their works, not only is there no attempt to further elaborate and concretize historical materialism on the new problems put forward by the dictatorship of the proletariat, but also problems that at the time were sufficiently developed by the classics of Marxism were given, as a rule, non-Marxist, Menshevik idealistic characteristic. All very few statements by Deborin on the theory of historical materialism are so abstract, in the worst sense of the word, that they are of absolutely no value and are often formulated in such a way that the question arises, who is the author or materialist or idealist? Take, for example, the Deborin characteristic of a class. He writes that Marxism considers the social class as a reality, as a real fact, on the basis of historical evolution. This characteristic is not only general and empty, but it also clearly incorrectly depicts the true merit of Marx in the area of the development of the problems of classes and the class struggle. In a letter to Weidmeyer dated March 5, 1852, Marx specifically noted that he showed the connection of the existence of classes with certain historical forms of development of material production, revealed and substantiated that the class struggle leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat and that the transition to destruction grades at all. Deborin, striving to prove to the Mechanists the reality of classes, true to his Menshevik idealistic methodology, bypasses the main, most important thing in Marxism. In his pamphlet Lenin as a Thinker, Deborin, attempting to more specifically characterize classes and class struggle under the dictatorship of the proletariat, wrote, "The dictatorship of the proletariat does not represent a kind of heavenly state in which class contradictions are eliminated. On the contrary, the dictatorship of the proletariat is a continuation of the class struggle and even civil war on a wider basis, in the international arena, where two hostile classes stand against each other." Here, under the pretext of presenting and developing Leninist views, Deborin carried out the right opportunist theory of the attenuation of the class struggle, carried out the theory of the rejection of the class struggle in the USSR and its recognition only in the international arena. This brightly ultra-opportunistic characteristic of the class struggle is supplemented by him in the same pamphlet with the Koskian characteristic of the essence of imperialism. Politically, writes Deborin, imperialism means reaction, but economically, progress. So despite the clear Leninist characterization of imperialism as the last stage in the development of capitalism, as a stage of decaying capitalism in all respects, Deborin conducts the theory of economic progress of capitalism, tearing politics away from economics in a Koski manner, objectively slipping into solidarity with Koski's doctrine of imperialism as capitalist politics. When trying to address issues relevant to the transition period, the Menshevist idealists turned out to be the outspoken guides of the theoretical attitudes of the defeated party of Trotskyism and the right deviation. Contrary to the teachings of Lenin about the proletariat and the peasantry as two main classes in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Karev puts forward the thesis about one main class in the transition period. Trotskyist denies the role of the peasantry as the second main class, opposing Lenin's teaching that the preservation of the union of the working peasants under the leadership of the working class. Thus, the interpretation of the questions of the class struggle of Menshevist idealists shows that, through them and the Mechanists, we have spokesmen for the ideology of various petty bourgeois strata. Menshevist idealists attributed to themselves the role of almost the only, to the end consistent fighters against the mechanistic revision of materialistic dialectics. Did they fight the Mechanists? Yes, they did, but they did not lead them from a dialectical materialist, not from a Marxist position, not in a party way, without finishing their criticism, without revealing the class essence of mechanismism. Moreover, on a number of issues, Menshevik idealists even identified themselves with the mechanists. So, for example, one of the first questions on which the struggle against the mechanists was launched was the question of the latter's denial of the philosophy of Marxism and its replacement with the latest conclusions of natural science. The Menshevist idealists broke a lot of copies in the fight against the mechanists on this issue, but formally fighting them, essentially idealistic emasculating the content of materialistic dialectics, Hegelizing the philosophy of Marxism, from the other end pursued the same line as the mechanists, the line of eliminating materialistic dialectic as a philosophical science. So Deborin wrote that speculative elements are being supplanted more and more by purely scientific ones, and the worldview as a whole acquires a more scientific character. Philosophy reveals a tendency to merge with science. A large proportion of purely philosophical questions are already being absorbed by positive sciences. Here, Deborin openly associates himself with the mechanists, holds completely erroneous views that have nothing in common with Marxist ones. Deborin, like the mechanists, talks about the destruction of philosophy, about its dying away and its replacement by positive sciences, not understanding that the philosophy of Marxism itself has a deeply scientific character and an independent field of study. There can be no talk of any merging of the philosophy of Marxism with other sciences, nor about the destruction of this philosophy as a science. Moreover, with the flourishing of positive sciences, Marxist-Leninist philosophy will be raised even higher in its development, and its role will become even more significant. About its dying off and its replacement by positive sciences, not realizing that the very philosophy of Marxism itself has a deeply scientific character and an independent field of study. There can be no talk of any merging of the philosophy of Marxism with other sciences, nor about the destruction of this philosophy as a science. Moreover, with the flourishing of positive sciences, Marxist-Leninist philosophy will be raised even higher in its development, and its role will become even more significant. About its dying off and its replacement by positive sciences, not realizing that the very philosophy of Marxism itself has a deeply scientific character and an independent field of study. There can be no talk of any merging of the philosophy of Marxism with other sciences, nor about the destruction of this philosophy as a science. Moreover, with the flourishing of positive sciences, Marxist-Leninist philosophy will be raised even higher in its development, and its role will become even more significant. At present, after discussion and exposure of two varieties of the Menshevik revision of the philosophy of Marxism in the USSR, the struggle must continue with both the mechanistic revision in philosophy, the main danger on the theoretical front, and Menshevist idealism. This struggle is an integral part of the development of the Leninist stage in philosophy, the specific problems of materialist dialectics and historical materialism. 5.4.5 Criticism of the methodology of counter-revolutionary Trotskyism and left opportunism. We have already said that in the history of the labor movement there are two types of perversions of the revolutionary theory and practice of the proletariat. Along with social reformism, frankly right opportunism, anarcho-syndicalists and similar revisionists left always existed and fought against Marxism. Representatives of this type of revisionism, in practice pursuing an opportunistic line, in words sought to be to the left of the party of the proletariat, putting forward hierarchical demands and slogans. A characteristic feature of the left opportunism is the crackling revolutionary phraseology that covers the petty bourgeois essence of their views. The theoretical basis of their views and their political practice is idealism, objectivism, abstract dogmatism, a complete break with dialectics. Revisionists on the left deny the need for flexible tactics, maneuvering, accounting for all conditions of the situation on the basis of materialistic dialectics. They do not set themselves the task of correctly considering all the specific stages of development and the difficulties to be overcome. They always act dogmatically, straightforwardly, unilaterally, subjectively, arbitrarily. As Lenin wrote in his notes on the question of dialectics about idealism, straightness and one-sidedness, woodenness and ossification, subjectivism and subjective blindness, voila are the epistemological roots of idealism. This assessment of Lenin is quite applicable to the Trotskyists, to anarcho-syndicalists and to all kinds of left deviationists. It reveals the essence of the philosophical foundations of their political views. On the question of leftist views, we find extremely important instructions from Marx and Engels, since they also had to fight on two fronts. After the revolution of 1848, the Willich-Schaper fraction of the minority arose in the workers' movement of Germany, which criticized Marx and Engels for their alleged lack of consistency and non-revolutionary in matters of the revolutionary movement in Germany. Dogmatism, idealism, subjectivism, and voluntarism, such is the philosophical characteristic of this left trend, given by Marx. Such are the features, such is the methodological essence of the left currents in the labor movement not only in the 19th century, but also in the XX century. This feature is not outdated and still. On the contrary, it received even greater confirmation of its correctness in the theory and politics of various left groups in the post-October period. This anti-Marxist methodology received the clearest expression in Trotskyism, in this type of Menshevism, which was covered with a left phrase at the previous stages and which has now become the vanguard of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. The attempt to bypass the question of the methodology of Trotskyism, as the Menshevist idealists did, not to consider or criticize its general theoretical, philosophical foundations is fundamentally wrong. The attempt to reduce the whole affair to Trotsky's personal sentiments, which from time to time, quite unexpectedly comes into conflict with the main governing core of our party, is often unsuccessful, too, on the most unexpected or random issue that is not of significant importance. In fact, not only Trotsky himself, but all Trotskyists, we have some common methodological attitudes characteristic of them. For the seemingly random and unexpected speeches of Trotsky, we must reveal their class basis, their theoretical roots, their connection with the whole system of views of Trotskyism. The desire to detach the political practice of Trotskyism from its theoretical foundations, as we have indicated, is extremely characteristic of Menshevist idealism, which bridges the gap between theory and practice. But Trotsky himself is trying to give a philosophical justification for such a break in theory and practice, which believes that theoretical activity should proceed independently of party political practice. For example, in his report on Mendeleev, Trotsky explicitly states that individual scientists may not think at all about the practical results of their research. The wider, the bolder, the more independent of the practical need of the day his thought works, the better. This was said by Soviet scientists. It was Trotsky who urged them not to think about the practical results of their work for socialist construction. It turns out that the less they know about the needs of social construction, the better. In this separation of theory from practice, science from party position, in bourgeois objectivism, Trotsky sees the essence of Marxism. It is the essence of Marxism, writes Trotsky, that he finally approached society as an object of objective research, considering human history as a giant laboratory diary. It is this objective approach that gives Marxism the unsurpassed power of historical foresight. Objectivism, divorced from revolutionary practice, is what Marxism looks like in the image of Trotsky. Following the position of Plekhanov that party science, strictly speaking, is impossible, Trotsky tried to substantiate this position in the future with the interests of the bourgeois reader. But the reader has the right to demand, he wrote in his work, for historical work to be not an apology for a political position, but an internally based image of the real process of revolution. Historical work only fully responds to its purpose when events unfold on its pages in all its natural coerciveness. Here political position is opposed Trotsky's real process, as if the proletariat's implementation of their political position does not in itself constitute a real process. Denying in words the perfidious impartiality, Trotsky puts forward in his place scientific conscientiousness. Trotsky completely misunderstood the essence of Marxism, its fundamental difference from bourgeois science, which is the consistent implementation of the principle of partisanship. Marxism differs from all other socialist theories, wrote Lenin, by a remarkable combination of complete scientific sobriety in analyzing the objective state of affairs and the objective course of evolution, with the most resolute recognition of the significance of revolutionary energy, revolutionary creativity, revolutionary initiative of the masses. But Trotsky's objectivism is only a disguised cover for his true subjectivism, his sophistry, his play with empty phrases. Trotsky repeatedly spoke out against clear revolutionary slogans, with his eclectic slogans covering his liberal political line. His slogans are a model of sophistry, the replacement of revolutionary assessments by petty bourgeois, opportunistic deviation from certain answer to burning political questions. Sometimes, from the outside, his slogans look as if dialectically, according to the formula that Plekhanov gave out as completely dialectical, neither yes nor no. In fact, this is a complete substitution of dialectics for sophistry. In the period of the Brest Peace, Trotsky throws an empty phrase, neither peace nor war; during the imperialist war, neither victories nor defeats. The same Menshevik formula, neither yes nor no, was expressed in Trotsky's denial of Bolshevism and Menshevism in its eclectic attempt to rise above the extremes, in an effort to create its own special trend. In fact, this sophistry of Trotsky led to political opportunism, to the passivity and betrayal of the revolutionary proletariat at decisive moments in the struggle. This point of view of the matchmaker constitutes the whole ideological basis of Trotsky's conciliationism. Unprincipled eclecticism and sophistry, opportunism, disguised with loud empty phrases such as Trotskyism in the past stages. The formula neither yes nor no is an absolute negation of anything, an abstract movement in words, but essentially a passive trampling on the spot. This is the poverty of philosophy, about which Marx, describing Proudhon, wrote, yes turns into no, no turns into yes, yes becomes both yes and no, no becomes simultaneously and no and yes. In this way, opposites are mutually balanced, neutralized, and paralyzed. That is precisely the meaning of the philosophy of negation in Trotsky. This is the philosophy of a liberal obscuring, blurring the actual contradictions of life, the class struggle, an attempt to circumvent sharp corners, evade a direct answer. Such a philosophy leads Trotsky to the same results as Proudhon did. Despite the greatest efforts to climb to the height of the system of contradictions, Mr. Proudhon could never rise above the first two steps, simple thesis and antithesis, and here he reached only 2 times, and overturned and fell once. Like Proudhon, here Trotsky did not get the dialectical logic of contradictions, but the formal logic of abstract negations. Subjectivism, sophistry, and formal logic lead Trotsky away from concrete study, to abstract reasoning from the point of view of general principles, and therefore to politically incorrect conclusions, when considering any issue. In the discussion on trade unions, Lenin says, when I take up the question of the production role of trade unions, I see the fundamental irregularity in Trotsky that he speaks about it in principle, about the general principle. He speaks in all theses from the point of view of the general principle. The statement is already fundamentally wrong in this. On the issue of trade unions, Trotsky does not give a concrete analysis of the position and tasks of the trade unions under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Therefore, Trotsky could not understand the essence of the trade unions, and therefore the role that the trade unions should play during the transition period. An abstract approach deprives Trotsky of the ability to correctly understand the nature of the Soviet state, the elements of bureaucracy in the latter, the correct balance of economics and politics, administrative bodies, and trade unions. The whole trade union platform of Trotsky, by Lenin's definition, takes a step back from business theses, setting concrete, practical, vital, living tasks, to abstract, devastated, theoretically incorrect, intellectually formulated general theses, with oblivion of the most business-like and practical. In order to put this question correctly, Lenin wrote, one must move from empty abstractions to a concrete, that is, to a given dispute. From general reasoning, from the theses on production atmospheres, production dialectics, etc., it was necessary to move on to studying the practical experience of production propaganda, the actual work of trade unions as a school of association, a school of solidarity, a school of management, etc. Trotsky violated this basic rule. The basic requirement of dialectics is the requirement of concreteness with its tests, with its whole approach to the question. Trotsky has the whole approach, his whole direction is wrong, as he goes backwards, from a living cause to a dead scholasticism of all sorts of production atmospheres. A characteristic feature of Trotskyist idealism is its voluntarism. For Trotskyism, the will is the most important thing, everything else is subject to it. Marxism-Leninism, as we know, never denied the role of the individual in history, much less the role and activity of the whole class. On the contrary, he emphasized the necessity and enormous significance of the conscious expression of the will of the working class. But at the same time, Marxism-Leninism believes that the basis of this activity of the individual and class is not arbitrariness, but the economic interests of the class, rooted in objective reality. Engels pointed out that free will means nothing more than decision-making with knowledge of the matter. Practical activity, volitional actions and aspirations, the policies and tactics of the proletariat should be based on objective necessity. In Trotsky, volitional aspirations are not an expression of this class-conscious inner necessity, but imposed on them from outside. Overtaking, premature demands, idealistic leaps through the necessary stages of the development of reality. We can follow a number of examples of Trotskyism's speeches, ignoring the main stages of the revolution in his theory of permanent revolution, attitude to the Brest world, failure to understand the Chinese Revolution of 1925 to 1926, the program of superindustrialization, the slogan of expropriation in 1927, etc. Idealism is especially vividly represented in Trotsky's historical works. In 1905, Lessons of October, History of the Russian Revolution. In all these works, Trotsky develops his views entirely in the spirit of Plekhanov's Menshevik historical concept, deriving Russian despotism not from the development of the Russian economy, not from the internal conditions for the development of class struggle in Russia, but from external conditions, from the need to protect the country from external attacks. Trotsky and the Mensheviks attributed these provisions to the bourgeois liberal historians Milyukov, Klyuchevsky, and others. It was not for nothing that Lenin, as far back as 1911, taking into account Trotsky's early work and comparing it with Martov, wrote, "Trotsky's philosophy of history is the same. The sectarian spirit, intellectual idealism, and ideological fetishism are brought to the fore. Historical idealism is reflected in Trotsky and in his approach to the essence of the historical process." In the work My Life, Trotsky wrote, "To put it bluntly, the whole historical process is a refraction of the natural through the accidental. If we use the language of biology, we can say that historical regularity is carried out through the natural selection of accidents." According to Trotsky, it turns out that the entire historical process is a natural selection of accidents. If the mechanists deny the objective nature of chance, then Trotsky, in contrast to them, turns chance into an absolute law of social development. Here we have a direct identification of chance with an objective regularity, in which objective necessity is ignored as the basis on which chance can take place. Here we have a transition to the point of view of bourgeois empiricism and idealism in the field of history. Along with the basic idealistic features of Trotsky's views, we find in them a significant dose of mechanism. Although Trotsky himself points out that the liberal Manchester attempts of mechanically transferring Darwinism to sociology led only to childish analogies, and considered that there is no need to dwell on these vulgarities, he still contradicts himself, falls into the arms of bourgeois naturalism and social Darwinism. Trotsky declares that Darwinism is the premise of Marxism, that in his deep conviction in the broad materialist and dialectical sense, Marxism is the application of Darwinism to human society. In a report on Mendeleev, Trotsky also stated that we live in an era of sifting and selection. In the same report on Mendeleev, we find in Trotsky a number of other mechanistic interpretations, in particular, the notorious theory of the reduction of higher forms of the movement of matter to lower forms. Psychology, he says, is reduced for us in the last account to physiology, as this last one is to chemistry, physics, and mechanics. Chemistry reduces the essence of chemical processes to the mechanical and physical properties of particles. Consequently, the essence of these or those complex processes, according to Trotsky, can be revealed only by reducing this higher to the simple, to the primary. For example, the phenomena of consciousness, the soul is, a complex system of conditioned reflexes, entirely rooted in primary reflexes of physiology, which, in turn, passes its roots through the powerful layer of chemistry into the subsoil of physics and mechanics. Trotsky is inclined to extend this theory of the reducibility of all phenomena to mechanics to society. The same can be said about sociology. To explain social phenomena there is no need to involve any eternal or otherworldly beginnings. Society is a product of the development of primary matter, like the crust of the earth or amoeba. Thus, from the most complex phenomena of social ideology, scientific thought gets to matter, to its constituent elements, to particles with their physical and mechanical properties using the methods of their diamond drilling. Consequently, Trotsky also applies to his society a universal law of reducibility of all the most complicated phenomena to the simplest. Instead of studying social phenomena in all their originality, Trotsky proposes to study the physiological and mechanical properties of the simplest elements, to approach social life, to the class struggle, just as the physiologist approaches the amoeba. Instead of dialectical materialism, we have here the mechanism of the most vulgar variety, the most vulgar metaphysics, flat evolutionism, and eclecticism. Trotsky slavishly grabs every bourgeois fashion trend in the field of science and declares it a materialistic, even a materialistic, dialectical movement. So the reflexology of academician Pavlov, who in the experimental works gave valuable data confirming materialism, but in general settings allows for a number of mechanistic errors, this reflexology is recognized by Trotsky as the only scientific psychology that goes all the way through dialectical materialism. We see the same thing in Trotsky's assessment of Freudianism. Freudianism is recommended by Trotsky as a working hypothesis that can and will undoubtedly give conclusions and conjectures going along the lines of materialistic psychology. The same story with the characteristic of Mendeleev's philosophical views. In the theory of knowledge, Mendeleev clearly stands on idealistic, precisely on agnostic, Hume-Kantian positions. He denies the possibility of knowing the essence of things. If, according to Lenin, agnosticism contradicts and is incompatible with dialectical materialism, then, according to Trotsky, agnosticism is only verbal concessions that do not affect the essence of views. And Mendeleev in his methods and in his highest achievements is none other than a dialectical materialist. Trotsky could not give a correct analysis of the views of a scientist with the position of dialectical materialism, since in his philosophical views he himself did not have and has nothing to do with Marxism-Leninism. We can find the same peculiar combination of idealism with mechanism in the analysis of views and other Trotskyist theorists, Preobrazhensky, Vorinsky, etc. If in Preobrazhensky in the New Economy elements of mechanism were especially pronounced, then Voronovsky's critical literary works were clearly worn idealistic character. The same methodological guidelines are also characteristic of the semi-Trotskyists of the Zinoviev-Kamenev group. Here we also find a combination of subjectivism, for example, in the question of the dictatorship of the party, in their portrayal of the dictatorship of the proletariat as the dictatorship of the party over the working class with abstract dogmatism and mechanism, the mechanistic transfer of capitalism to Soviet conditions and the interpretation of NEP as state capitalism, etc. Here we also find a scholastic approach to the new facts of life, the inability to correctly understand and correctly apply Marxism-Leninism, its materialistic dialectics. These methodological features of the Trotsky-Zinoviev opposition were revealed by Comrade Stalin at the 7th plenum of the ECCI, when he characterized the Zinoviev understanding of revisionism. According to Zinoviev, it turns out that any improvement, any refinement of the old formulas or individual provisions of Marx or Engels, and even more so their replacement by other formulas corresponding to the new conditions, is revisionism. Why, one wonders. Is not Marxism a science, and does science not develop, enriching itself with new experience and improving the old formulas? If, for example, Marx said in the middle of the last century that with the ascending line of development of capitalism, the victory of socialism within national borders is impossible, and Lenin in 15th century said that when the descending line development of capitalism, with dying capitalism, such a victory is possible, it turns out that Lenin fell into revisionism in relation to Marx. According to Zinoviev, it turns out in such a way, that any improvement in individual provisions and formulas of certain classics of Marxism is revisionism. A common methodological framework unites the Trotskyists of the Soviet Union with various Trotskyist and semi-Trotskyist groups in Germany and in other countries. Trotskyism also has a number of common methodological features with all kinds of left opportunism. Left opportunism and left bends at the present stage of socialist construction with administration and jumping over the nearest specific tasks, such as speaking out against the expansion of Soviet trade, for the dying off of councils in areas of complete collectivization, for the dying off of the monetary system, for dying schools, etc., with their bureaucratic administrative, mechanistic plans, also sin with subjectivism, abstractness, etc. The combination of subjectivism and voluntarism with mechanistic fatalism led the left opportunists and the Trotskyists to unexpected flights from one extreme to another, from the policy of administrative clamping to cries for democracy, from plans of super-industrialization to the camp of opponents of genuine industrialization. However, it should be noted that, despite the peculiar combination of the subjective idealistic understanding with the mechanistic fatalistic, the most important thing that characterizes their philosophical essence in the philosophical foundations of Trotskyism and left opportunism, there is a subjective idealistic basis. This is the well-known dividing line between the left and the right opportunism. The philosophy of left-wing opportunism reflects the social existence of the USSR, the ruining urban petty bourgeoisie, and expresses their aspirations and interests in the field of politics. Their political expression is petty bourgeois radicalism, petty bourgeois revolutionism with an opportunist being and external revolutionary phraseology. As we have already seen, both common social roots and a whole series of general idealistic provisions, and finally, often political practice itself, link Trotskyism with lesser idealism. A number of representatives of Menshevist idealism at one time fought against the party, being in the ranks of the Trotskyist opposition. At a certain historical stage in the development of Trotskyism and its existence as a faction of communism, Menshevist idealism supplied Trotskyism with its main methodological weapon, acting as a philosophical conductor of Trotskyist ideas. Bolshevist Vyshy idealism played the same role and continues to play in relation to the left opportunism. It is not surprising that Menshevik idealists did not criticize the methodology of Trotskyism. If they tried to criticize Trotskyism on this side, at best they found elements of mechanism in it, that is, they could not reveal the very idealistic essence of the theoretical, philosophical foundations of Trotskyism. Chapter 6. The main questions of the Leninist stage in the development of dialectical materialism. 6.1. Lenin in the fight against international opportunism and revisionism in the field of philosophy. The decision of the Central Committee of our party dated January 25, 1931 on the journal PZM, summing up the philosophical discussion, set before the philosophical section of the theoretical front the most important task of actually developing the Leninist philosophical legacy, the task of widely propagating the questions of the Marxist philosophy. The question of the Leninist stage in the development of dialectical materialism is the central problem of the whole struggle with Menshevik idealism and Mechanists, and the main point that determines the path of all our further theoretical work in the field of dialectical and historical materialism. Can and should we even speak about Leninism in philosophy? Can we even speak about a new and higher stage in the development of Marx-Engels dialectical materialism? Does not such a statement of the question represent the opposition of Lenin to Marx and Engels? Does this not lead to an underestimation of what Marx and Engels gave in the development of philosophy? Just on these issues we have an exceptional distortion of Marxism. Ryazanov, this traitor and traitor to the party, spoke out against the very legitimacy of raising this question. All this is not surprising, if we recall how Ryazanov once wrote about Leninism. It is to him that famous words belong: I am not a Bolshevik, I am not a Menshevik and not a Leninist. I am only a Marxist, and as a Marxist I am a communist. Ryazanov's views on the question of Leninism in philosophy were by no means singular. On the contrary, these views were a red thread in the works of Deborin, Karev, and others. However, in this matter they were not alone. Such theorists such as Trotsky, Zinoviev, Preobrazhensky, Bukharin developed such views in their philosophy on the question of Leninism in philosophy. In the collection Militant Materialist, Book 2, in 1925, Preobrazhensky's article Lenin and Marx as Theorists was published, raising the question of Lenin's theoretical legacy. In this article, Preobrazhensky develops the following mechanistic scheme: in Marxism, he distinguishes various elements having different degrees of durability. Firstly, such elements, which should remain entirely; secondly, those that should be developed and supplemented; and, thirdly, those that should be replaced by new constructions. And now, from the point of view of this scheme, Preobrazhensky comes to the conclusion that the methodology of Marxism, dialectical materialism, this is precisely the element of Marx's doctrine that does not tolerate any development. He writes, as for the general philosophical method. Further, while continuing to develop these thoughts, Preobrazhensky found that the unity of the method of Marx and Lenin lies in the unity of the method of dialectical materialism. We now turn to Bukharin. In his pamphlet Lenin as a Marxist, Comrade Bukharin also raises the question of dialectical materialism in Lenin's works. He approaches this problem in the following way: in Marxism, he distinguishes two things: first, the sum of ideas, propositions, theoretical views, etc.; second, the Marxist method, its methodology, with which this sum of ideas and views, theoretical positions are extracted, with the help of which a certain historical epoch is analyzed, etc. And in this regard, he writes, but if by Marxism we mean not the sum of ideas, what Marx had, but the tool, the methodology, which is incorporated in Marxism, then it goes without saying that Leninism is not something that modifies or auditing methodology of Marxist teaching. On the contrary, in this sense Leninism is a full return to the Marxism that was formulated by Marx and Engels himself. So, from the point of view of Comrade Bukharin, Leninism, by its methodology, is a full return, and only a return, to Marxism, formulated by Marx and Engels himself. In this regard, there is no further development, no further deepening and concretization of Marx's doctrine. Thus, we see that in this matter we have a touching unity of views in Ryazanov, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Preobrazhensky, Bukharin, Deborin, Karev, etc. In contrast to all the wrong attitudes in this matter, we have an attitude and a solution to this problem, given by T. Stalin as far back as 1924 in his Fundamentals of Leninism. He wrote on the question of interest to us: what was given in Lenin's method was already predominantly present in Marx's teaching, which, according to Marx, is essentially critical and revolutionary. It is this critical and revolutionary spirit that penetrates Lenin's method from the beginning to the end. But it would be wrong to think that Lenin's method is a simple restoration of what Marx gave. In fact, Lenin's method is not only the restoration, but also the concretization and further development of Marx's critical and revolutionary method, his materialist dialectics. Here are given the only correct statements and the solution of the question of Leninism in philosophy. Lenin's works on dialectical materialism, his brilliant use of materialistic dialectics are not only a return to dialectical materialism. Leninism in philosophy represents not only the return, but also the further development and concretization of dialectical materialism. Leninism in philosophy represents a new, higher stage in the development of the philosophy of Marxism. It should be clear and understandable to everyone that such a question can in no way mean any kind of opposition of Leninism to Marxism or any misunderstanding or underestimation of the legacy of Marx and Engels. On the contrary, if you truly be faithful to the spirit of Marxism, and not its letter, if you correctly understand the relationship between method and worldview, between theory and practice, if you understand that Marxism is not a frozen dogma, but a living, developing teaching, then only that answer is possible. Given by T. Stalin on the question of Lenin's stage in the development of dialectical materialism. The question about the method of dialectical materialism, given by Preobrazhensky, Bukharin, whose views proceed from the fact that in the content of Marxism, the richness of his ideas there can be a major movement forward, but in the field of Marxist methodology there can be no movement forward and deepening, based on a complete misunderstanding of the correlation of the method of Marxism and its other constituent parts, on a misunderstanding in essence, if you raise the question, the relationship between theory and practice, on the misunderstanding of the very method of dialectical materialism. Indeed, can there be significant new content in the very development of Marxism, such as Lenin's works on imperialism, on the state and revolution, on the Soviet form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, etc., etc., without development, specification, deepening the relationship between theory and practice, on the lack of understanding of the method of dialectical materialism itself? Indeed, can there be significant new content in the very development of Marxism, such as Lenin's works on imperialism, on the state and revolution, on the Soviet form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, etc., etc., without development, specification, deepening the relationship between theory and practice, on the lack of understanding of the method of dialectical materialism itself? Indeed, can there be significant new content in the very development of Marxism, such as Lenin's works on imperialism, on the state and revolution, on the Soviet form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, etc., etc., without development, specification, deepening the very method of materialistic dialectics? The new epoch, and precisely such a rich epoch as the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, gives new forms of communication, new laws, new types of relations, extremely complex forms of class relations, various forms of class struggle, the gigantic development of technology, natural sciences, and the peculiar contradictions development, etc. One can understand all this only on the basis of deepening and concretization of the Marxist methodology itself. Since dialectical materialism is a scientific methodology, to the extent that its deepening and concretization cannot but be based on the totality of the knowledge of the sciences of its time. And it is precisely in all these relations that Lenin is brilliant and great. As you know, Comrade Stalin, in his letter on some issues in the history of Bolshevism, emphasized the tremendous international significance of the theory and practice of Bolshevism. This letter is a brilliant continuation and development of the basic principles of his Questions of Leninism on questions of the struggle of Bolshevism against opportunism. Just as in the Questions of Leninism, Comrade Stalin remarkably deeply and fully consistently conducts here one of the most important theses set forth by Lenin in his preparatory work for the famous book The State and the Revolution. Lenin throws one extremely important remark there. He says, the Bolsheviks are not casus, they grew out of the struggle against opportunism from 1894, 1914. And in Comrade Stalin's The Questions of Leninism, and in his last letter on the history of Bolshevism, all these problems are posed and developed precisely in the spirit of the Leninist principle of Bolshevism's uncompromising struggle against opportunism in all its forms and forms. It is clear that when we raise the question of the new thing that Lenin introduced into the development of dialectical materialism, one cannot but depart from these most important points. It is clear that one cannot consider the philosophy of Marxism without or outside the whole history of Bolshevism, without or outside the whole history of the struggle of Bolshevism against opportunism, from which Bolshevism grew. On the other hand, it is clear that it is impossible to give a true scientific history of Bolshevism without considering, studying Lenin's theoretical struggle. This is precisely what the letter of Comrade Stalin calls for. Starting from this basic position, we will be able to correctly approach the formulation and resolution of issues related to understanding and highlighting the Leninist philosophical legacy, the Leninist stage in the development of dialectical materialism. Tov. Stalin gave the classical definition of Leninism as Marxism of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolutions. To understand the essence of the theoretical questions and problems that inevitably had to arise and arose in connection with the practice of class struggle during this new historical period, it is necessary to recall some of the main features that characterize it. As pointed out by T. Stalin, this new historical era is determined by three main points. 1. The extreme intensification of the struggle between the working class and capitalists. 2. The extreme aggravation of the struggle between imperialist powers for the redivision of the world, for the colonies, for the markets and raw materials. 3. The fundamental contradictions and the intensification of the struggle between oppressor and oppressed nations. All these contradictions are an expression of the fact that the productive forces cannot further develop within the framework of the production relations created by capitalism at this stage, that this is the last stage in the development of capitalism, that this is the eve of proletarian revolution. This new epoch is characterized by an extreme aggravation of the class struggle, new forms of its manifestation, and extreme complexity. This is a period of extremely fierce struggle in the field of ideology. This is the crisis of the whole system, the crisis of bourgeois ideology, bourgeois science, etc. In the conditions of this new historical stage, new tasks arose and confront the proletariat and its party, the tasks of directly overthrowing capitalism. In the same new historical period, the whole bourgeois essence of the policy of the Second International was revealed. In The Questions of Leninism, T. Stalin gives a description of the entire work of the Second International. Only by understanding the depth of this characteristic can one understand how Bolshevism grew on the basis of the struggle against opportunism in the Second International. Tov. Stalin writes, above, I said that between Marx and Engels, on the one hand, and Lenin, on the other, lies a whole lane of the domination of opportunism of the Second International. In the interests of accuracy, I must add that this is not about the formal domination of opportunism, but only about its actual domination. Formally, the leaders of the Second International were faithful Marxists, Orthodox, Kosky and others. In fact, however, the main work of the Second International was carried out along the lines of opportunism. The opportunists adapted themselves to the bourgeoisie by virtue of their opportunistic, petty bourgeois nature, while the orthodoxes, in turn, adapted themselves to the opportunists in the interests of maintaining unity with the opportunists, in the interests of peace and party. The result was the dominance of opportunism, because the chain between the politics of the bourgeoisie and the politics of the orthodox turned out to be closed. An extremely profound description of the main line of the work of the Second International as an opportunistic line is given here. Tov. Stalin also shows the role and importance of centrism in the Second International, the role and significance of various forms of opportunism. It shows how the chain between the policies of the bourgeoisie and the policies of the Second International was closed. Further, Comrade Stalin points out a number of characteristic features of the work of the Second International: the domination of eclecticism, sophistry instead of revolutionary theory, closely related to the living practice of the revolutionary struggle, the presence of fragments of Marxism, which, being divorced from the practice of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, turned into emasculated dogmas. Tove. Stalin points out that instead of a revolutionary struggle, the epoch of the Second International flourished flabby philistinism, politicking, etc. In connection with all this, the proletariat and its real ideologues were faced with the task of forging, creating really militant, truly revolutionary parties. It was necessary to make a complete revision of all that was created during the period of relatively peaceful organic development of capitalism, during the period of the domination of the Second International. It was necessary to clear the Augean stables of the theory and practice of the Second International. And this part of the general verification of the theoretical and practical platform of the Second International fell to the lot of Leninism. It is clear that this indication of Comrade Stalin, where he gives a historical analysis of conditions and outlines the historical tasks that befell Leninism, refers not to one of the sides of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine, but to all the constituent parts of Marxism, to the economic, political, and his philosophical side. Lenin not only restored the revolutionary Marxist doctrine, having cleared it from the opportunism of the Second International, but also developed it further in relation to the new conditions, the conditions of imperialism, the conditions of the new forms of class struggle. Lenin gave further specification of all aspects of the Marxist-Leninist teaching. It is necessary to examine the essence of the philosophical positions of the Second International, find out how the closure of the chain between the policies of the bourgeoisie and the policies of the Second International affected the philosophical views of the latter, in order to show the whole role and significance of the Leninist struggle against philosophical opportunism in all its manifestations. Eclecticism, sophistry, the isolation of theory from practice, from revolutionary struggle are characteristic of the entire set of views of the most prominent theorists of the Second International, including their philosophical views, for their philosophical line. This line is mainly determined by the following points: 1. A complete separation of theory from practice, 2. Rupture of economics and politics, 3. The separation of the economic and historical theory of Marxism, its constituent parts, from the philosophical basis. Hence, among the most prominent theorists of the Second International, there arises the need to find some kind of new theoretical and cognitive rationale for the economic and historical theory of Marxism. It is clear that when the philosophical basis of Marxism is disconnected from the historical and economic theory of Marxism, one has to put some other philosophical foundation under Marxism. Among the most prominent pillars of the Second International, we just have the binding of the most terre bourgeois points of view along the line of philosophy. In this regard, the representatives of the Second International are whipping completely around the tail of the bourgeoisie. Finally, the moment characteristic of the general picture of their philosophical views is the refusal of the most prominent theorists of the Second International in one form or another from materialist dialectics. At one time, this found a clear expression in the position put forward by the famous Bernstein that dialectics is nothing more than a trap on the way to genuine knowledge, that dialectics must be abandoned. Other representatives of the Second International, the hidden opportunists, centrists, etc., expressed essentially the same thing, but only in a more subtle, veiled way. Such is the general characteristic of the philosophical line of the Second International. As for the theoretical cognitive foundations that were brought under Marxism in connection with the elimination of the Marxist philosophical foundations by the representatives of the Second International, the following tendencies are typical for the latter: the essentially official jet is Neo-Kantianism, then Marxism, then the recently developing Neo-Hegelianism. It is known that the Second International put forward quite prominent representatives of the Neo-Kantian current, who linked Kant and Marx differently in questions of philosophy, ethics, etc. We find among them theorists such as Bernstein, Max Adler, Forlander, Koski, Hilferding, etc. The Machist stream is also strong, and the neo-Hegelian current that has developed in recent years in the ranks of social democracy, which is finally developing. One of his prominent spokesmen for the time being is Breslauer Professor Siegfried Mark. An extremely curious process takes place, in which the closeness of the chain between politics, theory, the ideology of the bourgeoisie, and politics, theory, the ideology of the Second International, is reflected. In recent years, bourgeois philosophy is increasingly turning to Hegel, trying to modernize it, adapt it in its own way. Fascist bourgeois philosophy puts neo-Hegelianism in its service. This process, which takes place in the ranks of bourgeois philosophers, immediately receives its response in the ranks of social fascism. Social fascist theorists, following the bourgeoisie's motive, are trying to move from neo-Kantianism to Hegelianism. We now turn to a more detailed account of the attitude of the theorists of the Second International to these philosophical schools of the bourgeoisie. Let us first consider Koskai's position on neo-Kantianism. In his famous article Marxism and Revisionism, Lenin described the neo-Kantianism that developed in the ranks of social democracy as follows: in the field of philosophy, he wrote, revisionism went at the tail of bourgeois professorial science. The professors went back to Kant and revisionism dragged on for neo-Kantians. The professors repeated thousands of times the Cotter's vulgarity against philosophical materialism, and the revisionists, condescendingly smiling, mumbled that materialism had long been refuted. Professors blamed Hegel like a dead dog, and, preaching idealism themselves, only 1,000 times smaller and more vulgar than Hegel's, scornfully shrugged their shoulders about the dialectic, and the revisionists climbed behind them into the morass of the philosophical debacle of science, replacing the cunning dialectic with the simple evolution. Professors practiced their state salary, driving both their idealistic and critical systems to the prevailing medieval philosophy, and the revisionists moved towards them, trying to make religion a private matter not in relation to the modern state, and in relation to the party of the advanced class. What kind of real class significance such amendments to Marx had, one cannot speak of this. The matter is clear of itself. Trying to make religion a private matter not in relation to the modern state, but in relation to the party of the advanced class. What kind of real class significance such amendments to Marx had, one cannot speak of this. The matter is clear of itself. Trying to make religion a private matter not in relation to the modern state, but in relation to the party of the advanced class. What kind of real class significance such amendments to Marx had, one cannot speak of this. The matter is clear of itself. This scathing criticism, directed against revisionists such as Bernstein, against Konrad Schmidt, against Struve and others, was directly related to the centrists and Koskai, who in these matters essentially gave up the position to Bernstein. The neo-Kantian revision of Marxism, exposed by Lenin, shown from its social roots, the theory advocated by social democratic philosophers, in essence, did not differ from the idealistic reaction of the bourgeois neo-Kantians. Previously, professors, honestly fulfilling the social order of the bourgeoisie, were dragged back to Kant. Now, in fulfilling the social order of the capitalists, they are striving to adapt the Hegelian theory of the state, even the Hegelian dialectic, to the need of black shirts, to justify the terrorist rule of the bourgeoisie. Previously, the social democratic theorists, lagging behind these bourgeois professors, connected Marx with Kant. Now the modern social fascists, trailing behind the reactionary scholars, preach the neo-Hegelian views and try to somehow connect them with Marx. Koskai's position on the attitude towards the neo-Kantian revision of Marxism very well expresses in general that attitude to philosophical problems that prevailed in the ranks of social democracy. In his correspondence with Plekhanov, when the latter came out with very sharp criticism of Bernstein, Koskai wrote, "In any case, I must openly declare that neo-Kantianism confuses me the least. I have never been strong in philosophy, and although I stand on the point of view of dialectical materialism, I still think that the economic historical point of view of Marx and Engels is at least compatible with neo-Kantianism. After all, Darwinism also gets along well with Buchner materialism, as with the monism of Haeckel and Kantianism of Lang. If Bernstein shed only in this direction, it wouldn't bother me in the least." Koskai, as you see, is not at all embarrassed by the combination of Kant and Marx, the separation of the philosophical foundations of Marxism from the economic and historical theory of Marxism. True, he declares that he is entirely at the point of view of dialectical materialism, but this declaration is in fact replaced by a complete surrender of his positions. It must be said that Koski conducts the same point of view in his last work, The Materialistic Understanding of History, which is a theoretical generalization of all the opportunistic practices of social democracy. In this two-volume work, Koski speaks on the question of the relationship between the various sides of Marxism. He says, "The recognition of a materialistic understanding of history should not be a prerequisite for membership in a social democratic party. This party should provide everyone who wants to participate in the struggle for the liberation of the proletariat, in the struggle against all oppression, exploitation, theoretically justify this desire, as it can, materialistically, Kantian, Christian, or in any other way. In essence, this point of view provides complete freedom to combine Marxism with religion, with Kant, Mach, etc." Koski's general position on the relation to Neo-Kantianism, expressed in 1898 in correspondence with Plekhanov, found its theoretical expression here. If we take his interpretation of the questions of the theory of knowledge, things in themselves, problems of ethics, the Neo-Kantian point of view of the author is felt everywhere. Let us turn to the question of the general attitude of Koski to Marxism. During the philosophical discussion of 1908 to 1910, with Bogdanovism, one of the workers, Bendianich, appealed to Koski to speak on the question of Marxism. Koski answered him with a letter. "You ask me," he wrote, "whether Mach is a Marxist. It depends on what is meant by Marxism. I consider Marxism not as a philosophical doctrine, but as an empirical science, as a special understanding of society. This view, however, is incompatible with idealistic philosophy, but it does not contradict Mach's theory of knowledge. I personally do not see a significant difference between the views of Mach and Dialectical. Marx is very close to Dialectical." This answer is extremely characteristic not only in its theory opportunist essence, it also defines Koski's understanding of Marxism, its opportunistic attitude to Marxism. So Koski views Marxism not as a philosophical doctrine, but only as an empirical science. Secondly, Marxism is only a theory of society. And third, Marxism is incompatible with the idealistic revision of Marxism, but at the same time it does not contradict Mach's theory of knowledge, which, after all, is idealism. Such is Koski's dialectic. This is the body caricature of Marxism drawn by the venerable Koski worker Bendianich. This small place from Koski's answer perfectly describes his views. It fully confirms the general description of the positions of the Second International, which was given above. This is Koski's attitude to Marxism, which was developed in the West, and we have Bogdanovism, etc. But we should take Koski's last work, The Materialistic Understanding of History. We can say the same about Neo-Hegelianism. Koski turns in order to prove that Marxism can be compatible with Neo-Hegelianism, etc. The general process of fascization of social democracy gets its quite clear expression in the book In the Field of Philosophy. Such is the philosophical line of this shameless eclecticism, this hardened sophist, reconciling, connecting everything and continuing to give such a mess for Marxism. It is necessary to dwell a bit on the characterization of the philosophical positions of the left-wing Social Democrats Mering and R. Luxemburg, as well as Plekhanov, the leader of Russian Menshevism, in order to imagine with all clarity what the Second International gave in the field of philosophy in order to understand the significance of the struggle against opportunism which was conducted by Lenin. Mering has written quite a few articles on philosophical questions, and paid quite a lot of attention to philosophical problems. A number of Mering's articles devoted directly to the criticism of a literary work contain valuable, accurate characteristics from the point of view of dialectical materialism. But still, basically, Mering does not go beyond the positions we have characterized above. First of all, dialectical materialism is not for Mering a coherent outlook and the method of Marxism. He believes that you can set the view into the nature of the mechanical materialism and that this kind of materialism is combined with historical materialism. This view runs like a thread through all the works of Mering. We also find statements on his attitude towards Neo-Kantianism, Marxism, etc. In a number of his articles he wrote that Neo-Kantians did not at all encroach upon the existence of Marxism, but only wanted to elevate it or supplement it, that they do not find fundamental errors in historical materialism, that Mach for natural science did the same thing that Marx did for the social sciences, that Mach does not want to be a philosopher at all. He is confident enough in order to confine himself to the sphere in which he scientifically feels himself the master. In this respect, Mach is quite in agreement with Marx. These are some of Mering's statements in a number of his philosophical articles. On the question of mechanical materialism and historical materialism, Mering wrote, "Historical materialism includes natural science in itself, but natural science does not include historical in itself. In the field of natural science, mechanical materialism is a principle of scientific research, which historical materialism is in the social sciences." To assert that Marx and Engels, who rejected the right of mechanical materialism to the sphere of history, would also deny him his right to the sphere of natural science, would mean to send these people from the field of scientific thinking to the area of superstition, in which devils of Australian blacks manage, philosophy of the unconscious and the psychism of the neo-Marmarists. Mering is not an idealist and does not combine Marx with Kant, Marx with Mach. However, he is not, as we see, a consistent dialectical materialist. On the contrary, in his outlook, in his views on nature, Mering sticks to mechanical materialism. What are the philosophical positions of R. Luxemburg? It is absolutely clear that she is not a representative of consistent, that is, dialectical materialism. In the economic works of R. Luxemburg, in her theory of automatic collapse of capitalism, in raising the question of the relationship between internal and external contradictions, we find a detailed mechanistic concept applied to the analysis of capitalism. Also known is the assessment which Lenin gave to the views of R. Luxemburg on the national question. Touching on the philosophical side of the question, Lenin shows how R. Luxemburg substitutes dialectics with sophistry and completely abstract propositions. Lenin especially scourges her for not understanding a concrete historical approach to the national question. In the question of spontaneity and consciousness, R. Luxemburg combines idealistic moments with individual moments of mechanism, but consistently conducted dialectical materialism is absent in its theoretical statements and applied to this or that political particular practical question. The philosophical positions of the left Social Democrats, the left radicals in the Second International, as we see, did not differ significantly from the theoretical and philosophical views of the revisionists and centrists. 6.2. Lenin and Plekhanov. Plekhanov undoubtedly occupies a special place among the theorists of the Second International. The question of Lenin and Plekhanov was one of the most important questions of the entire philosophical discussion, one of the most important questions of the struggle against Menshevik idealism and mechanism. In his philosophical views, Plekhanov undoubtedly represents the best among the theorists of the Second International. Undoubtedly, along with the internal organic unity that exists between Plekhanov's political opportunism and his philosophical deviations from Marx and Engels, he has a certain contradiction, which is that he nevertheless, better than all the other theorists of the Second International, defended materialism from subjective idealism and positivism of the populists and from open Bernstein revisionism, led the struggle against Marxism and Bogdanovism and at the same time turned the dialectic into sophistry, scholasticism. The difficulty lies in the fact that Plekhanov represents, as Lenin noted in his statements and characterization of Plekhanov, the figure truly historic. The approach is to reveal a truly objective place and significance that Plekhanov occupies in the development of the labor movement. A genuinely historical assessment consists in giving, in recognition of the role played by Plekhanov, at the same time revealing all the mistakes that exist in his philosophical views. It is necessary to give a Bolshevik assessment of the role and significance of the struggle that Lenin led with Plekhanov on all major philosophical problems. Beforehand, one extremely important remark must be made to show that there is much in common between Deborin and Axelrod on the question of attitude towards Plekhanov. Despite all the struggles that Deborin and Axelrod fought between themselves, in the main question, on the question of Lenin and Plekhanov, on the question of Lenin's philosophical inheritance, there are many similarities in their views, and this general is extremely important to analyze and show here. For example, in the magazine under the banner of Marxism was printed without comments, it should be like some kind of official material about Plekhanov, the letter of Axelrod Orthodox and Deutsch, under the heading G.V. Plekhanov never ceased to be a Marxist. The content of this letter is as follows. The number 110/1519 Izvestia All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, as well as in other organs of the press put the ECCI appeal to the workers of all countries, in which among other things in the first paragraph is printed more late Plekhanov, when he was a Marxist, and so on. We consider the words underlined as incorrect and offensive both for the memory of the founder of the Marxist trend in Russia, and for us, his friends, and like-minded people personally. We find it all the more necessary to protest against this insinuation, because it has been abandoned by an entire institution, moreover in its appeal to the workers of all countries. The latter, not knowing the exact views of the late Plekhanov and relying on the statement of such an authoritative body as the Comintern Executive Committee, will undoubtedly believe that the founder of Marxism in Russia later changed him, which of course is absolutely wrong. We, persons close to Plekhanov, know what his views were until his death. We assert that up to the grave he remained faithful to the views of the founders of scientific socialism, which he had learned in his youth and invariably preached for 40 years. P.S. We ask all the bodies that printed the appeal of the Executive Committee of the Comintern to reprint our present letter. For the Committee on the Perpetuation of the Memory of G.V. Plekhanov Lyubov Axelrod Orthodox, Leo Deutsch, May 20, 1922, Moscow. Here is a direct Menshevik attack, a direct Menshevik appeal against the appeal of the Comintern, who is accused by Axelrod of insinuations, etc. And this was placed at the time on the pages under the Marxist banner. This is an extremely characteristic fact that needs to be clarified in order to understand how important the struggle with Komaria, as with the Mechanists, was around the problem Lenin and Plekhanov. In essence, both Deborin and Axelrod for a number of years before the last philosophical discussion and during it defended and carried out this point of view, did not abandon it essentially even after discussion. It does not make sense to dwell on the already well-debunked Deborin formulation of the question of Plekhanov as a theorist, who supplements Lenin as a practice. You can take another installation, student Karev. In his instead of an article for the 5th anniversary of the journal, he wrote the following. Nowadays, attempts are being made repeatedly to oppose Plekhanov to Lenin or Lenin to Plekhanov. Attempts are no good. Everyone knows the political mistakes of Plekhanov. It is known that in the twilight of his days during the war and in 1917, many of the political mistakes of such a consistent mind as Plekhanov was turned into theoretical mistakes. And before the war, Plekhanov had several inaccurate formulations and unsuccessfully set accents in the field of theory, the famous story with hieroglyphs and the concept of experience, the insufficient emphasis on Marx's inclusion of the theory of knowledge in dialectics, the loss of classes in the scheme of the public whole that prepared Plekhanov's mistakes in the Russian history public thought, etc. But all these private mistakes cannot eliminate the general thing that Lenin repeatedly stressed: the philosophical works of Plekhanov still remain the best of what is written on these topics in the world literature of Marxism. Here Karev expounded the whole concept in the understanding of Plekhanov. There is not a grain of Bolshevism in this concept. Here that no line, then gross errors. The general meaning of these errors, an apologetic attitude towards the whole. Plekhanov, Plekhanov Menshevik, Plekhanov author of the History of Russian Social Thought, and so on and so forth. Karev, unaware that Lenin's Bolshevik necessary to oppose Plekhanov, Menshevik, that Lenin's theory of reflection must be contrasted with Plekhanov's hieroglyphic theory, and so on and so forth. Karev thinks that falling out of classes in the scheme of a public whole is an unsuccessful emphasis. This places a bright spotlight, reveals and illuminates the entire Menshevikovaya issue, and even simply the liberal essence of the views of Karev and the entire boarding group. This place magnificently reveals the anti-Marxist essence of Menshevist idealism. These are the attitudes that the group on the question of the relationship between Lenin and Plekhanov had. Let us turn to Zinoviev. In his book Leninism there is a special chapter, Leninism and Dialectics. This chapter, being a vivid example of the quotational Marxism, shows how far Comrade Zinoviev understood neither Leninism nor dialectics, how he perverts the genuine Leninist dialectics, its revolutionary effective character. Zinoviev completely misunderstood the partisanship of philosophy, so deeply and fully unfolded by Lenin. Not understanding this aspect of the matter, Zinoviev slides into a straivistic objectivist interpretation of materialist dialectics. This is how he perverts the creature of Lenin's views. Lenin knew how to be the most active, passionate, rabid participant in events, and at the same time knew how, as if going off to the sidelines, completely objectively observe events with philosophical calm. Continuing to develop this installation, if I may say so, Zinoviev tries to prove with a number of examples how in the midst of topical and political arguments Lenin suddenly turns to dialectics. Nothing more than a complete perversion of the essence of the matter. Such characteristics of Lenin should be called. Zinoviev, quite outwardly, mechanically imagines the connection between theory and practice, between rabid, passionate activity in political events and the supposedly objective, philosophically calm observation of them in Lenin, between current political argumentation and argumentation from the point of view materialistic dialectic. Zinoviev does not understand at all that the power of Lenin as the greatest materialist dialectic who developed the teachings of Marxism in the new historical epoch is that he provides examples of the revolutionary unity of theory and practice, of scientific analysis with deep partisanship. Zinoviev does not understand that Lenin has the organic internal unity of revolutionary theory and revolutionary politics. It is clear that, having distorted the Menshevik theory of Marxist-Leninist theory and practice, Zinoviev completely misinterprets the question of Lenin and Plekhanov. In essence, he poses this question in the spirit of Menshevist idealism, or, rather, is one of the authors of this position. Here is what he writes about Plekhanov and Lenin. As long as it is a matter of purely philosophical problems, Plekhanov understands dialectics as well as Lenin. As an enlightener, as a writer, as a propagandist, as a popularizer of the philosophical views of Marx, Plekhanov is strong. Academic presentation of the dialectical method Plekhanov gives us brilliantly. But to reduce all these issues from the academic sky to the sinful land, to apply the dialectic to the revolutionary struggle, to the movement of the masses, to social development, to the liberation struggle of the working class, in this area Plekhanov turned out to be completely powerless. And Lenin in this particular area was a real giant. Doesn't Zinoviev here co-author Deborin's famous Menshevik thesis that Plekhanov is a theorist and Lenin is a practitioner? Did Zinoviev not break the theory and practice here? Zinoviev obscures the fact that, in the general understanding of materialist dialectics, we have in Plekhanov, despite the brilliant presentation, a number of gross, fundamental errors, a well-known system of deviations from dialectical materialism. Zinoviev completely blurs the fact that Plekhanov's political opportunism could not fail to get its expression in his theoretical views on the philosophy of Marxism, and vice versa. His deviations from dialectical materialism could not help but have an effect on his political views. Zinoviev, like Karev, like Deborin, does not understand the connection that Lenin repeatedly revealed in his works. What is the real historical place of Plekhanov, and how should one raise the question of the relationship between Lenin and Plekhanov in the development of the philosophy of Marxism? Undoubtedly, Plekhanov, who was at the head of the emancipation of labor group, is one of the representatives of Marxism in Russia. We know Lenin's statements about this. Undoubtedly, much of what Plekhanov wrote on dialectical materialism was of great positive importance for the strengthening and development of Marxist ideas in Russia. The works of Plekhanov were and are of considerable value in the struggle against philosophical revisionism. Taking these historical merits of Plekhanov at the same time, we must not forget the struggle that Lenin waged against the distortions of the materialist dialectics by Plekhanov, against the Plekhanov-Menshevik scholastics, sophistry, and vulgarization of Marxist philosophy, especially in its application to political and strategic tactical issues. We must know from the history of the entire revolutionary movement in Russia and in the West over the past 4 decades, know from the history of the struggle of our party that it is the only consistent follower of Marxism in the entire international labor movement who has raised Marxism in all its constituent parts, including the theory of dialectics, on a new level, is Lenin. There were repeated attempts to present Plekhanov as an intermediate link between Marx and Engels, on the one hand, and Lenin, on the other, attempts to portray Lenin as a disciple of Plekhanov. It is necessary to repel this apparent falsification of historical facts in favor of Menshevism. We must also give a decisive rebuff to the claims that Plekhanov in the theoretical sense, in the academic presentation of Marxism gives brilliant pages, that Plekhanov has no flaws in this respect and that only in practice he turned out to be non-dialectic. This is a totally wrong point of view. Since, however, Marxism of the Second International Epoch represents a step backwards, a retreat from orthodox Marxism, and since Plekhanov in his entirety of his works basically does not go beyond the limits of Marxism of this era, we should consider his own philosophical works as a series of deviations from consistent Marxism. It is an erroneous opinion that in Plekhanov we have in the field of philosophy only a series of separate, random, erroneous formulations. There are a lot of individual mistakes from the point of view of Lenin's understanding of the problems of Marxist philosophy. The task of understanding these mistakes, the task of critical overcoming them, is that it is necessary to search for and disclose the internal logic of these mistakes, as well as the organic link that exists between them and the political, mainly Menshevik, line of Plekhanov. Approaching the assessment of the entire set of theoretical works of Plekhanov, it is necessary first of all to note that the main tradition and dogma of the Second International, the gap between theory and practice, the gap between theoretical writings on dialectical materialism and the inability to apply it, received a very vivid expression. One need only recall Lenin's characteristics of this Plekhanov dialectic in order to understand what is strong, as described above. The gap exists in Plekhanov. If we take Plekhanov's own philosophical works and analyze the totality of the mistakes that he has and which were criticized by Lenin, then in general we can outline about 4 rods around which these mistakes are concentrated. 1. The lack of understanding of dialectics as a theory of knowledge, the lack of understanding of materialist dialectics as a philosophical science, the reduction of dialectics to the sum of examples. 2. Commitment to formalism and logistics. 3. Significant elements of agnosticism, Kantianism. 4. Significant influence of vulgar, contemplative materialism. Lenin's struggle against Plekhanov's opportunism and its perversions of dialectics has been going on throughout the history of our party. Here we will cite only some facts from this struggle, while noting a characteristic feature: the struggle that Lenin waged against Plekhanov on political issues all the time touches on the cardinal problems of materialist dialectics. Let us point out here at Lenin's criticism of Plekhanov in connection with his adherence to formalism and logistics. We are referring to Lenin's remarks on the Plekhanov draft program of the party. Lenin in his remarks about Plekhanov's second project wrote the following: 1. According to the method of formulating the most important department related to the characterization of capitalism, this project does not give a program of the proletariat fighting against very real manifestations of very definite capitalism, but a program of an economic textbook devoted to capitalism in general. 2. In particular, the program is not suitable for the party of the Russian proletariat, because the evolution of Russian capitalism, the contradictions and social disasters generated by Russian capitalism are almost completely bypassed and obscured by the same system to characterize capitalism in general. To get rid of the fact that capitalism in its developed form is generally distinguished by such properties, and in Russia capitalism becomes predominant, means to evade that particular accusation and declaration of war, which is more important for a practically fighting party. These Leninist remarks, full of deep meaning, cast a bright light on all the difference between Lenin's materialist dialectics and Plekhanov formalism, its logistics in solving major issues. Lenin has the requirement of concrete analysis of concrete capitalism in Russia and setting specific tasks for the party, the proletariat, and Plekhanov, a general characteristic of capitalism, abstractness, and deducing the properties of Russian capitalism from the definition of the concept of capitalism in general. This system to characterize capitalism in general is extremely characteristic, as Lenin notes, for the entire program. Instead of concrete analysis on the basis of dialectical materialism, in Plekhanov we have a deduction from concepts, a logical definition of concepts. But this is a characteristic feature of formalism and logistics. In July 1907, in the preface to the second edition of The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Lenin returned to the same characteristic of the Plekhanov methodology, but on other issues. He wrote, "A concrete analysis of the position and interests of various classes should serve to determine the exact meaning of this truth in its application to a particular issue." The opposite way of reasoning, often encountered by right-wing social democrats with Plekhanov at the head of them, that is, the desire to seek answers to specific questions in a simple logical development of common truth about the main character of our revolution, is a debasement of Marxism and continuous mockery of dialectical materialism. Lenin's struggle with Plekhanov's theoretical and tactical views, especially during the revolution of 1905 to 1906, was of great importance for the victory of the Bolshevik strategy and tactics in the labor movement and its implementation in the revolution. Along with directly political content, this struggle provides extremely rich material for studying and understanding Lenin's philosophical positions in opposition to Plekhanov's positions. It should be noted that Plekhanov conducts his entire argument on tactical issues allegedly from the point of view of dialectical materialism. All the time, he criticizes Lenin for a complete lack of understanding of dialectical materialism, for deviating from him. In his article Something About Economism and Economists, he throws the Bolsheviks' accusation of being careless about theory. In the economist practice, he wrote, the theory in general was not acquired in the worst way. But the current practice of the political tone also not God knows how prilas hit to theory. If we really get to the truth, then we will say that our current practices, politicians, are just as careless about the theory as the practices, economists of the recent past. With a zeal worthy of a better use, Plekhanov repeats the same slander on Lenin infinitely many times. Blaming Lenin in the absence of dialectics, he even states the fourth period in the labor movement. He writes, and this is why the liquidation of the fourth period of our movement, characterized by the influence of Lenin's metaphysics, just as the third period of its movement is characterized by the influence of economism must, among other things, be to rise finally to the theoretical point of view this group. Even very short-sighted people will soon see it. Plekhanov does not stop at these vile attacks against Lenin, he deepens them, spreading slander, then supported by Dvorin and other Mensheviks at that time, regarding Machian philosophy, which is supposedly the official philosophy of Bolshevism. Here is what he wrote in his letters on tactics and tactlessness. When I say that we, in words, actually hold on to Marx and his dialectic, I, of course, do not mean theorists of our present Blanquism. In the field of philosophy, these people even in words do not follow Marx. They act as his critics. For them, who stand on the point of view of empirio-monism, the dialectic is a long surpassed level. This was written by Plekhanov in the spring of 1906. The accusations of Lenin and the Bolsheviks of idealism are repeated by Plekhanov an infinite number of times. So he writes, the tactics defended by our Bolsheviks bears obvious traces of petty bourgeois idealism and petty bourgeois pseudo-revolutionism. He further writes, Lenin lowers the level of revolutionary thought, he introduces a utopian element into our views. Blankism or Marxism, this is the question we are tackling today. Tov. Lenin himself admitted that his agrarian project was closely connected with his idea of seizing power. In Letters on Tactics and Tactlessness, he addresses the Bolsheviks in the following way: you are precisely dogmatists who have lost all ability to practice. You take your own will for the main revolutionary engine, and when we point you to a real relationship, you scream about our supposed opportunism. You think that a revolutionary who wants to reckon with these real relationships is nothing left to do. Your faction, like two peas in a pod, is similar to the Willich-Schaper faction, and this faction was only a German form of Blanquism, which adopted Marx's terminology and some completely undigested scraps of his ideas. Naturally, being idealists in tactics, you naturally use idealistic criterion for evaluating all other parties, you try to define them more or less goodwill. Your arguments about the criticism of weapons are nothing more than a simple transfer to the domain of tactical reasoning of the Dürangian theory of violence, which Friedrich Engels once so mocked at mockingly. In the article we have quoted above, The Working Class and the Social Democratic Intelligentsia, Plekhanov accuses Lenin of both narrativism, socialism, and Bauerism. So he writes, in Lenin's view, we see not Marxism, but, I apologize for the ugly-sounding word, Bauerism, a new edition of the theory of heroes and the crowd, corrected and supplemented in accordance with the market requirements of the most modern time. Such is the bouquet of lies, slander against Lenin, which Plekhanov puts forward in the process of the Bolsheviks' struggle against the Mensheviks for carrying out revolutionary tactics in the 1905 revolution, for the slogans of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, for exposing the Menshevik opportunism, their tailism to the cadet liberal bourgeoisie. It would be possible to show that Plekhanov fought Lenin throughout almost the entire history of the party. With the exception of those periods when he himself showed fluctuations in the direction of Bolshevism. Here it is only necessary to cite the Plekhanov assessment of the April theses of Lenin in 1917, which are the greatest document of international socialism, the clearest example of the method of materialist dialectics, the deepest concrete analysis of the class struggle and the correlation of class forces in the February Revolution. How does Plekhanov evaluate these theses? He wrote, I compare him theses with the speeches of the abnormal heroes of these great artists and in some way enjoy them. And it seems that these theses were written just under the circumstances in which Avkenti Poproshin sketched one of his pages. This situation is characterized by the following note: I do not remember the numbers. There was no month either. It was the devil knows what is. We will see that it was under this situation, that is, with full distraction from the circumstances of time and place, Lenin's theses were written. This means that the reporter of Unity, who called Lenin's speech delusional, was absolutely right. That is how evil, frenzied insinuation Plekhanov comes to in the struggle against Bolshevism during the war and in the period after the February Revolution. Plekhanov criticizes Bolshevism, dwelling on the philosophical, methodological side of the issue, in every way perverting, in every way juggling his views. Disclosing and overcoming Plekhanov's mistakes in the field of philosophy means overcoming Menshevism in such an important theoretical area as is the philosophy of Marxism. It was along this line that the struggle against Menshevist idealism was, and has great party significance. 6.3. Lenin's struggle against philosophical opportunism in the history of our party. Let us turn to the question of the falsification of the history of Lenin's philosophical struggle with opportunism, which we have in the works of representatives of mechanism and Menshevist idealism. It is necessary to note a number of characteristic features of the approach taken by Menshevist idealism to Lenin's philosophical struggle with opportunism. First of all, and this is in close connection with the general concept of Menshevist idealism, for the Deburinsky there is a characteristic separation of Lenin's purely philosophical works from all his other works. Such works of Lenin, such as What is the Friends of the People, Development of Capitalism in Russia, etc., completely fell out of the attention of these philosophers when approaching the path of Lenin's philosophical development, since these works are not purely philosophical works. The second characteristic feature of Lenin's approach of Menshevist idealism to the philosophical struggle is the well-known theory that Lenin is a disciple of Plekhanov and therefore his philosophical works do not have independent meaning, but are important insofar as they complement Plekhanov's views. The third characteristic feature of their approach to the struggle of Lenin against philosophical opportunism is the denial of the international significance of Lenin's works. Against neo-Kantianism, against Marxism, the denial of the international significance of Lenin's struggle for materialist dialectics. Finally, the fourth moment is the intensified dragging of the Menshevik Plekhanov's little idea about the organic connection that supposedly exists between Bolshevism and Marxism. Here are four important points that are a common thread in a number of articles, materials, works written by representatives of Menshevist idealism. Will we take the book Lenin as a Thinker by Deborin, the book Lenin and Philosophy by Lupol, Karev's works and articles? All these moments have been developed in one degree or another. Let us recall first of all what Deborin wrote in his article Marx Philosophy and the Russian Revolution as early as 1908, being a Menshevik, regarding the connection that supposedly exists between the philosophy of Marxism and Bolshevism as a political movement. The seal of subjectivism, of voluntarism, he says there, rests on all the tactics of so-called Bolshevism, whose philosophical expression is Marxism. Marxism is a worldview without a world. As a philosophy of subjectivism and individualism, it forms, in combination with Nietzsche's immoralism, which gives justification for evil, exploitation, etc., an ideological fog covering the practical aspirations of the bourgeoisie. Bolshevik philosophers and ideologists do not go beyond the limits of the petty bourgeois outlook. Bolshevik strategists and tactics with their romantic revolutionism and petty bourgeois radicalism put into practice the theoretical principles of philosophical nihilism, based on which is the denial of objective truth and the recognition of the right for each person to determine the nature of what is permitted and unauthorized, true and false, good and evil, fair and unjust. Our maximized Marxists are conscious Bolsheviks, comprehending the practices and tactics of the latter. Bolshevik practices and tactics are unconscious Marxists and idealists. Objectively, Marxism is thus in Russian ideology of the revolutionary, radical stratum of the bourgeoisie, and within these limits, Marx a progressive phenomenon. In relation to Marxism, the worldview of the proletariat, Marxism plays a reactionary role. The powerlessness and political backwardness of the petty bourgeoisie force it to seek temporary allies among other classes of the population. But the most reliable revolutionary consistent ally is the proletariat. But in order to grasp the latter for the sake of at least the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, one has to resort to Marxist phraseology, which makes it possible to cover the petty bourgeois essence. After all, our social revolutionaries are Marxists too. Special comments to this Menshevik slander on Bolshevism are hardly required. It is important to note that such views in a highly veiled form were reflected even in the work Lenin as a Thinker, written by Deborin in 1924, published until 1928 without any corrections. It must be said that in this question we can state that there was a touching unity between then Deborin and Axelrod Orthodox. Axelrod Orthodox has a number of malicious Menshevik articles on philosophical questions. Here is what she wrote, for example, in the article Two Trends. If the link between philosophy and social trends is hidden in most, if it has to be discovered only by analyzing the internal content of this social trend, then the link between Bolshevism and Marxism is striking from the vulgar empirical point of view, or, to put it in terms of empirical critics, from a purely descriptive point of view. In fact, most theorists of Bolshevism profess empirio-critical teaching. Philosophy for these theorists is not a serious subject, but a method of thinking, which also determines the methods of their practical activity. It is clear, therefore, that their theoretical and practical activity also influenced the circle of social democrats, which has no direct relation to philosophy. Further in the same article, she continues in the most slanderous way to depict the psychology and logic of Bolshevism, as she puts it, striving to prove the kinship, the identity of Bolshevism with Marxism. Plekhanov's thesis about the relationship of Bolshevism with Marxism, which was so zealously developed and promoted by Deborin and Axelrod, was exposed by Lenin. In his work Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin wrote, "In his remarks against Marxism, Plekhanov did not so much care about the refutation of Marx as about inflicting factional damage to Bolshevism. For this petty and meager use of fundamental theoretical disagreements, he has already been punished by the right, 2 books of Menshevik Machists." Let us now turn to the work of Comrade Lupol Lenin and Philosophy. In it we find. In his book he did not develop in a positive form the principles of dialectical materialism, but he expounded them in the form of negative criticism of the philosophical revisionists of Marxism. The polemical task determined the method and nature of the construction of the book of Lenin. For each of the main provisions of the revisionists, he finds them rooted in the idealistic philosophical literature of the West and, thus revealing their idealistic, anti-Marxist character, contrasts briefly materialistic theses, drawing them not only from Marx and Engels, but also from such materialists like Diderot, Feuerbach, Iosif Ditskin, Plekhanov. Here is an example of the falsification of the philosophical path of Lenin. It is especially strange to read such lines about the Lenin book, written in 1925 to 1926, and printed in 1929, after that remarkable, deep posing of the question, which Comrade Stalin gave in his works in 1924 exposing such falsification. It must be said that Lenin from his very first works gives us samples of the effective understanding of Marxism, which was mentioned at the beginning. Lenin from his very first works connects philosophy with politics, gives samples of the partisanship of philosophy. When he criticizes the economic, political views of the populists, he does not stop there, but also gives extensive criticism of their philosophical and sociological views. Let's compare at least 2 works, on the development of the monistic view of Plekhanov and what is the Friends of the People of Lenin, and we will immediately see the enormous difference that exists between Lenin and Plekhanov, between the understanding of Marxism and Lenin and Plekhanov. What does Plekhanov give in his book? It is known that this book by Plekhanov is one of his best books on the philosophy of Marxism, that a number of generations of Marxists grew and grew on it. It is clear to us that this book must be studied, that without this it is impossible to become a genuine Marxist, a genuine communist, but it is not necessary to study it in the way of Jordan. It needs to be studied critically, figuring out Plekhanov's mistakes and what in which Lenin surpasses Plekhanov. Plekhanov we find extremely academic presentation of Marxism, Marxist philosophy, and historical preparation of Marxism. We already have in this book significant elements of mechanism, errors on the question of the role of the geographic environment, geographic bias, lack of understanding of the relationship between nature and society. We have in Plekhanov a completely insufficient formulation and development of the question of the role and significance of the theory of class struggle in Marxism, in the materialist understanding of history. From Lenin, from the very beginning, we are confronted with party militancy in the struggle against the Narodniks. Lenin establishes the connection between the philosophical, sociological, economic, and political views of the populists. If we take Lenin's analysis of handicraft in the domestic production system, if we take the specific nature of the criticism of the populists, going from criticism of the general philosophical and sociological views of the populists, to questions about the community, about handicrafts, if we compare all the theoretical wealth that Lenin gives, and recall that it is in this work that sharpens the most important problem of historical materialism, the question of the socio-economic formation, we will see what difference there is between these works of Lenin and Plekhanov. Finally, it must be said that Lenin is essentially the first and independently, and not in the way that Deborin and Lupol depict, gives in Russia a detailed exposition of the Marxist world outlook in the struggle with the subjective sociology of the Narodniks. Plekhanov wrote his book in the autumn of 1894, and Lenin wrote his Friends of the People in April 1894, and wrote independently, regardless of the work that Plekhanov did. Comparing these works, revealing how much higher Lenin's work is, we can say that Lenin was the first in Russia to give an extensive exposition of dialectical materialism in the struggle against the Narodniks in his book With Subjective Sociology. Lenin was the first to lead the struggle against neo-Kantianism in the most consistent way. As far back as the end of 1894, Lenin read in the Petersburg Circle of Social Democrats a report on the reflection of Marxism in bourgeois literature, which he published in a revised form, as a book aimed at two fronts simultaneously, against Struve and against populists. We have in mind Lenin's work The Economic Content of Populism and his criticism in the book of Mr. Struve, written in end of 1894 and published in 1895. This work provides an exceptional example of the irreconcilability of theoretical controversy, a sample of the struggle on two fronts. In it, Lenin also criticizes Struve's philosophical views, criticizes in a number of places and remarks the neo-Kantian revision of Marxism, which was outlined by Struve. Concreteness criticism characteristic generally for Lenin's works. Further, in his works against Bulgakov on the theory of implementation, etc., Lenin throws a number of remarks against the neo-Kantians. At the same time, Plekhanov did not yet speak either against the Bernstein revision or against Struve. Much later, in a letter to Patrusov of September 2, 1898, Lenin points out that Plekhanov still does not speak out strongly against neo-Kantianism, giving Struve and Bulgakov polemics about the main issues of this philosophy, as if it had become an integral part of Marxist philosophy. The first version of Plekhanov's article on the economic factor published in PZM sheds bright light on Plekhanov's interpretation of a number of philosophical questions, in particular, describing his attitude to neo-Kantian revisionism of Struve, Bulgakov, Berdyaev, etc. Leninist criticism of Struve. In this version of the article, Plekhanov writes, "The philosophical views of the students who are opposed to the German critical philosophy are not similar to the philosophical views of the authors of Capital. They know this very well and do not consider themselves consistent with his philosophy. But this does not prevent them from recognizing the justice of his economic and philosophical historical theory. They are his students to the same extent as those who share not only his economic and philosophical historical, but also philosophical views. Neo-Kantian within these limits can be the same loyal and consistent student of this famous thinker, like any of the modern materialists, that is, those who follow the author of Capital in philosophy as well. But is it possible to share the philosophical and historical views of a writer, without at the same time sharing his philosophical views? This question cannot be answered unconditionally, ça dépend, as the French say. But as for the neo-Kantians, it must be said in the affirmative that they can, without changing their philosophical point of view, recognize the validity of Marx's economic and philosophical historical views. This version of the article was written by Plekhanov at the end of 1897 or at the beginning of 1898. Here, for a number of tactical considerations, Plekhanov comes, as we see, to the theoretical protection of revisionism, allowing the possibility of combining Marxism with neo-Kantianism. As a matter of fact, in these lines there is no difference in the statement of this question between him and Koski, who, just in a letter of May 22, 1898, wrote to Plekhanov about the same thing. In contrast to this position, Lenin from the very beginning of his literary activity, from his first major work What is the Friends of the People and How They Fight Against the Social Democrats, takes a clear, consistent, revolutionary position, defending the solidity and integrity of the Marxist doctrine, categorically speaking against any attempts or even hints of the possibility of combining Marxism with some fashionable philosophical theory. Lenin is essentially the first in the international arena to criticize the Russian neo-Kantians, with concrete criticism and analysis of their economic views, and so on. This is how it is in reality, and this reality completely contradicts what Deborin wrote. It must further be said that Lenin is in essence also the initiator of the struggle against Marxism, and this, again, is completely distorted by Deborin in the book Lenin as a Thinker. Deborin portrays the case as if the Plekhanov school, which included Plekhanov, Axelrod, and himself, Deborin, came out in the struggle against Marxism, and Lenin only joined them and wrote his materialism and empirio-criticism. Lenin was the first to initiate the struggle against Marxism. In 1904, Axelrod, at the insistence of Lenin, wrote an article directed against Bogdanovism. Around 1901, after reading Bogdanov's book A Historical Look at Nature and seeing that it is an idealistic revision of Marxism, Lenin insisted that Plekhanov and Axelrod criticize Bogdanov, since he himself was then directly engaged in party affairs. At the same time, Axelrod wrote her article, and she herself pointed out that she was criticizing Bogdanov at the insistence of Lenin. The Deborinci, like the Mechanists, completely covered the international significance which Lenin's struggle against Marxism had. Meanwhile, Lenin himself wrote that this philosophical dispute was of international importance, that dialectical materialism needed to be tackled with new discoveries in the field of natural science, that Plekhanov did not raise this question at all, ignored questions of natural science. Here are a number of points that should be specially theoretically developed to show the role and importance that Lenin's struggle against opportunism has in the field of philosophy in order to show the consistency and intransigence with which Vladimir Ilyich waged this fight throughout the entire history of the party. One does not have to dwell on the meaning that the questions of the struggle against neo-Hegelianism, materialism and empirio-criticism, Lenin's works on Hegel, his article on the meaning of militant materialism provide a detailed theory of materialist dialectics, a deep appreciation of the role and significance of Hegel in preparing Marxism, an excellent weapon for really critical approach to Hegel, for exposing his idealism. In the struggle of Bolshevism unfolding in the international arena against fascism, social fascism, the struggle against the fascism of science, which leads the fascists to try to portray every major bourgeois thinker as the ancestor and father of fascism, whether Hegel, Goethe, Spinoza, etc. d. Protection of the foundations of dialectical materialism is of particular importance. Lenin's teaching, his philosophical works are the most acute weapon of the struggle against modern neo-Hegelianism, weapon 6.4. Lenin and the further development of materialistic dialectics. We now turn to the question of what is new introduced by Lenin in the development of dialectical materialism. The starting point for understanding the Leninist stage in the development of the philosophy of Marxism, for understanding that Lenin introduced the new to the development of Marxism as a whole, is the classic characteristic of Leninism given by Comrade Stalin. We must proceed from the fact that the main thing in Leninism is the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In developing these or other aspects of the Marxist-Leninist theory, one must proceed from the fact that the Marxist-Leninist teaching is a harmonious, coherent, consistent teaching that the three constituent parts of Marxism are not mechanically glued parts, one of which can be accepted and the other half accepted. One cannot be realized, and the other can be realized in a few years, etc. We must proceed from the fact that Marxism is a consistent, harmonious, monolithic teaching, from which nothing can be pulled out, in order not to distort, not to debase it. We must understand also that the main thing in Leninism, namely the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat, defines the tasks and direction of work, the development of individual aspects of Leninism as Marxism of the new era. We must proceed from this in order to understand the new that Lenin introduced into one or another component of Marxism. However, from these undisputed provisions, sometimes wrong conclusions are drawn, essentially meaning a liquidationist point of view in relation to the philosophy of Marxism. We have in mind vulgar simplistic statements about this order, based on the correct idea that the main thing in Leninism is the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat. They believe that one should not look for anything new that was introduced by Lenin into Marxist philosophy, proletarian revolution, and the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is believed that the essence of the Leninist stage in the development of the philosophy of Marxism is that Lenin developed the philosophy of Marxism as a theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In other words, they are trying to dissolve all the constituent parts of Leninism, including Leninist philosophy, in the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat. To take on this point of view means to take on the liquidationist point of view with respect to the philosophy of Marxism, which, hiding behind phrases about the dictatorship of the proletariat, is essentially engaged in the destruction of the philosophy of Marxism. Original and new, which brings Lenin in one direction or another of Marxism. We must proceed from the exceptional in-depth thoughts that Comrade Stalin unleashed in his conversation with the first American workers' delegation on September 9, 1927. He said, "I think that Lenin did not add any new principles to Marxism, just as Lenin did not abolish any of the old principles of Marxism. Lenin was and remains the most loyal and consistent student of Marx and Engels, fully based on the principles of Marxism. But Lenin was not only the executor of the teachings of Marx, Engels. He was at the same time the follower of the teachings of Marx and Engels. What does it mean? This means that he developed further the teachings of Marx-Engels in relation to the new conditions of development, in relation to the new phase of capitalism, in relation to imperialism. This means that, by developing further the teachings of Marx in the new conditions of class struggle, Lenin introduced to the common treasury of Marxism something new in comparison with what was given by Marx and Engels, in comparison with what could be given in the period of pre-imperialist capitalism, and this new, introduced by Lenin in the treasury of Marxism, is based entirely on the principles given by Marx and Engels. In this sense, we speak about Leninism as Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions. There is not a single question of Marxist philosophy, there is not a single problem of materialist dialectics, historical materialism that Lenin would not develop, specify in accordance with the conditions of the class struggle of the proletariat in the new historical era. It is clear that in matters of dialectical materialism, Lenin does not abolish any of the old principles of Marxist philosophy and does not add new principles. Lenin's greatness as a theoretician of the proletariat, as a person who has analyzed and revealed the laws of a new historical epoch, the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution, is that it is based on the principles of Marxism, without changing any of them, and without introducing new principles developed all the constituent parts of Marxism as applied to the conditions and tasks of the class struggle of the proletariat. If we turn to the characteristics of the conditions, the peculiarities of the new era and the tasks that confronted the working class in working out the problems of the philosophy of Marxism, the following should be noted. First, the domination of idealism among wide circles of intelligentsia and bourgeois scholars. In this regard, there is a big difference between the era of pre-monopoly capitalism and the era of the domination of monopolies. The political feature of imperialism, as Lenin repeatedly notes, is the reaction along the This reaction along the whole line gets its bright reflection in science, in philosophy. With the entry of capitalism into the new phase, the turn of broad circles of the bourgeois and petty bourgeois intelligentsia has intensified in the direction of idealism, mysticism, clericalism. Broad scientific circles began to turn away from materialism more and more. In this respect, the fate of Haeckel's world mysteries and the idealistic orgy and whistle that has risen in the bourgeois press in connection with its publication are very characteristic. Secondly, a deep crisis of physics and the whole of natural science, which received great development already at the beginning of the 20th century. All science, especially physics, has undergone tremendous development, leading to a change in the basic old ideas about the structure of matter, about space and time, about matter and motion, about the principle of causality, etc. The discovery of an electron, quantum processes, etc. created a whole revolution in the old views. On this basis, many bourgeois scholars began to draw reactionary idealistic conclusions. Lenin points to the development of physical idealism, physiological idealism, etc. Lenin emphasizes that here we are confronted with some international ideological trend that does not depend on any one philosophical system, but arises from some general reasons beyond philosophy. Lenin emphasizes that the essence of the crisis of modern physics consists in breaking the old laws and basic principles, in rejecting objective reality out of consciousness, that is, replacing materialism with idealism and agnosticism. Matter has disappeared. This is how one can express the basic and typical difficulty in relation to many particular issues that created this crisis. Thirdly, the specialization of all bourgeois philosophy on all sorts of gnoseological questions, on all sorts of epistemological subtleties in order to bring philosophical justification under the turn towards clericalism in wide circles of intellectuals, under this crisis of bourgeois science. The widespread development of neo-Kantian idealism, the mathematical rationale of modern natural science, the flourishing of empirio-critical literature, immanentists, intuitionists, phenomenologists, etc., etc., inventing thousands of epistemological subtleties and details with the goal of refuting the hated materialism 1,001st time, that's picture of the philosophical development of the beginning of XX century. Fourthly, the reflection of all this idealistic reaction among the socialist parties and the development of philosophical revisionism, opportunism, starting with the neo-Kantian revision of Marxist philosophy and ending with Bogdanov's empirio-monism. The cries about the absence in Marxism of a theoretical cognitive justification, about the need to bring a new gnoseological foundation under Marxism, about the need for Marxism to take into account the newest achievements of philosophy in the field of the theory of knowledge, the writings that materialism has long been outdated, are getting widespread. The ever more subtle falsification of Marxism, the ever more subtle counterfeits of anti-materialist doctrines under Marxism, this is what characterizes modern revisionism in political economy, tactical issues, and philosophy in general, both in epistemology and sociology, wrote Lenin. Finally, fifthly, the need on the part of representatives of Marxist philosophy to give its answer to the questions posed in connection with the revolution in natural science, the need to cope with the latest discoveries, from the point of view of dialectical materialism, the need to break up all the latest tricks and subtleties in the field of bourgeois, professorial philosophy, relying on all the real achievements of science, finally, the need to give the most resolute rebuff to this anti-materialist reaction in the workers' parties. That is why Lenin so insisted on the need to consider the struggle against idealistic philosophy in the light of the real scientific discoveries of the new era, which is why Lenin wrote, "The connection of a new physics, or rather, a certain school in a new physics with Marxism and other varieties of modern idealistic philosophy, is not subject to the slightest doubt. To dismantle Marxism, ignoring this connection as Plekhanov does, is to mock the spirit of dialectical materialism, that is, to sacrifice Engels's method for one letter or another at Engels. All this historical situation, these conditions, needs and tasks of the class struggle of the proletariat on the front of philosophy and science required the further development of the theory of knowledge. Dialectical materialism demanded the further development of materialist dialectics. In this situation, it was impossible to confine ourselves only to the protection of general principles, and it was necessary to give a detailed theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism, which answers all questions of the revolution of natural science, based on the deepest study and synthesis of the newest stage in the development of science and, first of all, social development. Lenin points out that the revision of the form of Engels' materialism, the revision of his natural philosophical propositions, not only does not contain anything revisionist in the established sense of the word, but, on the contrary, is necessarily required by Marxism. In Fundamentals of Leninism, Comrade Stalin wrote, "No one else, like Lenin, took up the most serious task of generalizing according to materialistic philosophy the most important of what science has given for the period from Engels to Lenin, and the comprehensive criticism of anti-materialist movements among Marxists. Engels said that materialism has to take a new look with every great new discovery. It is known that this task was fulfilled for its time by none other than Lenin in his remarkable book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. Lenin received further theoretical substantiation and development of the materialist theory of knowledge. It was Lenin who, in accordance with the needs of the new epoch, paid particular attention to the theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism, developing the teachings of Marx and Engels in this regard. This explains why Lenin interpreted so deeply the questions of Marxist philosophy, understanding the materialist dialectic as the philosophical science of Marxism, giving a very deep understanding of the unity of dialectics and the theory of knowledge. In all these problems, Lenin does not introduce new principles into Marxist philosophy and does not cancel any old ones, but proceeds from the principles of Marx and Engels. The next point that needs to be noted when we are talking about the Lenin stage in the development of dialectical materialism is that it was Lenin, from all the Marxists of the modern era, who gave the most complete, detailed criticism of the latest anti-materialistic trends, with which you have to fight to the present. The newest forms of Hegelianism, Kantianism, Neo-Kantianism, Marxism, subjective idealism, Bogdanovism, and finally, physical idealism, all of this has been subjected to Lenin's merciless criticism and exposure. The Leninist criticism and the exposure of these anti-materialistic, anti-dialectical currents are the strongest, for this is not their criticism from the standpoint of vulgar materialism, to which even Plekhanov sometimes stumbled. Lenin, in his criticism of these teachings, dialectically combines logical criticism with a historical class approach, a consideration of the connection of these trends with the state of modern science. Another important question on which we can and should note the new and unique, connected with the name of Lenin, is the question of the relation of Marxism to Hegel. In general, it must be said that the question of the relation of Marx to Hegel and the Hegelian dialectic is of tremendous theoretical significance. The entire pleiad of revisionists, beginning with Bernstein, Konov, Koskay and ending with our Mechanist and comrade Bukharin, who does not understand the revolutionary materialist dialectics, deny or pervert it, proceeds from the position that the works of Marx and Engels contain the stain of Hegelian idealism. Even comrade Bukharin, in his book The Theory of Historical Materialism, in the chapter entitled On the Statement of the Problem of Historical Materialism, believes that Marx is infected to some extent with Hegelianism. This is connected with the mechanistic concept of Bukharin, with his lack of understanding of the real relationship that exists between Marxism and Hegel. For Lenin on this question, we have, above all, a restoration, a return to a correct understanding of this problem after all the distortions in this matter in the era of the Second International. If, however, we were limited to only this, we would not fully express the essence of the Leninist solution of this problem. Lenin has not only a return, but a further development and concretization of this problem, since Lenin has a completely developed concept of a consistently and systematically developed theory of dialectical materialism. The concretization and further development of the teachings of Marx and Engels in this matter with Lenin consists in the fact that he gives brilliant examples. We would not fully express the essence of the Leninist solution of this problem. Lenin has not only a return, but a further development and concretization of this problem, since Lenin has a completely developed concept of a consistently and systematically developed theory of dialectical materialism. The concretization and further development of the teachings of Marx and Engels in this matter with Lenin consists in the fact that he gives brilliant examples. We would not fully express the essence of the Leninist solution of this problem. Lenin has not only a return, but a further development and concretization of this problem, since Lenin has a completely developed concept of a consistently and systematically developed theory of dialectical materialism. The concretization and further development of the teachings of Marx and Engels in this matter with Lenin consists in the fact that he gives brilliant examples. Hegel's materialist processing of dialectics in all the most important basic categories. The next most important question to dwell on is the question of the theory of reflection in Lenin's works. In general, it should be said that the questions of dialectics as a theory of knowledge, the law of the unity of opposites as the core of dialectics, the theory of reflection are not at all some separate, isolated questions from each other. These are all the most important problems of the theory of materialist dialectics, brilliantly developed by Lenin. These are questions that are in organic connection with each other. None of them can be understood without the others. Tear off the materialist theory of reflection from Lenin's statement of the question that dialectics is the theory of knowledge, and from this position, or rather to say from its Leninist content, nothing remains. But is dialectics as a theory of knowledge? Can the theory of reflection be understood without the law of the unity of opposites as the core of dialectics? Is the Leninist doctrine of the unity of theory and practice, is the Leninist principle of the partisanship of philosophy and science not the constituent parts of this single concept? Only by understanding this can one dwell on each of these parties separately. The theory of reflection is of exceptional importance for the most consistent justification of materialism. It is not at all accidental that it is precisely at this point that the notorious enemy of dialectical materialism, the social fascist Max Adler, concentrates his attack against Leninism. In his work, which is called the textbook of the materialist understanding of history and which is so far from materialism as heaven from earth, which is a work specifically aimed against Lenin, slanderous, malicious, anti-Bolshevik from beginning to end document, Max Adler specifically devotes 2 chapters the analysis of Lenin's theory of reflection in order to refute this theory, which is really the banner of the true materialist point of view. This is what Max Adler writes about Lenin's theory of reflection. Lenin very much loves, as we already know, to call critical idealism old rubbish. This not quite polite word should, however, be rightfully applicable to what Lenin in his book Materialism and Empiric Criticism repeatedly calls the materialist theory of knowledge. This is in fact nothing more than the old rubbish, the so-called, actually long ago buried under the noise and laughter of a critical philosophy, the theory of reflection. Let us see what conclusions Adler himself draws after the burial under the noise and laughter of the theory of reflection. He develops a typically idealistic theory based on the findings of modern natural science about the disappearance of matter, theory really buried by Lenin in Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. Modern natural science, says Adler, does not need as a hypothesis not only God, but also matter, and the great English physicist Pearson could exclaim rightly, matter disappeared. I hardly need any comments here. The theory of reflection in the Leninist sense takes the whole process of knowledge, starting from sensation and ending with the concept, and considers it historically. And the one who limits this theory of reflection, separates the theory of reflection from practice, from the whole historical path of knowledge, he certainly does not understand Lenin, he certainly cannot understand that Lenin introduced a new understanding of these issues. The next question to dwell upon in the presentation of the Leninist stage is the question of the law of the unity of opposites. We often have the opinion that supposedly only Lenin has an understanding of this law as the core of dialectics. This is of course a wrong opinion. One has only to point out Marx's analysis of capital in the dual nature of labor, the exchange process, the process of creating surplus value, turning money into capital, crises in capital, in order to understand that this law runs like a red thread all over capital, is the real core of the dialectic in the works of Marx and Engels. Everyone knows the statements of Engels on this issue in the Anti-Düring and in L. Feuerbach. It is known that this law was developed in the works of Marx and Engels as the central issue of materialist dialectics. However, one should not at all conclude from this that Lenin does not contribute anything new to this question, does not develop Marxism. In order to understand what the essence of this new, what Lenin brings to understanding of the law of the unity of opposites, it is necessary first of all to understand why this law, as the most important law of the development of the objective world, and how the law of knowledge took on special significance in the new historical era. If we take imperialism, state, and revolution, these are the greatest works of Lenin, which analyze the relationship of state and revolution, the problems of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the analysis of the new era, then we will see that they are built from the point of view of applying all categories of materialist dialectics to these phenomena. But the law of the unity of opposites is of particular importance for understanding this whole Leninist analysis of the new era and its fundamental problems. Lenin points out that the problem of the contradictions of capitalism in the monopoly stage of its development is the crown task of the critique of imperialism. Lenin writes, questions about whether a reformist change in the foundations of imperialism is possible, whether to go forward to further aggravate and deepen the contradictions engendered by it, or back to blunt them, are fundamental questions of the criticism of imperialism. Since the political features of imperialism are the reaction along the line and the strengthening of national oppression in connection with the oppression of the financial oligarchy and the elimination of free competition, the petty bourgeois democratic opposition to imperialism appears in almost all imperialist countries at the beginning of the 20th century. And the break with Marxism on the part of Koski and the broad international trend of Koskiism lies precisely in the fact that Koski not only did not care. It is clear that the question of how to understand the theory of contradictions, how to apply the laws of materialist dialectics to the analysis of imperialism, are the fundamental questions of the criticism of imperialism. This is the line between Bolshevism and opportunism of any order. This is the line between the true revolutionary understanding of the materialist dialectic and those who tried to reduce the materialist dialectic to the theory of blunting contradictions. Lenin points out, Koski's theoretical criticism of imperialism therefore has nothing to do with Marxism, and therefore it is suitable only as an approach to preaching peace and unity with opportunists and social chauvinists, because this criticism bypasses and obscures just the most deep and fundamental contradictions of imperialism, the contradiction between monopolies and the free competition existing next to them. Opportunists of any kind, departing from Marxian dialectics, also cover up the main contradictions between the working class and the bourgeoisie, contradictions between imperialist states, contradictions between colonial imperialist countries, etc., etc. All these questions are fundamental questions of analysis and criticism of imperialism. It is clear now that in this epoch the question of the law of the unity of opposites could not but get an extremely large sharpening. Naturally, this question should have received further theoretical development from Lenin. In his remarks and preparatory work for imperialism, Lenin repeatedly on the margin points out the importance of precisely the theoretical, that is, the philosophical, development of the law of the unity of opposites. If we take Lenin's work The State and the Revolution, then undoubtedly, the main line on which this work is built is to clarify the development of the Marxist view of the state as a product of the intransigence of the class struggle, as opposed to the social democratic teachings about the state as a product reconciliation classes. Thus, here the main question of the methodological order is the question of the unity of opposites. Lenin develops and specifies the question of the relationship between the moments of unity and the struggle of opposites. Let us recall the well-known Leninist position concerning the absoluteness of struggle and relativity of unity, identity, coincidence of contradictions. Lenin emphasizes the need for a concrete analysis of contradictions and various types. Contradictions. In fact, in the epoch of imperialism we have contradictions in the most extreme terms between the working class and capitalists, between the imperialist states, between the metropolises and the colonial countries. It's all a different type of contradiction. It is also necessary to point out the contradictions between the working class and the peasantry, the contradictions between the working class and the peasantry in the era before the victory of the proletarian revolution, the contradictions between the proletariat and the peasantry in the era of the proletarian revolution. Finally, we have an exceptionally brilliant formulation of the question of the relationship between the proletarian and bourgeois democratic revolution, when the solution of the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution becomes a byproduct of the proletarian revolution, etc. The entire set of these problems that have arisen in the field of social science, in developing further the materialist dialectics as a philosophical science, Lenin did not confine himself to working out the law of the unity of opposites as the core of dialectics. He gave further theoretical development of all other categories of materialist dialectics, their connection with each other and with the law of the unity of opposites. Above, when setting forth the laws of materialist dialectics, we have seen how these questions were developed by Lenin on the basis of the practice of the revolutionary struggle of the era of imperialism and the proletarian revolution, on the basis of his study of the state of modern natural science. Finally, the question of the partisanship of philosophy and science. The doctrine of the partisanship of philosophy and science in general is the most important link in Lenin's development of dialectical materialism. It is no coincidence that the fact that it was Lenin who gave such a brilliant further development of this most important issue and in this direction. The new era, the era of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, is an era of gigantic class clashes, powerful proletarian uprisings, an era of unprecedented intensification of the class struggle. The struggle of classes acquires an exceptional degree of aggravation in this epoch. The main classes of capitalist society come forward fully armed in the historical arena. This struggle is rising to a new level compared to the period of industrial capitalism. In this era, political parties get a very big development. Not only the proletariat forges its communist party in every country, thereby reinforcing to a very large extent their own consciousness, their cohesion and organization. The bourgeoisie is also hard forging their parties. Taking into account the lessons of the proletarian revolution in Russia, taking into account the experience of the first round of proletarian revolutions in the West, the bourgeoisie is intensively organized, strengthening its parties, creating powerful and disciplined, militarily built party organizations, such as the Fascist Party in Italy and Germany. The antagonism of capitalism receives its profound expression not only in the field of politics, economics. This sharp antagonism is also reflected in all areas of science, in the field of ideology. And here class differentiation runs with great clarity. Taking into account the lessons of the proletarian revolution in Russia, taking into account the experience of the first round of proletarian revolutions in the West, the bourgeoisie is intensively organized, strengthening its parties, creating powerful and disciplined, militarily built party organizations, such as the Fascist Party in Italy and Germany. The antagonism of capitalism receives its profound expression not only in the field of politics, economics. This sharp antagonism is also reflected in all areas of science, in the field of ideology. And here class differentiation runs with great clarity. Taking into account the lessons of the proletarian revolution in Russia, taking into account the experience of the first round of proletarian revolutions in the West, the bourgeoisie is intensively organized, strengthening its parties, creating powerful and disciplined, militarily built party organizations, such as the Fascist Party in Italy and Germany. The antagonism of capitalism receives its profound expression not only in the field of politics, economics. This sharp antagonism is also reflected in all areas of science, in the field of ideology. And here class differentiation runs with great clarity. Like for example the Fascist Party in Italy and Germany. The antagonism of capitalism receives its profound expression not only in the field of politics, economics. This sharp antagonism is also reflected in all areas of science, in the field of ideology. And here class differentiation runs with great clarity. Like for example the Fascist Party in Italy and Germany. The antagonism of capitalism receives its profound expression not only in the field of politics, economics. This sharp antagonism is also reflected in all areas of science, in the field of ideology. And here class differentiation runs with great clarity. In his article The Socialist Party and Non-Party Revolutionariness in December 1905, Lenin gave excellent characteristics of partisanship and nonpartyism. So he writes, strict partisanship is a satellite and the result of a highly developed class struggle. And, on the contrary, in the interests of open and wide class struggle, the development of strict partisanship is necessary. He goes on to say, the most consistent, complete, and well-formed expression of the political struggle of classes is the struggle of parties. Nonpartisanship is indifference to the struggle of parties. But this indifference does not equal neutrality, refraining from the struggle, because in the class struggle there can be no neutrals. It is impossible to refrain in capitalist society from participating in the exchange of products or labor. And exchange inevitably gives rise to an economic struggle, and after it, a political struggle. Indifference in the struggle is not, therefore, in fact, a suspension from the struggle, abstention, or neutrality. Indifference is the tacit support of the one who is strong, of the one who dominates. So that there is no ambiguity in the sense that Lenin's provisions relate not only to political issues, but also to the ideological struggle, we present one place from the same Lenin article. He further writes, nonpartisanship is a bourgeois idea. Partiness is a socialist idea. This provision is by and large applicable to all bourgeois society. Of course, one must be able to apply this general truth to individual particular questions and particular cases. These places with remarkable clarity formulate the problem of partisanship. True, the application of these provisions, these truths to the field of ideology, to the field of science requires consideration of the uniqueness, specificity of the subject, the special nature of this area, the special forms in which the struggle is expressed. However, there is no doubt that these provisions reveal much to us for understanding the Leninist principle of partisanship of philosophy and science. From what has been said it becomes quite clear why it is precisely in this direction that, in connection with and in accordance with the new epoch, the theoretical development of the Marxist provisions on the party character of science and philosophy is proceeding. Between the quoted lines of Lenin, written by him in 1905, the brilliant pages about the partisanship of philosophy and the struggle of parties in science in materialism and empirio-criticism in 1908, Lenin's notes on philosophy in the 9-12 Lenin collections in 1914 and finally, Lenin's article on the meaning of militant materialism, there is a deep internal connection, giving us the opportunity to fully clarify the essence of his teaching on the partisanship of philosophy. Lenin's development of the principle of partisanship of science consists in the fact that he showed all the limitations of objectivism, which falls into the apologetics of the ruling classes, and all the limitations of subjectivism, which turns social science into a series of edifications of Philistine morality. He showed all the limitations, objectivism, welcoming the spontaneous course of the historical process and not understanding the active, effective role of the revolutionary class in changing reality, as well as all the limitations of subjectivism, which reduces the historical process to the actions of an abstract far-fetched personality, endowed with the same reactionary morality and modern moral ideas. Lenin showed that the partisanship of dialectical materialism is not at all in the synthesis of subjectivism and objectivism, as Deborin presented this case in his book Lenin as a Thinker. Lenin showed that the point of view of dialectical materialism is the highest point of view, overcoming and removing both objectivism and subjectivism. He overcomes objectivism because he proceeds from the active, effective position of the revolutionary class, the proletariat, which is changing the world. He overcomes subjectivism because he firmly holds on to the objective reality of biased facts. The party spirit of philosophy is the most important link, the central point, which is characteristic of Lenin's approach to the problems of philosophical theory. This is due to the fact that none other than Lenin gave the most profound, tested on the facts of the new era after Marx and Engels, the theoretical and practical resolution of the question of the relationship between theory and practice. It was Lenin who tirelessly emphasized in his works, in contrast to the theory and practice of the Second International, in contrast to Plekhanov, the position of the founders of materialism that our theory is not a dogma, but a guide for revolutionary action. The Leninist doctrine of the partisanship of philosophy and theory is generally associated with deep inner roots with the whole concept of Leninism in general. It is connected with the fact that it was Leninism that gave and gives examples of the unity of revolutionary theory and revolutionary practice. The doctrine of partisanship, as if in focus, collects, reflects a number of the most important aspects of Marxism-Leninism. This doctrine expresses most fully, most consistently, most specifically for our era, the thesis of Marx that philosophers should not only explain the world, but change it. The Leninist doctrine of the partisanship of philosophy, the resolution of the question of subjectivism and objectivism, theory and practice is an excellent development and concretization of Marx's first thesis on Feuerbach. The essence of the Leninist development of the principle of partisanship of philosophy and science can be reduced to the following 5 points. First of all, the Leninist doctrine of the partisanship of science and philosophy is the best expression of the tasks of the proletariat in the field of science and philosophy, when all bourgeois science experiences the most severe internal crisis and decay, when nonpartisan philosophy is only a contemptible conceit behind idealism and fideism. The Leninist doctrine of the partisanship of philosophy represents the best revelation in the era of acute class struggle in science of the class and party character of bourgeois philosophy and theory, as well as all sorts of similar social fascist theories. Secondly, the principle of partisanship of the theory means the most complete and comprehensive interpretation of the Marxist thesis about the effectiveness of our theory. According to the teachings of Leninism, his party is the most advanced, most active, most effective part of the working class. Therefore, who really and consistently wants to hold the point of view of the class of science, he must extend this understanding to an understanding of the partisanship of science. Thirdly, in Lenin's doctrine of partisan philosophy, the most complete and detailed resolution of the question of theory and practice, the primacy of practice, is given. Lenin's resolution of this issue provides a pattern of struggle with both the idealistic interpretation of this problem, when theoretical activity is considered a primate, and with a creeping empirical point of view, which eliminates the role and significance of theory in general and theoretical work in particular. None other than Lenin in all his works emphasized the tremendous importance of revolutionary theory. Recognizing that without a revolutionary theory there is not and cannot be a revolutionary working class movement, Lenin at the same time wrote, with this emphasis on the necessity, importance, and enormity of the theoretical work of the Social Democrats, I don't want to say that this work comes first practical, the less that the second was postponed until the end of the first. So only fans of the subjective method in sociology or followers of utopian socialism could conclude. The doctrine of the partisanship of materialism expresses precisely the whole depth of the Leninist resolution of the question of theory and practice. Fourth, the principle of partisanship of philosophy and science gives the classical resolution of the most important question about the relationship between philosophy, science, and politics. We have seen above what absurdities piled up by bourgeois science on this issue and how social democratic theorists are trying their best to break all ties between politics and science. Meanwhile, in this question Lenin gave an extremely large amount of new things. It is worth remembering the discussion about the trade unions and the accusation of Lenin, then advanced by Comrade Bukharin, for his supposedly too political approach. It was then about the relationship between economics and politics. How did Lenin respond? He wrote, "Politics is a concentrated expression of economics," I repeated in my speech, because I had already heard this incomparable in the mouth of a Marxist completely unacceptable reproach for my political approach. Politics cannot have primacy over the economy. To argue otherwise, is to forget the ABC of Marxism. Here the Lenin understanding of Marxism and its dialectic, its concrete approach, have the most profound effect. He further explains, for the question is only this way, without a correct political approach to the matter, this class will not retain its domination, and therefore will not be able to solve its production task. Lenin here explains in what sense he puts in the forefront a political approach. Although the economy decides in the last analysis, however, without the right political approach, without the right political line, the proletariat cannot win its victory, and after its victory the solution of economic problems. It may seem that Lenin was given here the formulation of a question concerning only economics and politics. This is not true. These statements by Lenin have a much wider meaning. In particular, they are also extremely important for understanding our approach to the problems of theory. And here, in matters of theory and theoretical struggle, the political approach cannot but have the primacy. During the struggle with Menshevist idealism, some of its representatives zealously defended the primacy of philosophy over politics, on the grounds that philosophy is a universal methodology, completely without understanding the point of view of our party on this issue. Fifth, The doctrine of partisanship philosophy notes as its most important moment an active struggle for the general line of the party. Even in his struggle with Struve, as we have seen, Lenin wrote that materialism includes, so to speak, partisanship, obliging with any assessment of the event directly and openly to take on the point of view of a certain social group. Under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, when the Communist Party is the one and only party of the proletariat, when hostile, class ideological processes are reflected within the party in the form of various deviations from the party's general line, it can only mean openly active defense and struggle for the general line of the party. In connection with all this, it is possible to specify the Leninist position for the present epoch as follows: in the struggle against any open or disguised opportunism, dialectical materialism includes partisanship, i.e. obliges it directly and openly, actively and consistently to fight for the general line party. Representatives of Menshevist idealism, trying to define the partisanship of philosophy, gave an extremely abstract, extremely academic, non-partisan definition of the partisanship of philosophy, which supposedly boiled down to the fact that the philosophical section of the theoretical front should look for the methodological keys of each era. The anti-party nature of such a definition is that the Deborin group forgot that the only guiding theoretical and practical the center in the era of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the party and its central committee. The most important feature of Bolshevism and the Bolshevik Party is that the leading headquarters is not only the politically organizational center of the revolutionary movement, but also its ideological and theoretical center. The peculiarity of Bolshevism as opposed to the parties of the Second International consists precisely in the fact that it forges such a leadership of the Communist Party, which is a genuine theoretical synthesis of theory and practice, theory and politics, theory and organization, theory and tactics. It is precisely because the leading headquarters of Leninism gives such a synthesis that it is the center of truly creative Marxism. 6.5. Tov. Stalin and materialistic dialectics. The further development of Marxist-Leninist theory in all its constituent parts, including the philosophy of Marxism, is associated with the name of Comrade Stalin. In all practical work, in all theoretical works of Comrade Stalin, all the experience of the world struggle of the proletariat, all the wealth of the content of Marxist-Leninist theory is embodied. Tov. Stalin develops and specifies the doctrine of Leninism decisively in all areas. Comrade Stalin devotes special attention in all his works to the problem of the unity of theory and practice, the question of the martial creative character of the Marxist doctrine, the combat character of the Marxist-Leninist theory, the development of the Marxist doctrine as a revolutionary critical weapon of changing the world, the unity of theory and practice. All this is further developed in the works of Comrade Stalin. It was he who conducted a huge struggle with all sorts of dogmatic, scholastic distortions of Marxian dialectics. In the struggle against voluntarism, with Trotsky's eclecticism, with Zinoviev's quotation Marxism, with Bukharin's scholastics, with equilibrium theory, with Menshevik idealism. In the struggle with these theorists, Comrade Stalin lifts the development of our military theory to a new level. With particular force, Comrade Stalin exposes the dogmatism of international Menshevism, social fascism, their emasculation of all revolutionary content from Marxism. Even at the Six-Party Congress, Comrade Stalin, objecting to the statements of Preobrazhensky about the impossibility of the victory of socialism in your country, pointed out, the possibility is not ruled out that it is Russia that will be a country paving the way to socialism. We must cast aside the obsolete idea that only Europe can show us the way. There is a Marxism dogmatic and Marxism creative. I stand on the basis of the latter. The whole subsequent struggle, against Trotskyism, against the Zinoviev-Kamenev variety shows it, with what ingenious foresight the materialistic dialectic was applied by Comrade Stalin to the most important issue, the possibility of the victory of socialism in our country. Conducting a fundamental distinction between dogmatic Marxism and Marxism is genuine is the leitmotif of a number of further speeches by Comrade Stalin, in which he deals with these problems. Particular attention should be paid to the article by T. Stalin dedicated to the 50th anniversary of Lenin's birth, published in Pravda in April 1920. There, T. Stalin wrote, "There are two groups of Marxists. Both of them work under the flag of Marxism, consider themselves truly Marxist. And yet they are far from identical. Moreover, there is a whole gulf between them, for the methods of their work are diametrically opposite. The first group is usually limited to external recognition of Marxism, its solemn declaration. Without being able or willing to grasp the essence of Marxism, not being able or unwilling to translate it into reality, it transforms the living and revolutionary positions of Marxism into dead, non-speaking formulas. She bases her activity not on experience, not on practical work, but on quotations from Marx. It draws instructions and directives not from an analysis of living reality, but from analogies and historical parallels. The discrepancy between the word and the deed is the main illness of this group. The second group, on the contrary, transfers the center of gravity of the question from the external recognition of Marxism to its holding, to its implementation. The purpose of the ways and means of implementing Marxism corresponding to the situation, the change of these ways and means when the situation changes is what this group mainly draws its attention to. Marx's words are quite appropriate to this group, by virtue of which Marxists cannot dwell on to explain the world, but must go further in order to change it. The name of this group is Bolshevism, communism. Do I need a clearer description of the works of Comrade Stalin himself? Speech at the Conference of Marxist Agricultural Workers, where the task was to eliminate the kulaks as a class, a speech at a meeting of business executives, 6 historical conditions, recent speeches on collective farm issues, etc. All are examples of the implementation of Marxist-Leninist teachings. Everything these are examples of outlining the ways and means of implementing Marxism, appropriate to the situation, changing these ways and means when the situation changes. Comrade Stalin returns many times to the question of the effective character of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of combating all opportunistic perversions. Here is another place. What is Marxism? Marxism is science. Can Marxism be preserved and developed as a science if it is not enriched by the new experience of the class struggle of the proletariat, if it does not digest this experience from the point of view of Marxism, from the point of view of the Marxist method? It is clear that cannot. Is it not clear after this that Marxism requires the improvement and enrichment of the old formulas on the basis of taking into account the new experience while maintaining the point of view of Marxism, while preserving its method, and Zinoviev does the opposite, retaining the letter and replacing the letter of Marxism with the individual provisions of Marxism, his method? What can be common between real Marxism and the substitution of the main line of Marxism with a letter of separate formulas and quotations from individual provisions of Marxism? This characteristic of the Marxist method, the materialist dialectic as a science, which must be constantly enriched by the new experience of the proletariat's class struggle, which should theoretically generalize and digest this experience, is very important for understanding the essence of Marxist theory. Thus we see that the fundamental principle of the creative character of the powerful Marxist doctrine, of the unity of revolutionary theory and practice, of materialistic dialectics, the greatest tool of knowledge and changes in the world, is a common thread in all the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. And precisely because Comrade Stalin gives us a sample of such an effective understanding and application of Marxism, that is why he also gives us examples of further theoretical development of the questions of materialist dialectics. Indeed, it is worth recalling the statements of Comrade Stalin on the issue of the link, the subjective and objective factors of historical development, the categories of possibility and reality, his criticism of the theory of equilibrium and the theory of gravity, so that it becomes clear what profound theoretical development of the materialistic questions dialectics he gives us. It is precisely T. Stalin truly, in the spirit of Lenin's testament on the meaning of militant materialism, develops this dialectic from all sides, using those examples of dialectics in the field of economic, political relations, such as modern history. Dialectics is the soul of Marxism. Comrade Stalin follows Lenin. At the 16th Congress of the party, Comrade Stalin characterized Lenin's formulation of the question of the right of nations to self-determination up to secession. This contradictory formula reflects that living truth of Marx's dialectic, which gives the Bolsheviks able to take the most impregnable fortress on the national question. Criticizing further opportunism, he said, "Whoever did not understand this dialectic of historical processes, he died for Marxism." The trouble with our draft dodgers is that they do not understand and do not want to understand Marxian dialectics. We give here 2 or 3 samples of the dialectic of Comrade Stalin, which enabled and enables the Bolsheviks to take the most impregnable fortresses. Take the analysis of the nature of the collective farms given by Comrade Stalin in his speech at the Conference of Marxist Agrarians. Defining the type of collective farm economy as one of the forms of socialist economy. Stalin approaches this definition from the point of view of analyzing people's relations in the production process, that is, from the point of view of the only consistent Marxist criterion for determining the social nature of the economy. And from this single correct point of view, doesn't the collective farm represent the socialization of the main instruments of production on land belonging to the same state? What is the basis for asserting that collective farms as a type of economy do not represent a form of socialist economy? Establishing the socialist nature of collective farms as a type of economy, Comrade Stalin turns to an analysis of the internal contradictions of the collective farm, distinguishing it from the consistently socialist type of economy and enterprises. Of particular interest is the analysis of the elements of class struggle on collective farms. He writes, "This is exactly the mistake of our left phrase that they do not see this difference. What does the class struggle outside the collective farms, before the formation of collective farms? This means fighting the kulaks who own the tools and means of production and enslaving themselves to the poor with the help of these tools and means of production. This struggle is a struggle not for life, but for death. And what does the class struggle on the base collective farms? This means, first of all, that the fist is broken and devoid of tools and means of production. This means, finally, that it is a struggle between members of collective farms, of which some have not yet freed themselves from individualistic and kulak remnants and are trying to use some inequality in collective farms to their advantage, while others want to banish these remnants and this inequality from the collective farms." We see in this way how Comrade Stalin reveals the qualitative difference that exists between the class struggle in the countryside outside the collective farm and the elements of the class struggle on the collective farm. Only by proficiently using the materialist dialectic method, the method of truly concrete analysis of complex concrete reality, only by being able to apply the most important laws of dialectics, the laws of quality, quantity, measure, the unity of opposites in Leninist way, such a clear analysis of the collective nature of collective farms can be given. One thing, the contradictions in the village outside the collective farms on a qualitatively different basis; another thing is the existing contradictions in collective farms already on a different qualitative basis, in a different type of farm. It is one thing, the struggle with the fist, the owner of tools and means of production, the struggle for life and death, and the other thing is the struggle against kulak, individualistic remnants on the basis of collective farms. One thing is the first type of contradictions, another thing is second-order contradictions. All the works of Comrade Stalin are an inexhaustible number of such samples of materialistic dialectics. We will only mention the next question here. This is a question about national and socialist culture. Everyone is familiar with the Stalinist analysis of the nature and slogans of national culture under the rule of the bourgeoisie and under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Here are 2 types of resolution of the unity of form and content, which gives us a living reality and which were opened with such skill by Comrade Stalin. This is what Comrade Stalin said at the 16th Party Congress: "What is national culture under the rule of the national bourgeoisie? Bourgeois in its content and national in its form culture, which aims to poison the masses with the poison of nationalism and strengthen the rule of the bourgeoisie. What is national culture under the dictatorship of the proletariat? Socialist in its content and national in form culture, which aims to educate the masses in the spirit of internationalism and strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat. How can these two fundamentally different phenomena be mixed without breaking with Marxism? The main point in the analysis of these phenomena by Comrade Stalin is the difference in class structure and class nature of the dual type of domination, the domination of the national bourgeoisie and the domination of the socialist proletariat and its dictatorship. Extremely characteristic in this analysis is the materialistic primacy of content in the dialectical unity of form and content. Tov. Stalin does not recognize once and for all the given unity of form and content. He analyzes the historical, class background of this unity. The application of the theory of development to the question of culture is extremely characteristic. We give this classic place from the work of T. Stalin. He wrote, "It may seem strange that we, the supporters of the merger in the future, national cultures in one common culture with one common language, are at the same time supporters of the flourishing of national cultures at the moment, in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But there is nothing strange about it. It is necessary to let national cultures develop and unfold, revealing all their potencies in order to create conditions for their merging into one common culture with one common language. The flourishing of national in form and socialist in content cultures under the dictatorship of the proletariat in one country for merging them into one common socialist culture with one common language, when the proletariat wins all over the world and socialism enters everyday life. This is precisely the dialectical nature of Lenin's raising the question of national culture. Here are vivid examples of materialistic dialectics. The one who would consider that we have here only the application of dialectics, and not its development, not the development of the theory of materialist dialectics, would be deeply mistaken. It must be understood that the actual creative application of the method of materialist dialectics is at the same time its actual theoretical development. In this case, the example of the unity of form and content shows what theoretical wealth we get here. In addition to the two types of unity of form and content, the theory of development applied to the national question provides a new type of unity of opposites, a uniform and in the form and content of the culture of a communist society. We have given here two examples of the application and development of materialist dialectics in order to show how the party and Comrade Stalin, fulfilling Lenin's directives and instructions, develop from all sides materialistic dialectics, without which Marxism is, according to Lenin, not fighting, but fighting. In the light of the creative understanding of Marxism, the effective understanding of dialectical materialism, the scholastic nature of the development of dialectics, which was conducted by Menshevist idealism in isolation from the practice of socialist construction, becomes completely clear. Our party attaches exceptional importance to revolutionary theory, without which revolutionary practice is unthinkable. The materialistic dialectic is the revolutionary soul of Marxism-Leninism.